Chapter 1165. Speaking of which, Renzu's fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, fell from the tree and did not follow Renzu's footsteps. She was trapped in ordinary abyss. One day, when she was sleeping, she met a mini-man. The mini-man cried loudly, "Boundless Forest Samsara," asked why. The mini-man said, "I am the largest in my tribe. I am often brave, proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. I did not expect this mountain to be a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I saw one. I could not help but cry." From then on, Boundless Forest Samsara became good friends with the mini-man. They were inseparable. Mini-man, oh mini-man, where is your father? Do you have any siblings? Why have I never seen your family? One day, Boundless Forest Samsara asked the mini-man. The mini-man silently led Boundless Forest Samsara to a well. "Look at this well. Inside the well is my former home." Boundless Forest Samsara leaned against the well and stuck her head out to look inside. Then she shouted in shock, "Wow, there's so many mini-man." She saw that inside the well there were many mini-man living together. They built countless houses next to each other. There was a market, flowers, and plants. They were living in harmony. The mini-man in the well also shouted in shock, "Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It's already nighttime? There is thunder, but there is no rain and no lightning." The mini-man were in chaos. They discussed among themselves. The entire town was buzzing. "Is there your family here? Why did you run outside the well and not live with them?" Boundless Forest Samsara asked. The mini-man shook his head. "They chase me away. They think I am a monster." "Oh, why is that?" Boundless Forest Samsara was very curious. The mini-man replied sorrowfully, "I told them that the world we have been living in for generations is just a well. The outside world was still very, very big, but they did not believe me. They told me not to speak nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the edge of our town was actually just a very, very small mound, but they did not believe me. They felt that it was the tallest mountain. They told me not to spread rumors." "Which mountain is it?" Boundless Forest Samsara asked. "It's that Fongsuan mountain." The little person pointed. Boundless Forest Samsara giggled. "You call this a mountain? I can even place it on my palm." Suddenly, Boundless Forest Samsara clapped. "Then let me tell them the truth." The humanoid man shook his head. "It's useless." Boundless Forest Samsara did not believe it. She leaned on the mouth of the well and shouted down. The little people at the bottom of the well were even more flustered. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky darken in an instant, but the muffled thunder continued to rumble, and the sound of thunder grew louder and louder. It grew denser and denser. "God is angry. I want to repent. I want to confess." "No, it's a monster. The monster ate the sky and is now burping." "Save me. This world is going to be destroyed." Some knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Some are filled with despair, and some are running around in a frenzy. Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing reached the bottom of the well. It became a huge gale. When Boundless Forest Samsara's saliva landed at the bottom of the well, it became a downpour. When Boundless Forest Samsara's words reached the ears of the little people, they were like thunder that almost burst their eardrums. Boundless Forest Samsara finally gave up. She leaned on the mouth of the well. She was tired and said weakly, "Why are these little people so stupid? Can't they crawl out to see the outside world like you?" The little person shook his head and sighed. "They already feel that they are very big. They feel that the sky is round, that the mountain is that tall, that life is like that. Then why did you crawl out?" Boundless Forest Samsara stared with wide eyes. The little person smiled bitterly. "That is because I recognize that I am very insignificant. That is why I saw how big the world is." Fang Yuan walked around the well. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. This was the third secluded domain of heaven and earth that he encountered. The first two were Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. In order to frame Fang Yuan, Ing Wu Xia made use of the well to set up a trap. Unfortunately, he was caught unprepared by Fang Yuan and obtained valuable information from Lu Qingyu. But in the end, Fang Yuan made use of the well instead. He killed a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Like what was recorded in the Legends of Renzu, boundless forest Samsara breathed like the wind and spat like rain. Fang Yuan stood at the mouth of the well and used his immortal killer move. When it reached the bottom of the well, its power would be amplified by tens or even hundreds of times. However, Fang Yuan did not come without a price. His immortal essence expenditure also increased by tens or even hundreds of times. Even though Fang Yuan only used 3 giant hands, the immortal essence expenditure was no different from him using hundreds of giant hands. Those who did not know would be trapped at the bottom of the well. However, once he understood his situation and realized that this was a marketplace, he would be able to immediately break free. Like what was written in the Legends of Renzu, as long as the little person realized his insignificance and wanted to see the world outside, he could climb out of the well. It could be said that leaving the well was both difficult and easy. Precisely so, Ing Wu Xia did not use the well to deal a heavy blow to Fang Yuan. Firstly, he could not control his strength. He might turn Fang Yuan into charcoal or meat paste. Where would he find goo materials to reverse refined sovereign immortal fetus goo? Secondly, Fang Yuan might immediately find out the truth and escape with the upper extreme, heavenly eagle. By then, Ing Wu Xia would not even have a chance to escape. The second reason was crucial. Precisely because he was uncertain, Ing Wu Xia used City Well as a trap to waste Fang Yuan's energy. He did not ambush Fang Yuan personally. Fang Yuan really wanted to take this well for himself, because this secluded domain of heaven and earth would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development in the future. Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan tried. Unfortunately, City Well only trembled slightly. Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo could pull mountains, but City Well was not a mountain. But it was on the ground. It needed to absorb Earth Chi. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan tried to dig City Well out with the Strength Path Giant Hand. But to think that when the Strength Path Giant Hand got close to City Well, it withered and shrunk like a balloon. In a few blinks of an eye, it vanished completely. It seems that even though Shadow Sect controls this secluded domain of heaven and earth, they cannot relocate it. Fang Yuan tried a few more times, but there was no effect. The most obvious effect was when he first tried using pulling Mountain Immortal Goo. The walls of City Well shook. In that case, pulling Mountain Immortal Goo is indeed effective. But just using pulling Mountain alone is not enough. I need to think of an immortal killer move to take the City Well. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could only give up for now. He drilled into the well, and when he reached the bottom, his body had become very small. He cleaned up the battlefield. Only Zhou Li and Tang Song had intact corpses. Fang Yuan stuffed them into the sovereign immortal aperture. The other Gu immortals were all smashed into meat paste. Blood Path Demonic Immortal Ding Qi self-detonated, but his Blood Path Immortal Aperture was left behind. Other than him, several other Gu immortals also left behind their immortal apertures. Soon, the world at the bottom of the well started to move. Heaven and earth Qi surged out. Blessed lands started to form. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time entering these blessed lands and exploring them. There was no need to think about immortal Gu, but Eastern Sea had a lot of cultivation resources. These Gu immortals were not like the pitiful Lu Qingyu. They probably kept all their assets. Only the Blood Path Demonic Immortal Ding Qi destroyed all the resources in his immortal aperture. Even so, Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. He had enough attainment level to annex Ding Qi's blessed land and expand the sovereign immortal aperture. Among these blessed lands, some had land spirits, some did not. Fang Yuan plundered all the resources of the blessed lands without land spirits. Blessed lands with land spirits were more troublesome. They needed to acknowledge a master. If they did not, Fang Yuan could not move the cultivation resources inside. Of course, forcefully plundering was not impossible, but it was only for the immediate benefits and not the long term. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not use force. After spending a lot of time at the bottom of the well, Fang Yuan started to fix this bubble. There was a sea and an island in the bubble. City Well was at the center of the island. Because of Ying Wu Xie's arrangements, if outsiders tried to enter, they would be thrown into the well. But Fang Yuan had Lu Qingyu's information. He would not fall here. Instead, he used this trap to kill all the pursuers. He saved a lot of trouble. If Ying Wu Xie knew that his arrangements did not cause any trouble to Fang Yuan, instead helping Fang Yuan, would he vomit blood from anger? Fang Yuan kept some of Ying Wu Xie's arrangements. He also added some of his own methods to make the bubble more concealed. Next, he came out of the bubble and started to move the bubble. Not long ago, Ying Wu Xie did the same. The original location of this bubble that hid City Well wasn't here. It was Ying Wu Xie who wanted to harm Fang Yuan. That was why he spent so much effort and time to teleport here. In the turbulent flow, Fang Yuan could not control himself. He would be swept away by the current. Thankfully, he had the hidden room oyster as a place to rest. Fang Yuan went back and forth dozens of times before moving this bubble to another huge current. The amount of immortal essence and time spent was more than 10 times that of Ying Wu Xie. After completing this matter, Fang Yuan walked around and arrived at Ying Wu Xie's camp. There was another island in the bubble. Fang Yuan went deep underground. Regret Pool had already been dismantled by Ying Wu Xie. Even the surrounding goo formations were gone. The tributary of the River of Time that was captured by Shadow Sect had already vanished. This was the characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Every water current was constantly changing and moving. Chapter 1166. Several days later, Fang Yuan waited here for Immortal Hua Dai. This is indeed a trace of the River of Time. It is very new. Immortal Hua Dai inspected it and was very happy. With this clue, she could track this tributary of the River of Time. Immortal friend Chuing, sorry for troubling you. To think that you really met it, we have searched for decades for this tributary of the River of Time, but we did not find any valuable clues. Immortal Hua Dai was very excited. She could finally give Miao Ming Shen an explanation. You should go and track it quickly. I do not want the reward. I might have to trouble Lord Miao Ming Shen in the future. I will take my leave now. Fang Yuan's understanding made Immortal Hua Dai have a good impression of him. Before leaving, she reminded Fang Yuan again, be careful. Blood Path, demonic immortal Ding Qi appeared. He fought with Zhou Li and Tang Song. Chuing, if you meet him, you should hide for now. There is no need to get involved. I will remember Fairy's words. Thank you very much. Fang Yuan showed a very grateful expression. Immortal Hua Dai did not know. This person in front of her had already killed Ding Qi, Zhou Li, and Tang Song. But the turbulent flow sea area had a complex terrain. It was normal for immortals to go missing. Nobody found it strange. Often, Gu immortals would go missing for months or years before escaping and suddenly reappearing. Half a month later, Fang Yuan successfully returned to Langya Blessed Land. In this trip to Eastern Sea, even though he did not achieve his original goal, he had great gains. In a secret room in Cloud City, Fang Yuan sat quietly as his divine sense spread out, inspecting his sovereign immortal aperture. There were many changes to the sovereign immortal aperture. In the past, it was barren and empty, but now there were a lot of resources. At first glance, it did not look so monotonous and empty. Actually, the resources that Fang Yuan obtained might not be able to fit in an ordinary blessed land. But the sovereign immortal aperture was simply too huge. Even if it was distributed, it would still seem sparse. In Kokitahara, more than half of it was covered in frost. In the other half, there were sparse green grasses. On this grassland, Fang Yuan had reared some desolate beasts, such as the giant horned sheep and the shark fin wolf that he had obtained a long time ago. In the mini western desert, the eerie fire dragon python pits had already expanded to 11. Time flowed 60 times faster than normal. Coupled with the eastern clan's excellent breeding methods, the eerie fire dragon python's reproduction rate was extremely high. In the small East Sea, Fang Yuan had originally opened up a few large lakes and kept schools of arowana, air bubble fish, literature carps, and so on. Now, there were even more common resources. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from killing Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Although these resources were not particularly precious, there was a lot of them. They could definitely continue to develop on this basis. In the mini-middle continent, the mirror willows had already spread over a large area, forming a large forest that covered a radius of 100 miles. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was originally a mirror willow transplanted into immortal blessed land. After moving around, these mirror willows were transplanted into mini central continent. Because the sovereign immortal aperture's time flowed rapidly, Fang Yuan did not put in any effort in this aspect. Just by relying on the mirror willow's unrestrained expansion, it reached its current scale. Other than the mirror willows, there were also many blood Ji forests under mini central continent. They were only slightly smaller than the mirror willows. Mini central continent was too big. The mirror willows and blood Ji forests did not have any competitors. They could fully utilize their resources. It was the most prosperous of the 5 regions. The one with the most vitality was mini southern border. Fang Yuan had moved most of the resources he obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven to this place, but it still did not cover mini southern border. Large numbers of musical trees and tea streams could be seen everywhere. There was also the Qi Death bird group, which brought endless vitality to mini southern border. Mountains that numbered in the single digits also appeared in mini southern border now. The first was 5 Light Mountain. It was beautiful. Next was Immortal Succession Mountain. Stone pavilions were scattered all over the mountain. The scenery was quite good. Mini southern borders, most important resource. It was the regretful spider group. Its scale had also expanded by several times now. Above the 5 regions was the 9 heavens. In mini orange heaven, there was a beautiful aurora. Flowing light fruits floated in the air. It was Fang Yuan's previous action of using the fruit accumulation fruit. In mini yellow heaven, there was a gold fragment river. It was not big, but it was better than nothing. In mini azure heaven, there was a corner with jade fog. This was the pill azure incense that Fang Yuan bought. There was also the heavenly crystal storage pool. It was placed aside for the time being. It was useless. In mini blue heaven, large pieces of cloud soil floated. Star fragment grass, arrow bamboo forest, and others were planted on it. They produced star path mortal goo for Fang Yuan. There was also a young, ancient, desolate beast falling star hound. It was saved by Fang Yuan. It often ran around in mini blue heaven. In mini purple heaven, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Only one upper extreme heavenly eagle egg and some heavenly crystal fragments were left. These heavenly crystals were naturally obtained by Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya. In mini black heaven, there was a walking meat tree. In mini white heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly hounds and a group of eagle hounds. Many multicolored overlord flowers grew here. The lighting environment had been improved greatly. Some time ago, Fang Yuan killed several light path Gu immortals. The light path Dao marks in his immortal aperture had increased by a lot. It is a pity that I did not bring City well back into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was still thinking about City well in the turbulent flow sea area. Even though City well was destroyed beyond recognition, Fang Yuan could use landscape as before to restore it. The houses that have been destroyed cannot be restored, but Minuscule Mountain could definitely be restored. This legendary mountain had been destroyed in the Battle of Yitian Mountain because of Fairy Li Shan's death. But now, Fang Yuan saw the hope of recreating it. According to the legends of Ranzhou, minuscule mountain was a part of City Well. If I have City Well, I can nurture a large number of variant human tribes in it. It is a pity. Developing an immortal aperture was divided into 3 stages. At the initial stage, the Gu Immortal would cultivate resources and satisfy the feeding needs of immortal Gu. At the middle stage, on top of feeding immortal Gu, they would develop other cultivation resources to satisfy the Gu Immortal's cultivation. They could also be sold to exchange for immortal Yuan stones and so on. At the high stage, they would raise variant humans or even humans in the immortal aperture. This had a huge significance. To the Gu Immortal, there were many benefits. For example, like before, Fang Yuan bought hairy man slaves to refine Gu for himself in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This saved him a lot of time and energy. For the other variant humans, mini men could grow flowers and grass, rock men could develop underground spaces, snowmen could produce ice tears and survive in a world of ice and snow. For pure humans, they had the most intelligence. They could continue to reproduce and create with their intelligence. A large number of Gu recipes or killer moves would be created. There was no need for the Gu Immortal to deduce them personally. For better development, the immortal aperture could produce Gu Immortals or human Gu Immortals. They were born and raised here. Their loyalty could be seen. This was a huge help to the immortal aperture owner. Currently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was only at the initial stage, because he had some new immortal Gu that he had not met the feeding requirements yet. Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu were rank 8 immortal Gu. Feeding them was a huge problem. Fang Yuan had only formulated a plan. He had only started on a portion of it. He had not truly solved these problems yet. However, he had outstanding achievements in the middle stage, because he had plundered countless resources from Star Form Blessed Land, Dongfang Tribe, Heifan Grotto Heaven, and others. Many common resources like Star Path Mortal Gu, Regretful Spiders, Musical Trees, and others were all sold for profits. Not to mention Luo Pavali. Guts Gu had always been Fang Yuan's biggest source of profit. He was making huge amounts of money every day. A horse would not get fat without grass at night. A person would not get rich without a windfall. The reason why Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was abnormally prosperous was because of Fang Yuan's windfall. These resources were also the greatest source of confidence for Fang Yuan's cultivation. Without these resources, no matter how strong Fang Yuan was, he would feel weak internally. Currently, Fang Yuan could not raise variant humans on a large scale. Indeed, he could do what he did in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, buying a large number of variant humans and placing them in his immortal aperture to work for him. But this was not the traditional way of doing business. The best way in this aspect was to let these variant humans reproduce and live on their own. They would harmoniously fuse with the environment in the immortal aperture, coexisting with each other. This was the only way to develop healthily. In the long run, the benefits would be huge. If he bought variant human slaves and made them work for him, Fang Yuan would only suffer losses. He had already learned this lesson in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Fang Yuan's stone nest, hairy men were dying during the Gu refinement process almost every day. The hairy men did not have the time or opportunity to reproduce. Their numbers would only decrease. Only Fang Yuan would spend money to buy new hairy man slaves to replenish them. But if there was a city well, it would be different. City well was a special environment that was isolated from the outside world. It was good for nurturing variant humans or humans. Furthermore, the reproduction and death of the variant humans, as well as their activities in the well world, would nurture and raise City Well itself. There was no need to mention the benefits of this. All in all, with City Well, Fang Yuan would be able to start working at the early stages and obtain even higher benefits. This would make his cultivation much smoother. His cultivation level would rise several times faster. Regarding his sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's inspection ended. There were areas that he was satisfied with, and also areas that he was dissatisfied with. What made Fang Yuan satisfied was that the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks had increased in all aspects. For example, Earth Path Dao marks. Even though they were still scarce, it was much better than before. He was dissatisfied with the fact that other than mini southern border, the other areas were still empty and had few resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was too big after all. Having too much space was a happy problem. This would lead to internal conflicts in the future. For example, Mirror Willow was developing rapidly in mini central continent. But if there was another tree, it would also develop rapidly. In the end, when both sides came into contact, there would be a stalemate and conflict. The conflict between trees was mild, but what about beast groups? The territories of the two ferocious beast hordes had finally joined together. How could they not fight until they were badly battered? If the blessed land was small, Gu Immortals could adjust it in time. But Fang Yuan's blessed land was too big. When both sides had internal conflicts, the losses would be even greater. To prevent this situation from happening, he could only rely on Fang Yuan's great foresight and wisdom to make arrangements. The sovereign immortal aperture was not easy to manage. Chapter 1167. All in all, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had made great progress, but it still needed to be developed. The sovereign immortal aperture's potential was simply too huge. Among the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only mini southern border, which had annexed all of Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources, was not filled yet. No one would believe it, and each layer of the mini 9 heavens had the area of the 5 mini regions combined. Fang Yuan had long realized that the development and construction of the sovereign immortal aperture would be an incomparably huge project. So far, if the full development score was 100, then the portion that had already been developed could barely reach 2. If I was not personally witnessing it, how could I believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world? Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Zombie Alliance had planned for 100,000 years before obtaining this result. I snatched food from the tiger's mouth. This enmity is irreconcilable. Sigh. It is a pity, this trip to Eastern Sea. Even though it dealt a blow to Ing Wuxia's side, it is far from a huge blow. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed. In the dark secret room, he sat cross-legged quietly. His long hair hung down to his waist, and his skin was like water and jade. A cold light occasionally flashed in his bottomless black eyes. After adjusting his breathing, Fang Yuan mobilized his immortal essence again, activating an immortal killer move. Qi luck sensation. At once, a sensation spread out from Fang Yuan's body. If one had luck inspection immortal Gu, they would see the huge luck above Fang Yuan's head shaking intensely. In Fang Yuan's senses, vague dots appeared one after another. Western desert. The sun was blazing, causing smoke to rise from the heat of the desert. A pursuit of life and death was happening here. Rascal, you dare to snatch the goo worms that we want. Don't let me catch you. I will cut you into pieces and use your skin as a lantern. Surrender. Hand over the pristine gold goo, and you will still have a chance to live. A large group of goo masters. He fiercely chased after Han Li, who was in front of him. Han Li's luck was extremely strong. If he were alone, perhaps there would be times when his luck would decline. But after the luck connection, it was very stable. He had been cultivating for a long time and now had rank 3 cultivation level, elder level. In the world of Gu Masters, this was enough to hold his ground. He was not a beginner in the first transition, nor was he cannon fodder in the second transition. Rank 3 cultivation. In the entire Gu Master world, he could be called an elite. However, the current situation was that among the desert bandits chasing him, there were 3 rank 3 cultivators, while there were more rank 2 and rank 1 cultivators. Han Li could only continue to fly. His true essence was rapidly decreasing, and the injuries on his body had become a burden to him. Blood was constantly seeping out. With each breath, Han Li's chest felt as if it was burning with pain. However, the pain did not allow him to relax his grip at all. At this moment, he was holding that unrefined gold goo in his hand. My aptitude isn't good enough. Although I've had many fortuitous encounters, it's not reliable in the long run. This unrefined gold goo can change my aptitude and give me a brighter future. I have to risk it. Only by risking my life can I have a hope of becoming stronger. Han Li breathed heavily. He was extremely tired, but his legs moved like the wind. His speed did not decrease at all. His eyes seemed to be burning with two balls of fire. Southern border, green mountains and flowing water. Yi Fan shouted. Suddenly, his body expanded to twice its original size, becoming extraordinarily tall. Rays of light shot out from his skin, pores, and eyes. It was a magnificent sight. Under the shocked gazes of the enemies, he was like a god descending to the mortal world. His fists punched forward with shocking might. Rumble. Yi Fan took large steps. Everywhere he went, light flashed and rocks were crushed, breaking the river when it met. The enemies were beaten into a sorry state by him. They could not resist at all. Cough, cough, cough. Shang Clan's Yi Fan. You truly live up to your reputation. This time we, Wine Village's 18 sons, admit defeat. The enemy leader coughed out blood. Although he wanted to get up, he could not. The other 17 Gu masters were also lying on the ground. Some had fainted and were crying out in pain, while some had lost their battle strength, but stared at Yi Fan with deep hatred. Yi Fan slowly retracted his stance, letting out a breath of air as his huge body shrunk back to normal. He looked at his opponents on the ground, saying calmly, according to the rules from today onwards, you Wine Village's 18 sons are not allowed to step on this mountain, because this is Shang Clan's territory. Humph, don't worry, although we are lone cultivators, we lost this competition. We are willing to accept our loss, the leader said stubbornly. Yi Fan nodded, rubbing his hands as jade green light shone on the 18 sons of Wine Village's bodies. The opponents were so nervous that their bodies shook, but soon they found that their injuries were recovering rapidly. Soon, the 18 sons of Wine Village stood up. They could move freely. The 18 sons of Wine Village looked at Yi Fan with a relaxed expression. Ever since Yi Fan received Shang Qingqing's Gu Master inheritance, although his cultivation level did not rise much, his overall strength rose sharply. He had many methods and had no weaknesses. When Shang Xianci became the clan leader, Shang Clan's mortal world was filled with internal and external problems. It was Yi Fan who stood up and helped Shang Xianci deal with the external problems. Right now, Yi Fan chased away the 18 sons of Wine Village to create a new trade route for Shang Clan, to relieve Shang Xianci's financial pressure. The leader sighed, cupping his fists. Yi Fan, you are strong, but you showed mercy to us time and time again. We owe you a favor. As long as you are in Shang Clan, we will not encroach on Shang Clan's benefits. However, you need to create a trade route. We are only the 3rd round. There are still 2 more rounds. I understand. Any one of the Gu Masters in the next 2 rounds is stronger than the sum of the 18 sons of Wine Village. Yi Fan nodded expressionlessly. He knew the details. Shang Clan was such a huge force, Shang Xianci could not restrict Yi Fan in this aspect. But the leader's next words made Yi Fan's expression change. Hee hee. Yi Fan, be careful. The last 2 rounds have already changed. Not long ago, White Demon appeared and defeated all the lone cultivators there. Right now, she has already taken in all the Gu Masters in the 2 rounds. She has become the mastermind. If you came a day later, we would have to submit to White Demon. White Demon? You mean the black and white twin demons? Yi Fan's eyes shined brightly. The leader of the 18 sons of Wine Village nodded. If not for a famous demon like White Demon, how could the lone cultivators of those 2 rounds submit? Her strength is unfathomable. I advise you to consider it carefully." In Yi Fan's mind, he thought of Shang Xnci and then the words Black Demon. No, his body emitted a resolute aura. His tone was plain but unquestionable. "I will go. Central continent, in a nameless cave. Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over." More than half of Hong Yi's clothes were torn, revealing his sturdy chest. An extremely fat female Gu Master snickered, approaching him step by step. "Little cutie, can you escape? You are in my hands now, accept your fate. Follow me obediently, ha ha ha." Whoosh! With a soft sound, Hong Yi's clothes were stripped. The female Gu Master pounced, about to press on him. No. Hong Yi screamed in fear at the moment of danger. He burst out with 200% of his potential, breaking the seal on him and sending the female Gu Master flying. "Impossible! How can you undo my seal?" The female Gu Master was shocked and furious. "That is because I am here." A mini-man Gu Master appeared on Hong Yi's shoulder. "You are finally here." Hong Yi was about to cry, "We got it, let's go." The mini-man said. The female Gu Master's expression changed. She sensed something, her fat face twisted. "So that's it. You two are here to steal the immortal desire water from my cave." Han, Li Fan, Hong. Even though Fang Yuan could not see what they were experiencing, he could vaguely sense their locations, he could tell the difference between them. It was all because of the luck connection that the detection range of the luck connection had expanded to the 5 regions. But He Lulan and Ying Wu Xia were still nowhere to be seen. And so, Fang Yuan deduced that Ying Wu Xia indeed had a method to conceal Qi luck sensation for a long time. Actually, this method is fine. But Ying Wu Xia is getting more mature. The next time we meet, he will be even harder to deal with. There was no strongest immortal Gu, only the strongest Gu immortal. Gu immortals were always the center. Ying Wu Xia's maturity, in Fang Yuan's opinion, was more terrifying than any powerful immortal Gu he had, since he can deal with Qi luck sensation. Then next, I can only reduce the number of times I can use this immortal killer move. After all, this was an immortal killer move. Activating it expended green grape immortal essence. Once the usage increased, Fang Yuan would not be able to handle it. This trip to Eastern Sea was smooth, but as green grape immortal essence storage fell by a large amount, he needed to replenish it slowly. To Fang Yuan, the most advantageous situation was to track Ying Wu Xia's location and suppress him, or even kill him to prevent any future problems. But now, the situation was not as he wished. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing and focus on raising his own strength. But he understood. There is only one He Fan true inheritance, but Shadow Sect's legacies exist in all 5 regions. This time, Eastern Sea did not kill Ying Wu Xia. I'm afraid the next time we meet, I will be left behind by them. Shadow Sect did not lack resources. The other party had at least 4 Gu immortals. Right now, Fang Yuan could only try his best. When they meet again, he would not be left behind by Ying Wu Xia and the rest. Fang Yuan took out perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. This rank 6 information path Gu worm had a strong and stable aura now. Its body was shining brightly. Fang Yuan had completely saved it. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan started to activate this Immortal Gu. Chapter 12:17. According to what Lu Yong knows, if Lu tribe wants to capture me, it should be that Lu Chang. But he is a light path Gu immortal. Even if I kill him, my mortal aperture cannot be annexed. Why should I take this risk? Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon and flew towards the west. While flying, he soul-searched Lu Yong. This time, Fang Yuan was going to retreat. If he continued, he would not have enough time. There was no need to fight to the death with Lu tribe's Gu immortals. If he did that, the risk would be huge and the benefits would be small. Along the way, Fong Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Indeed, Red Date Immortal Essence was very durable. If it were before, would Fong Yuan, who only had Green Grape Immortal Essence, dare to use it for so long? What was out of Fong Yuan's expectations was that during the entire retreat, he did not see any traces of Lu tribe's Goo Immortals. He did not know that Lu Chang had wasted a lot of time in order to escort his sister back. It was too late to chase him. As for the other 2 Lu tribe Goo Immortals, they chased after him, but they could not catch up to Fong Yuan. After Fong Yuan entered Tai Chiu again, these 2 Lu tribe Goo Immortals could only watch from afar. Using the Goo formation, Fong Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. Fong Yuan is back. Sixth Hare immediately received the news. He had a complex feeling, because now he knew that Fong Yuan killed Yi Lui Kunxing. Most importantly, Fong Yuan used his own battle strength when he turned into an ancient sword dragon, not the upper extreme heavenly eagle. How did his battle strength rise so much? And recently he has been in a hurry, going in and out. What is he doing? Sixth Hare was feeling very uneasy. Looking at Fong Yuan's busy appearance, he felt as if he was looking at Fong Yuan's back, looking at him sprinting on the road ahead. Sixth Hare wanted to drag Fong Yuan down. He wanted to stop Fong Yuan's development, but he was powerless. Every time he thought of Fong Yuan's upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, he felt discouraged. Rank 8 battle strength. Sixth Hare still did not know the truth, so he could only hope that Fong Yuan did not have many heaven crystals. It was difficult to feed the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. It would be best if we could starve this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to death. Sixth Hare could only think of this. I don't have enough heavenly crystals. Fong Yuan returned to his cloud city and inspected his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Sixth Hare's idea was indeed reasonable. Heavenly crystals were rank 8 immortal materials. Jewel Yellow Skies rarely sold them. As for Fong Yuan's side, he did not have enough heaven crystals to begin with, and most of them were obtained by exchanging resources from Heavenly Lord Baizu. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle continued to grow, and the heaven crystal reserves were almost depleted. It doesn't matter. Let's use the contribution points to exchange for a batch first. Next, use an immortal killer move on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to slow its growth. Since there was a method in Hei Fan's True Inheritance that could speed up the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth, there was naturally a corresponding method that had the opposite effect. However, Fong Yuan only used some sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals. He did not use an immortal killer move. Fong Yuan was not familiar with this killer move yet. He needed to practice it several times. Otherwise, if the killer move failed, not only would it be harmful to Fong Yuan, it would also cause damage to the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Secondly, this immortal killer move needed to be activated for 3 days to succeed. Fong Yuan did not have enough time. Fong Yuan returned and left. Using the super teleportation Goo formation, he went to another corner of Northern Plains. Undeniably, the super Goo formation that Land Spirit of Langya created was too convenient. Fong Yuan lacked fixed immortal travel, but using this Goo formation, Fong Yuan could enjoy the convenience of fixed immortal travel. Choosing an empty corner, Fong Yuan threw out Lu Yong's corpse. His immortal aperture fell in. Fong Yuan entered. Lu Yong left behind a land spirit. It was a dog with black curly hair. The requirement was, gather 20 dog, desolate beasts for this blessed land. Fong Yuan easily accomplished it. A few days later, he successfully annexed this blessed land. The sovereign immortal aperture gained another piece of territory. Speaking of which, Fong Yuan had annexed many immortal apertures recently. The entire sovereign immortal aperture's space grew by a small margin. But because the sovereign immortal aperture was already huge, the increase in space was not eye-catching. What followed was, there was another obvious change: land spirits. Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture now had more than 10 land spirits. Some looked like spirit snakes, some looked like star cores, some looked like black dogs. They were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own areas. Feng Yuan had left behind a lot of immortal essence and goo worms for them. A lot of the immortal essence was left behind by their main bodies. It was not Feng Yuan's own green grape immortal essence or red date immortal essence. Other people's immortal essence was called variant immortal essence. It had a very limited use. Its greatest use was to activate immortal goo houses. Back then, Feng Yuan obtained a sum of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Almost all of it was used to activate graceful chaotic dual stage. It shone brilliantly in Yi Tian Mountain. But after swapping souls, some of Giant Sun's immortal essence fell into Ying Wu Xie's hands. It was worth mentioning that immortal goo houses had fixed methods, but their power would fluctuate according to the amount of immortal essence used. After completely absorbing Lu Yang's enslavement path, blessed land, Feng Yuan found that his calamities and tribulations could only advance once. It seems that with my rank 7 cultivation level, the effect of annexing a rank 6 blessed land is somewhat negligible. The real effect should be on a rank 7 immortal aperture. Feng Yuan realized this. His gaze turned deep. It is a little difficult. In the Goo Immortal world of the 5 regions, rank 6 Goo Immortals were the most common. Rank 7 Goo Immortals were rare. They could not compare to rank 6. Rank 7 blessed lands could only be annexed by Grandmaster attainment level. Feng Yuan only had Grandmaster attainment level in 5 paths. Among them, there were very few rank 7 Goo Immortals who cultivated Blood Path, Strength Path, and Wisdom Path. He could have Star Path and Transformation Path, but this way, Feng Yuan's choices would be greatly reduced. He would not be as free as when he annexed those rank 6 blessed lands. But facing such a situation, Feng Yuan already had a way to resolve it. He looked far away. That was the direction of southern border. How can I get in? Just familiar face can disguise my appearance. But if I interact with them, there will be many flaws. This is a headache. Feng Yuan had no clue about this. He was not in a hurry to leave Northern Plains. He was waiting for everyone's reaction. Lu Guan Yi was extremely vicious. He suddenly attacked Lu tribe's base, killed Lu Yong, and plundered Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. The news quickly spread throughout Northern Plains' Goo Immortal world. The Righteous Path forces were furious. Gong Wanting's expression also changed when she received this news. She questioned Chu Du on the spot and challenged Domination Immortal. Chu Sek's side was also shocked and surprised. They had been looking forward to Feng Yuan's return, but Feng Yuan ignored the bloody battle. He went to loot Lu tribe alone. Such audacity! Such unbridled behavior. Lu tribe was Chu Du's enemy. It was because of the battle between Chu Du and Lu tribe that Chu Du's reputation soared. He was given the title of Domination Immortal. But now that Lu tribe suffered a setback, Chu Du was not happy. This brother Lu is too reckless. Chu Du's good impression of Feng Yuan completely vanished. He did not want any of his Goo Immortals to do such a thing. Feng Yuan's actions completely broke the rules. He destroyed the tacit understanding between both sides. Chu Du was infuriated. Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had the same feeling as him. Even Yi Lui Kunxing's death could not make these 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals happy or worried. But when they first heard about Feng Yuan attacking Lu tribe, they frowned at the same time. This is rat sh*t. It will spoil the entire pot of soup. Lu Guan Yi is not a Righteous Path member. The 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals gave their judgment to Feng Yuan. Originally, both sides had agreed that there should be a bottom line when fighting. It was like 2 kids fighting. They had agreed that they could hit other places, but not their faces. Feng Yuan's actions were not only a slap to their faces. The negative impact was something that the Righteous Path Goo Immortals did not want to see. On the spot, Chu Du announced Lu Guanyi's actions were his own will. He was not instructed by anyone. To prove his innocence and Chu Sek's stance, Chu Du announced the expulsion of Fang Yuan. Lu Guan, he was no longer the second supreme elder of Chu sect. So decisive. Fang Yuan sighed. He was still holding the letter Gu that Chu Du sent him. In the letter, Chu Du's tone was very polite. He expressed his helplessness. The situation was urgent. He had to expel Lu Guan from the sect. Back then, Chu Du still hoped that Lu Guan would stay. He was willing to work with him in the future. Be it Fang Yuan's immortal tribulation tempering aperture or the crazed demon agreement. Chu Du chose to continue working with Fang Yuan in secret. It was just that in public, the two of them would be opposing each other. At the same time, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang sent orders, denouncing Fang Yuan's demonic actions. They wanted Fang Yuan's head until he was executed. This was a righteous path game. There was no need for demons to act. The three sides directly kicked Fang Yuan out of the game, even though Fang Yuan's battle strength was something that Chu Du's side needed. Fang Yuan's plan to disrupt Northern Plains had failed. Not just that, Lu Guanyi's identity was wanted by Northern Plains' righteous path. Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, they're not so easy to scheme against. Fang Yuan smiled, but he did not care too much. Not to mention the fact that Lu Guan, it was a fake identity that he had casually created. So what if it was real? His main connections in Northern Plains' immortal world were with the variant humans. At the same time, he was preparing to go to Southern Border. Even though Fang Yuan was still paying attention to the situation in Northern Plains, his focus was on that giant dream realm. Southern Border, oh Southern Border, I am back. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, is this considered a glorious return? Fang Yuan had a complex smile. Chapter 1218. He could hear the sound of the wind blowing. The grassland below was moving backwards, rapidly, as Fang Yuan flew. After more than 10 days of travel, the huge green regional wall had already appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He felt that dark limit immortal Gu's power was weakening rapidly. Someone is deducing about me again, Fang Yuan realized. He quickly activated dark limit immortal Gu to resist the power of the deductions. Fang Yuan had encountered such a situation many times before. Recently, Fang Yuan killed Yi Lui Kunxing and seized 2 of Lu tribe's resources. Not only did he plunder everything, he even killed Lu tribe's rank 6 enslavement path Gu immortal, Lu Yong. Thus, when Fang Yuan left Northern Plains, he encountered many deductions targeting him. The frequency was much higher than before. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level and also had Dark Limit Immortal Gu to protect him. But Dark Limit Immortal Gu had a weakness. After activating it, it needed to rest for a long time before it could be used again. Fang Yuan had to consider this to avoid a situation where he could not activate Dark Limit Immortal Gu when he wanted to use it. Nurture, use, refine, the usage of Gu was broad and profound. Depending on the Gu worm, there were different things to pay attention to. Lu tribe. 3 Lu tribe Gu immortals stood in the Gu formation, expending their immortal essence to maintain the Gu formation's operation. After a while, the Gu formation stopped. The 3 Gu immortals stopped. Failed again. Outside the Gu formation, the rank 7 light path expert Lu Chang rubbed his shoehorn face, saying in a bad tone, "We have failed, Lord Lu Chang. We are extremely ashamed." The 3 Lu tribe Gu immortals lowered their heads and sighed. Their expressions were ugly. Lu Chang snorted coldly, looking at the 3 immortals in dissatisfaction. But his tone softened. Forget it. Our Lu tribe does not have Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Only this Gu formation can achieve the effect of Wisdom Path deductions. Next, I will go and find Tian Xia Xan for help. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Lord Lu Chang, we cannot deduce anything. It is not because the Gu formation is weak. It is because the other party has powerful defensive methods that counter other people's deductions. the leader of the 3 Gu immortals, said. So that's how it is? Lu Chang's face darkened. He muttered. The other party is a transformation path Gu immortal. He is proficient in ancient sword dragon transformation. How can he have such a method? However, it was hard to say. The transformation Dao was said to be able to reflect all Daos with one Dao. But it was more likely that Lu Guan he had other people helping him. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Although he exiled Lu Guan, I don't believe that he would just watch with folded arms. None of these rogue cultivators are good people. Speaking of this, Lu Zhangjiu gritted his teeth, and his expression became very ferocious. Lu Guan plundered 2 of Lu tribe's resource points and even killed Lu tribe's go-immortals. Where would Lu tribe's face go? Lu Chang had been ordered to kill Lu Guan but after so many days, he had not made any progress. Previously, for the sake of his sister's safety, he didn't chase after Fang Yuan in time. This matter is within the family. It caused a very bad reaction. Right now, Lu Chang was under huge pressure. He wanted nothing more than to meet Fang Yuan at the next moment. Lu Guan you coward, where are you? Lu Chang was extremely gloomy. He did not know that he would become even more gloomy in the following days, because Fang Yuan had already left Northern Plains and went to another region. Like Lu Chang, Yi Lui tribe was also vexed. Yi Lui Kunxing died in Fang Yuan's hands. Yi Lui tribe would definitely take revenge. Right now, Fang Yuan had already been expelled from Chu sect. Yi Lui tribe immediately took action to investigate and hunt down Fang Yuan. The Gu immortals they sent out were not weaker than Lu Chang, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had already left Northern Plains. Fang Yuan successfully passed through the Licorice Regional Wall. Inside this mystical regional wall that surrounded the whole of Northern Plains, there was green fog everywhere. The fog was filled with bright lights and shadows, like wild grass leaves, like a sea of snakes, or like strands of hair, constantly intertwining and intertwining. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, however, had no obstruction at all. After passing through the Licorice Regional Wall, Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. When he passed through the Blue Water Regional Wall, he arrived at Eastern Sea's territory. His aura had completely changed. He had become an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. This was also one of the wondrous characteristics of the sovereign immortal body. Wherever Fang Yuan went, he could perfectly blend in with the surroundings, as if he was born and raised here. Unlike other Gu immortals, the aura of other regions was very obvious. Tribulation was even more troublesome. He had to return to his hometown to undergo tribulation. Otherwise, if he absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions, it would be very bad. After entering Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan did not rush. He went to Qingyu Blessed Land and rested for a while. This blessed land was left behind by Gu immortal Lu Qingyu. After he was killed by Fang Yuan, the duck land spirit was also successfully controlled by Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan again, the duck land spirit was very excited. It quacked and jumped up and down. Fang Yuan consoled it warmly, making the duck land spirit shed tears. Quack, quack, quack! I knew Master did not abandon me. Regretfully, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not high enough. He could not annex this blessed land formed from a rank 7 immortal aperture. Fang Yuan rested here for a while. The most important thing was to wait for Dark Limit immortal Gu to recover. Because this blessed land was a world of its own, no matter who tried to deduce Fang Yuan during this period, there was no effect, and it would not increase the loss of Dark Limit's effect. When Dark Limit Immortal Gu could be used again, Fang Yuan used it on himself without hesitation. After replenishing it, Fang Yuan left Qingyu Blessed Land and went to the turbulent flow sea area. Going back and forth, he spent a lot of time in the turbulent flow, but he finally entered City Well. City Well had many immortal apertures. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to enter, annexing a small portion of the Blessed Land's immortal apertures. Fang Yuan went through 2 calamities and tribulations, but the effect was not ideal. The remaining immortal apertures were mostly water path. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was only ordinary. After leaving this place, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to set off. He was still hiding in Qin Yu Blessed Land. After some time, when Dark Limit Immortal Gu was about to recover, he left. He continued on his journey. After leaving Northern Plains and entering Eastern Sea, those deductions from Northern Plains became weaker and weaker. With every deduction, the weakening of Dark Limit on Fang Yuan's body became weaker and weaker. Fang Yuan was already very different from before. Not only did he have a deep understanding of providence, he knew how to defend against it. He also had Dark Limit, Immortal Gu, and many wisdom path methods. Of course, most importantly, his cultivation level and battle strength had risen by many times. Compared to the time after the Battle of Heaven Rising Mountain, when Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains from southern border, it was a huge difference. Right now, if Fang Yuan encountered a group of ancient cloud beasts, he would not be chased around. The one in danger would not be Fang Yuan. It would be ancient cloud beasts. Looking back, Fang Yuan felt deeply. After obtaining the sovereign immortal body, his cultivation speed was incredibly fast. As expected of Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, Zombie Alliance, and others, they spent close to 100,000 years of effort and hard work to create this super achievement. Of course, the more outstanding the sovereign immortal body, the deeper the hatred between Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect. This hatred was irreconcilable. Fang Yuan often worried about Ying Wuxia and the others. It was a pity. Ying Wuxia and the others were very slippery. Fang Yuan could not find their location. Otherwise, even if Fang Yuan had to give up on annexing immortal apertures, he had to get rid of these huge threats first. Dozens of days later, Fang Yuan finally passed through Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall and Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall, officially stepping into Southern Border. Interestingly, be it Fang Yuan or Ying Wuxia or the others, they did not know that they were already in the same region. I heard that the righteous Path Gu Immortals have joined forces to create a huge defensive Gu formation at the ruins of Yitian Mountain. I should go and take a look first. Fang Yuan had no idea how to enter the giant dream realm. He decided to gather information first. He flew towards the southwest direction. The flying route was full of twists and turns. Considering Providence, if Fang Yuan took a straight route, it would give Providence a chance to make arrangements in advance. Someone is deducing about me again. While flying, Fang Yuan found that Dark Limit Immortal Gu's effect was weakening. He found it funny. Northern Plains and Southern Border were separated by 2 regions. This greatly reduced the risk of deductions on Fang Yuan. As expected in Northern Plains' Myriad Bean Garden, Gu Immortal Tianxia Xan returned half of the payment to Lu Chang. Lu Chang's expression was ugly. He had a look of disbelief. What? Even you can't deduce it? Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xan shook his head with a bitter smile. Wisdom Path deductions are not omnipotent. I have already tried my best. I am very sorry. Lu Chang left Myriad Bean Garden very slowly. He was very troubled. He was also somewhat perplexed. If even the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Tianxia Xan, could not deduce Lu Guan Yi's location, who could? Lu Guan Yi, you better pray that you don't meet me, Lu Chang, from now on. Lu Chang was determined. His gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. No matter how much killing intent he had, Fang Yuan was living well. Oh, you stopped deducing. He. When these people pay a greater price and suffer more, they should be able to restrain themselves. Fang Yuan smiled. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain. Ma Hongyan looked at Lady Wan Shou, who was approaching. He stared at her fiercely. Come, you vicious woman. Lady Wan Shou sneered, stuffing the lightning ball into Ma Hongyan's chest again. Crack, crack, crack. Ma Hongyen's body shook intensely. Smoke was rising from his body from the lightning. Guh. Lady Wan Shou coughed out blood, her expression pale. Why did I fail again? Her eyes were red. After failing so many times, her previous graceful bearing was gradually disappearing. Ma Hongyan forced himself to stay conscious. He groaned weakly. How would I know? Actually, I don't want to fail either. Succeed once and let me die. Everything will be over once I die. I won't have to suffer such torture again. Saying so, Ma Hongyan could not hold on any longer. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1219. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A yellow-haired female monkey climbed and jumped, running towards Fang Yuan. The yellow-haired monkey stood in front of Fang Yuan, passing the peach in its arms to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it speechlessly before casually throwing it to the ground under the tree. The female monkey stared blankly for a moment before waving its arms and jumping around in front of Fang Yuan, shouting loudly, causing the branches under Fang Yuan's feet to tremble, the lush leaves rustling as they rubbed against each other. Fang Yuan covered his face, sighing as he lowered his head. The female monkey approached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked the female monkey off the cliff. The female monkey was kicked down the tree. It gritted its teeth in pain. Looking at Fang Yuan, the adoration in its eyes was replaced by fear. It limped away dejectedly. At this moment, not only did Fang Yuan's appearance change, his entire body had turned from a human into a male monkey. Precisely because of this, the female monkey took the initiative to express her love to him. This was the peak of a nameless mountain range. Fang Yuan had been here for half a month. He had been hiding in the form of a monkey. He concealed his identity, observing the Super Gu formation. Indeed, in front of him was the location of the giant dream realm. Unfortunately, the giant dream realm was completely concealed by the righteous path's Gu formation. Looking at it with the naked eye, one would only see an illusory scene of green mountains. Even if Fang Yuan used his methods, he could only see the outer appearance. He could not see the inside of the Gu formation. Unfortunately, my strongest investigative killer move is 3 breaths future vision. It cannot deal with this Super Gu formation. There should be many immortal Gu in this Super Gu formation. The person who set up this Gu formation is Qi Clan's Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. This person is a formation path Great Grandmaster. His strongest immortal Gu formation is called 329 Pools Formation. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals had once fought during the 5 Regions Chaotic War. Using this formation, they killed many Central Continent Gu Immortals. This formation is Qi Chuyu's masterpiece in his later years. He is still far from death. But maybe I can speculate. This Super Gu formation in front of me has the style of the 329 Pool Formation. There are formations within formations, layers upon layers. Right now, this Gu formation is only using a portion of its power. The immortal Gu have not even been activated. After all, activating immortal Gu expends immortal essence. Even so, according to my observations these days, I alone cannot destroy a Gu formation of this level. Not to mention, there were righteous path Gu immortals residing in this Gu formation. At least 13 people. There were a total of 13 super forces of the southern border. The Super Gu formation here was built after every family invested a lot. To protect their own interests, each clan would send at least 1 Gu immortal to guard it. These Gu immortals were often the elites of their clans. Otherwise, they would not be able to control the situation. The defense is too tight. I want to enter this place and unravel the dream. It's impossible to attack by force, so I can only use my wits. Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head. But how to outsmart him? Fang Yuan was also clueless. There was no direction at all, because this problem had already implicated the entire southern border righteous path. These righteous path forces had already allied together. They were a solid block. The distribution of benefits was also very reasonable. Fang Yuan was alone, even though his cultivation level was rank 7. Against such a colossus, it was not enough. It was not without reason that these righteous path forces could stand until now and monopolize most of southern borders' cultivation resources. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan tried to disrupt northern plains, he was resisted by the righteous path forces, Chu Du and the rest. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn, but because of the factor of providence, the advantage of rebirth, it was actually quite small. And most importantly, this giant dream realm. There were also Gu formations that had never appeared in his previous life. Thus, Fang Yuan's understanding of this place was very limited. What should I do? Fang Yuan was very troubled, and Bai Ningbing, who had come to Baixiang Grotto Heaven, looked at the land spirit in front of her with the same troubled expression. I broke through the 30th floor of the hall. I had overcome all obstacles to meet you, but you say that you cannot acknowledge me as your master? Bai Ningbing looked at Baixiang Heavenly Spirit. His face was covered in a layer of ice. Baixiang Heavenly Spirit was a small old man. He smoked as he sat on the stairs, looking at Bai Ningbing. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Sigh, youngsters nowadays are so impatient. When you entered the Grotto Heaven, I did transmit to you that you would be able to meet me after passing through the 30th floor of the hall. But I did not say that I would acknowledge you as my master. Being able to pass through here means that you have obtained the initial qualification. You can take the next test. What is the next test? Bai Ningbing asked coldly. Retrieve an immortal material. Baixiang Heavenly Spirit looked at Bai Ningbing as he snickered. He had a wretched expression. What immortal material? Where is it? Bai Ningbing asked. Do you see that huge hole at the top of the hall? Baixiang Heavenly Spirit pointed above him as he said. I saw it as soon as I saw it. It's too obvious, Bai Ningbing replied bluntly. Baixiang Heavenly Spirit sighed again. This immortal Gu House 30 Heavenly Hall's greatest use is to store large amounts of immortal materials. But thousands of years ago, an immortal material that was stored at the highest level broke through the ceiling and escaped. What did you say? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Don't be so shocked, young man. This world is huge beyond your imagination. The profundities of all living beings will allow you to experience the greatness of nature in your life. Baixiang Heavenly Spirit sighed. Stop nagging, get to the point. Bai Ningbing interrupted him mercilessly. Sigh, young man, you are so impatient. Listening to an old man's nagging is a good thing for you. Baixiang Heavenly Spirit sighed. Bai Ningbing was silent. He only looked at Baixiang Heavenly Spirit with his blue eyes. Baixiang Heavenly Spirit took another puff of his pipe. All right, I will tell you. What I want you to subdue is a ball of flame. It is hidden in the depths of the sea to the west. Normally, you will not be able to find it because it can fuse with any seawater. There is no distinction between them. But every once in a while, it would come to the surface of the sea and play. At that time, it will be your chance. Bai Ningbing followed Baixiang Heavenly Spirit's instructions and went to the sea to the west. The sea was huge, it was boundless. It was grand and majestic. Bai Ningbing stayed here for more than 10 days. Finally, it was the chance that Baixiang Heavenly Spirit spoke of. Swish, swish, swish. Countless huge waves were created on the sea. Each of them was over 100 feet tall. The usually gentle and silent sea turned into a roaring beast at this moment. The beauty and ferocity of the tsunami made by Ningbing, who was seeing it for the first time, feel a surge of emotions. Next, he flew into the sky. He saw the immortal material that Baixiang Heavenly Spirit spoke of. It was a small lump of flame. The flame was orange and round. It was the size of an adult's fist. It was burning. The light it emitted formed the shape of a flying dragon. It moved around the orange fireball. Bai Ningbing, who had always been expressionless, showed a rare look of shock on his face. Light of Tao marks, and it seems to be alive. This is a rank 9 immortal material. Rank 9 immortal materials were rare in the world. They could be used to refine rank 9 immortal goo. Bai Ningbing did not expect that Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, wanted him to take it. It was actually a rank 9 immortal material. This was out of his capabilities. Bai Ningbing had to take the risk and activate the immortal goo in his body. He formed a unique method to contact Ing Wuxia. Didn't I tell you not to contact me? If Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, senses it, it will be bad. Ing Wuxia said, I encountered problem. I want to take a rank 9 immortal material. It is a lump of orange flame. Hearing Bai Ningbing's description, Ing Wuxia's expression changed. You said its light of Tao marks is like a group of flying dragons? The surrounding seawater is moving outwards, as if it is afraid of this flame? That is indeed the case. There is a huge hole around the flame. There is not a single drop of seawater in the surroundings. I can see the sea at the bottom of the hole. Moreover, the size of this hole is still expanding, Bai Ningbing added. Ing Wuxia's expression changed again. This time his voice was trembling. You must have read the legends of Renzu. This is one of the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human. Raging wave, rising dragon fire. Raging wave, rising dragon fire. Bai Ningbing heard this and was tongue-tied. She was stunned. Bai Ningbing asked again, Then what should I do? Ing Wuxia sighed. It is very difficult. With your cultivation level, there is basically no hope of subduing this wildfire alone. However, this fire is not wild. It was subdued by Bai Xiang before, so there is still a chance. I have 3 methods for you. Try them all. What are my chances of success? Bai Ningbing asked. Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. I have no confidence. There is a chance of success, but the chances are small. It will depend on your luck. The communication between the two was very short. To avoid being exposed, Ing Wuxia cut off the connection. Ing Wuxia's expression was not bright. His mind was shrouded in darkness. Of the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human, I am afraid only my main body will have a higher chance of success. It seems that I need to help Bai Ningbing. If he fails, it will be very disadvantageous to my plan. Ing Wuxia decided to help. Even though he was far from Bai Ningbing, and the latter was trapped in Bai Xiang grotto heaven with the heavenly spirit watching over her, Ing Wuxia had many methods to help Bai Ningbing. First of all, luck. Ing Wuxia's immortal killer move, burning soul-bursting luck. He activated this killer move again. The first time he used it was in the Super Goo formation in Central Continent's Earth Abyss. At that time, Ing Wuxia wanted to refine fixed immortal travel. He burned his own soul, causing his luck to rise rapidly. Of course, he failed in the end. This was because Celestial Court had already refined fixed immortal travel before him. Immortal goo were unique. No matter how good Ing Wuxia's luck was, he could not refine a second fixed immortal travel that existed at the same time. Before Bai Ningbing took action, Ing Wuxia had used Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link his luck to himself. Right now, Bai Ningbing wanted to subdue the rank 9 immortal material raging, wave, rising dragon fire. He could not use any more methods. Ing Wuxia could only use luck to help Bai Ningbing. On the other hand, near the periphery of the giant dream realm, there's a situation. Feng Yuan, who had turned into a monkey, quickly shrunk into the branches. 2 goo immortals appeared. They were standing under the tree that Feng Yuan was on. The peach that Feng Yuan had thrown down earlier was beside one of the goo immortals. Brother Luo, thank you. A goo immortal said, I can bring you in, but if anything happens and you are discovered, it has nothing to do with me. The other goo immortal said. Chapter 1220. What? Hearing the conversation of the 2 goo immortals below the tree, Feng Yuan's ears immediately perked up. He directly came out of the bushes and appeared above the 2 goo immortals, squatting on a tree branch and looking down. For Feng Yuan, who had transformed into a monkey, curiosity was a very appropriate reaction. The 2 goo immortals did not even raise their heads. But Fang Yuan was very clear that these two Gu immortals had already activated their investigative methods. They had already discovered Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's familiar face was a rank 8 immortal killer move. It was completely above the two Gu immortals. The two Gu immortals did not suspect anything. They continued to talk. One of them said, "Brother Luo, don't worry. I only became interested after hearing Lady White Rabbit's words. I want to come into contact with the legendary dream realm and try my own fortuitous encounter. I, Jiao Lei might be a lone cultivator, but I am a man of my word. Since I agreed to you and set the Information Path Alliance Agreement, I naturally will not do anything out of line. Precisely because you have such credibility. Jiao Lei, us brothers are willing to come into contact with you. Otherwise, you would not even have met me. Come with me. Later, when we enter the entrance of the formation, you can say that you are a member of Luo tribe. You are here to bring immortal Gu for my brother." The Gu immortal surnamed Luo turned around and left, explaining to him as he walked. On the other side, the lone cultivator who called himself Jiao Lei followed, closely behind, listening attentively. Fang Yuan sat on the tree branch, watching them leave. He even followed them and brazenly jumped several trees. Only when the two Gu immortals disappeared did he stop and look around, letting out a confused cry. His disguise was extremely realistic. He displayed the demeanor of a transformation path grandmaster. From start to finish, these two Gu immortals did not suspect anything. Interesting. Fang Yuan shrunk back to the tree branch, his eyes shining brightly as excitement surged in his heart. He had unexpectedly encountered the secret transaction of two Gu immortals. These two Gu immortals had coincidentally chosen to meet on this mountain peak, and had even landed right in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. His luck was truly not bad. Listen to their voices. Evidently, a righteous path Gu immortal in the defensive Gu formation had made a shady transaction with the lone cultivator Gu immortal Jiao Lei. The righteous path Gu immortals led the way for Jiao Lei, letting him enter the defensive Gu formation and try to find the fortuitous encounter. As for Jiao Lei's thoughts, Fang Yuan scoffed. "Do you think it's so easy to encounter this dreamland, opportunity, without a specific dream Dao technique? What kind of opportunity can there be? And that righteous path Gu immortal calls himself Luo. He is probably a member of the super force Luo clan." There were a total of 13 righteous path superforces in Southern Border, and they were scattered all over Southern Border, dominating a region. The Luo family was one of them. Can I use this channel to penetrate the defensive Gu formation and enter the dream realm? Unavoidably, a thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He took one last look at the illusion of the grand formation in front of him, then turned around and left. Fang Yuan transformed into a monkey and rapidly leaped through the trees, climbing down the mountain and trekking nonstop. After spending more than half a day, he finally left the original mountain. He continued like this. After climbing several mountains, Fang Yuan deactivated his transformation and returned to his original appearance. He had a cautious nature near the Super Gu formation. If he suddenly transformed and used an immortal killer move, it could attract the attention of the righteous path Gu immortals. This distance should be quite safe, Fang Yuan inwardly assessed. He was not sure, because he had no knowledge or concept of this Super Gu formation. However, even if the righteous path Gu immortals found his traces, it would not matter. I don't believe that after this righteous path Super Gu formation is set up, the demonic path and lone immortals will not come and probe. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. The battle of Tian Mountain. Like a ball of lightning, the calm and tranquil lake in Southern Border's Gu immortal world was blown into a state of chaos, causing huge waves to form in it. The battle of Tian Mountain involved the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage to begin with. It attracted the attention of Southern Border's various forces and countless Gu immortals. After that, the battle between the righteous and demonic Gu immortals affected the entire southern border Gu immortal world. But in the end, Etion Mountain suddenly erupted in a huge battle. Everything was destroyed. The Gu immortals who participated in the battle all died. Meanwhile, Etion Mountain's ruins were mysteriously covered by a huge external manifestation dream realm. This made it impossible for the southern border Gu immortals to investigate Etion Mountain's ruins. The parties involved, be it the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court, or Feng Yuan, all kept this a secret. The southern border Gu immortals were still in the dark. Ever since the Righteous Path took the initiative to set up a grand Gu formation around the giant dream realm, the Demonic Path and Lone Immortals were not willing to give up. Many of them went to the Gu formation to scout for information. The Righteous Path Gu immortals found traces of these people many times, but as long as they did not charge into the Gu formation, they turned a blind eye. Feng Yuan chose an ordinary cave and waited patiently for several days. He finally waited for Jiao Leizi to leave the defensive Gu formation. Jiao Leizi did not hide his actions. The direction he left was the same as the one he came from. Since Jiao Leizi disguised himself as a Luo clan Gu immortal, he had to be brazen when he left. Otherwise, he would seem guilty. Feng Yuan's gaze was fixed on Jiao Leizi. Seeing him fly away, Feng Yuan also followed him. The two flew for a while before Jiao Leizi suddenly slowed down, stopping at the peak of a nameless mountain. He turned around and looked at Feng Yuan. "Sir, you have been following me for so long. I wonder what is the matter?" Jiao Leizi did not show any signs of hostility, because when Feng Yuan was following him, he showed his traces, allowing Jiao Leizi to discover him. He also used attitude, Gu, to express his goodwill, allowing Jiao Leizi to sense it. Thus, Jiao Leizi did not show any animosity towards Feng Yuan, but he was still wary. "I am sorry to disturb you." Feng Yuan bowed, explaining his intentions very politely. Jiao Leizi's expression eased after hearing Feng Yuan's words. It turned out that Feng Yuan was a lone cultivator in the mountains. He was very curious about dream realms. He had heard rumors that Jiao Leizi had a way to bribe Righteous Path Gu immortals, allowing him to enter the defensive Gu formation and enter the dream realm personally, to see if he could trigger any fortuitous encounter. Feng Yuan thus waited outside for a long time. When Jiao Leizi finally came out, he followed him. So news of this has already spread. Even an outsider like you can easily find out about it. Jiao Leizi did not suspect anything. He laughed. "Come with me. You want to enter the dream realm to test your immortal fortuitous encounter. This is human nature. However, I am not the middleman. I will bring you to see Lady White Rabbit." Jiao Leizi was very enthusiastic. Even though he did not know Feng Yuan had the aura of a southern border Gu immortal. It could not be faked. Furthermore, Southern Border was the region with the most hidden cultivators among the 5 regions. This was the style of Southern Border. Many Gu immortals did not know about their immortal ascension until they died. In less than a day's journey, Feng Yuan met Lady White Rabbit under Jiao Leizi's lead. This female Gu immortal was around 16 years old. She had ruby red eyes, a cute round face, and large shining eyes. Her lips were slightly protruding. She spoke very quickly. Words kept popping out of his mouth. The scene of meeting Lady White Rabbit made Feng Yuan feel very surprised, because this Lady White Rabbit had directly placed a mortal Gu house on the mountain peak. Many demonic path and lone immortals were entering and exiting this Gu house. "I specialize in dream realm business. You have come to the right place. If you want to enter the dream realm, I have the most reliable method. It will depend on how much you can pay. The higher the price, the faster you can enter the dream realm. Who knows? You might be able to find your immortal fortuitous encounter earlier." Lady White Rabbit said this and raised her thumb. Facing Feng Yuan, she pointed at the wall behind her. There were all kinds of small signs hanging there. The names of the people on the signs were written. There are 5 more people in the queue. Jiao Leizi looked and sighed. You need to know how important immortal fortuitous encounters are. Lady White Rabbit continued to look at Feng Yuan. She listed several historical examples before adding, "You must know about the prophecy of the three Venerables, right? Dream Realm. This concerns great dream immortal Venerables' fortuitous encounter. Think about it. If you become the future great dream immortal Venerable, what will happen? Even if you only encounter a trace of a fortuitous encounter, it will definitely change your current situation. If you don't do it, if you don't try, how will you know you can't do it? It is like this. Even if you know you can't do it, you will not regret it in the future." Jiao Lazy added, "A dream realm that is so precious to the righteous path go immortals. It is so rare for us to have such an opportunity." "That's right, this is just the beginning. So the righteous path is not very strict." Lady White Rabbit continued, deliberately provoking Feng Yuan. "After some time it will be different. This business won't last long. It will depend on whether you can grab hold of this opportunity." "How much will I have to pay?" Feng Yuan pretended to be hesitant. Lady White Rabbit gave a number. Feng Yuan showed some hesitation. "I will consider it." "All right, consider it carefully." Lady White Rabbit smiled. Her attitude was still very polite. At this time, a female Gu Immortal walked towards the counter. Lady White Rabbit's smile immediately became more enthusiastic. She gave up on Feng Yuan and went to greet her. "Sister Miaoyin, are you here to try another fortuitous encounter?" That female Gu Immortal nodded, saying, "I feel that if we change to another location and enter the dream realm, we will definitely have different gains." There were many Gu Immortals in the Mortal Gu house. They came and went. Lady White Rabbit was not the only one serving them. There were signs hanging on the wall from time to time. Feng Yuan walked out of the Mortal Gu house and said goodbye to Jiao Lazy. "You can consider it, but in my opinion, it is better to make a decision as soon as possible. You cannot delay. You have seen this situation. The more you decide, the more Gu Immortals there will be in front of you. Time cannot be delayed." Jiao Lazy instructed before leaving. Feng Yuan thanked him profusely as he left. "What? That person has not made up his mind yet." Lady White Rabbit asked Jiao Lazy after she finished greeting Sister Miaoyin. He said he needs to consider. Sigh, "I thought I could earn a sum of recommendation fees to make up for my losses." Jiao Lazy smiled bitterly in disappointment. "Jiao Lazy, you have a lot of wealth. Why are you complaining about being poor in front of me?" Lady White Rabbit smiled. "However, I see that this person you brought is probably a secluded cultivator in the mountains. He is poor and does not have much resources. Otherwise, why would he leave immediately? Those with some wealth would have to wait here for a while the first time they come." Jiao Lazy smiled bitterly. "How can I have a lot of wealth?" "Thank you, Miss White Rabbit, for your praise. To speak the truth, this price is not cheap. I feel quite the heartache." Lady White Rabbit smiled, revealing her white teeth. "This is a business. It requires both parties to be willing. The higher the price, naturally, was because it was worth the price. This concerns great dream immortal Venerable's fortuitous encounter. What do you think?" Jiao Lazy nodded and suddenly made up his mind. He said in a low voice, "I'll give you another set of resources. I want to try again." Chapter 1221. Wu Duxiu slowly opened her eyes. "It's a new day," she muttered in her mind. A rank 8 immortal Gu was flying around in this small house. Food path immortal Gu, medicinal fragrance. This was a healing immortal Gu. It filled the entire house with a thick medicinal fragrance. But Wu Duxiu's body had an intense aura of decay. The medicinal fragrance could not conceal it. The two smells mixed together. Even a Gu immortal would find it hard to endure. Every day that passed was one day less. Wu Duxiu knew that she was close to the end of her life. Right now, she was lying on the bed, looking at the house. Her heart was filled with tranquility. Once upon a time when she was still a rank 6 Gu immortal because she fell in love with a demonic path Gu cultivator, she was punished by the clan. She was imprisoned in this hut, grounded for 50 years. But to think that this would become her immortal opportunity. It turned out that in this house there was a great expert inheritance of Wu, clan's ancestor. Wu Duxiu obtained it and cultivated in secret. Her strength rose rapidly. She even used the blessed land of this great expert to meet with her lover in secret. Wu clan's Gu immortals did not expect that Wu Duxiu would violate Wu clan's rules right under their noses. In those years, Wu Duxiu enjoyed herself. She was immersed in unparalleled bliss. Back then, she was a young and beautiful girl. She did not know the viciousness of humans. She could not tell that her lover had ulterior motives. Time passed. After thousands of years, Wu Duxiu returned to this place. She was on the brink of death. Her lifespan was near its end. Her lifespan could only be counted by heaven and earth. This old man's entire body was filled with vicissitudes of life and exhaustion. His cloudy eyes seemed to have leaped over thousands of years of time, looking back at the past. In the past, when they were young, the laughter in this small house appeared in his mind bit by bit. In these memories, it was as if spring was always shining brightly. The windows of the house were opened. The gentle wind carried the fragrance of flowers and the smell of grass. She entered the house mischievously, a young girl, beautiful as a flower. She had a pair of clear eyes. She was extremely alluring. She sang in the house. She cleaned the house and did many mortal chores. But she was very happy. She was extremely excited. At that time, joy came so easily. But as they grew older, this simple happiness was getting further and further away from them. As for that lover, Wu Duxiu's first love, she had already forgotten him. The impression was blurred. He had caused Wu Duxiu so much pain that she tossed and turned in bed. The hatred that had tortured her body and mind to the point of exhaustion had already dispersed with the wind. Creak! With a soft sound, the wooden door of the small house was slowly pushed open. Wu Duxiu turned her head with difficulty. Through a curtain, she saw a familiar figure. She was not surprised. That was what she meant. She was the Wu clan's supreme grand elder, a supreme figure who had authority for thousands of years. Without her permission, who would dare to step into this place? You came. Wu Duxiu spoke with difficulty. His voice was extremely weak. However, the person who came was extremely respectful. He knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. This child greets mother. This man was middle-aged and had an ordinary appearance. His physique was strong, and his eyebrows were slender, giving him a sinister aura. Wu Duxiu spoke. I called you here to tell you one thing. You have a younger brother from a different father. I gave birth to him in Eastern Sea. I will leave Wu clans everything to you, and my own inheritance. I will leave it to him. Do you understand? The middle-aged man quickly kowtowed, his forehead touching the ground. I understand. You may leave. Wu Duxiu was silent for a while before saying, Then I will take my leave. The middle-aged Gu immortal was careful. He slowly stood up and took a few steps back before turning around and walking out of the house, closing the door behind him. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. He had a respectful expression on his face. It had not changed. Only when he returned, after crossing several mountains and returning to his immortal Gu house, did his expression change. I was confused. Before dying, she actually wanted to bring back her illegitimate son. That bastard, couldn't he have stayed in Eastern Sea? Why did he come back to fight for the inheritance with me? The middle-aged Gu immortal was furious. Master, don't be angry. Anger will harm your body. A rank 7 hunchbacked Gu immortal quickly persuaded. The middle-aged Gu immortal kicked him down, shouting, My abilities are all in her wind path immortal Gu. She actually wants to give these immortal Gu to that bastard. Without these immortal goo, what use is my rank 8 cultivation level? I will still be bullied by Ba clan, Tai clan, and Shan clan. What do you mean giving me everything in Wu clan? Humph. What do I need these resources for? What I want are rank 8 immortal goo, true battle strength. If my fists are strong enough, what can I not get? The middle-aged goo immortal got angrier as he spoke. He paced around in the immortal goo house. Master, how about we kill him now? The rank 7 hunchbacked goo immortal walked up and slashed with his hand like a blade. The middle-aged goo immortal's pacing stopped. He frowned deeply, asking the rank 7 hunchbacked goo immortal, "You mean, that's right? First Supreme Elder only has 2 children. Other than you, there is that Eastern Sea illegitimate child. If we kill him, won't First Supreme Elder's inheritance be yours?" The rank 7 hunchbacked goo immortal smiled sinisterly. The middle-aged goo immortal blinked. Cold sweat soon appeared on his forehead. "No. If my mother finds out, I will be in deep trouble." Thinking of his mother's methods, even with rank 8 cultivation level, the middle-aged goo immortal's heart shook. Let's forget it. He is only rank 7. Even if he returns to the clan, what can he do? The middle-aged goo immortal heaved a long sigh. But the hunchbacked goo immortal did not give up. He still said, "Master, you can't think like that. He already has rank 7 cultivation level. If he gets First Supreme Elder's immortal goo, what will happen?" The middle-aged goo immortal snorted coldly, regaining some of his pride. Even with rank 8 immortal goo, his Tao mark accumulation cannot compare to mine. He is not my match. But it is a pity about those 2 rank 8 immortal goo. Sigh. The hunchbacked goo immortal smiled sinisterly. "Master, you are hesitating because you are afraid of failure and First Supreme Elder punishing you. Actually, we do not need to do anything. Other than our clan, Ba clan, Tai clan, Chi clan, and others are all eyeing our clan's position. They want to replace us all the time. I believe that as long as we release information about that person's route, the other clans will definitely make a move. By then, we will be able to reap the benefits." The middle-aged goo immortal heard this, and his eyes brightened, praising. Good plan, good plan. Su Tua, you are indeed my right-hand man. When I become First Supreme Elder in the future, I will not mistreat you. Master, helping you solve your problems is my duty. It is also my honor." The hunchbacked goo immortal Su Tuo's eyes were red. He was choking with emotions. The middle-aged goo immortal patted Su Tuo's shoulder. He did not speak. He had a gratified expression. Inside the immortal goo house, the atmosphere was harmonious. "Master, there is no time to lose. I will go arrange it now." "All right, go. I am assured with you taking care of it." After leaving the immortal goo house, a sharp light flashed in Su Tuo's eyes. "Humph! After spending so much effort, I finally managed to deceive this Wu Yong. This way, even if I expose information about this illegitimate child and get investigated, I will be protected by Wu Yong. I will be very safe. I will not expose my true identity." Su Tuo's true identity was not as simple as Wu Yong's slave. He was a Ba clan goo immortal. He was a spy planted by Ba clan and Wu clan. He had the highest status. Southern border was different from northern plains, and also central continent. Among southern borders, righteous path forces, Wu clan was at the top. During their strongest period in history, they had as many as 3 rank 8 goo immortals. Basically, Wu clan had at least 1 rank 8 expert to defend the clan. Wu clan's dominance had always been in the past. Wu Duxiu's lifespan was near its end. Wu Yong was not talented enough. Even though he was rank 8, compared to other righteous path rank 8s, he was not strong. Wu Duxiu's illegitimate child, Wu Yihai, was a genius according to the information. Even though he was a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea, he had great battle strength. He was quite famous in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Killing Wu Yihai would not only weaken Wu clan's forces, it would also affect Wu Yong's reputation. It might even cause Wu clan to fall into internal conflict and suspicion. Su Tuo left with hope. Several days later, 3 Gu immortals moved through the miasma regional wall. Young Master, we are about to pass through this miasma regional wall. This is the final juncture. Once we leave the miasma regional wall, their chances of ambushing us will be greatly reduced. An elderly Gu immortal said solemnly. Wu Yihai immediately understood. Uncle Zhang, you mean the next part of the journey is the most dangerous? That's right. The elderly Gu immortal nodded solemnly. Another young Gu immortal said, but as long as we pass this obstacle, we will be able to see the world. As long as young Master sees your mother, all the hardships, dangers, and pain you went through along the way will be repaid 100 or even 1,000 times. Once he mentioned his mother, Wu Yihai showed a complex expression. He sighed. What repayment? I did not think much about it. I only want to see my mother. She abandoned me. She was also the one who arranged for Uncle Zhang to lead me on the path of cultivation. I want to see her personally. After seeing her for the last time, I will leave. I am an Eastern Sea Gu immortal after all. I am an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Uncle Zhang smiled. Young Master, don't worry. First Supreme Elder has great foresight. He has already prepared everything for you. Even though you are an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, our Wu clan has an immortal killer move that can cleanse your heaven and earth chi, turning you from an Eastern Sea Gu immortal to a member of Southern Border. When you undergo tribulation in the future, you can absorb Southern Border's heaven and earth chi. There will be no problems. Oh, there is such a method. Wu Yihai heard this and was overjoyed. Even though he was famous in Eastern Sea, he was a lone cultivator. He knew the pain and weakness of a lone cultivator. If he could rely on a super force, Wu Yihai would naturally be willing. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a dragon breath that resembled a sword light attacked his face. Chapter 1222. This dragon breath was extremely sharp. Before it even hit, Wu Yihai felt like his face was being pricked by needles. He was shocked he could not dodge in time. Clang! With a metallic sound, a small golden shield appeared in front of Wu Yihai at the moment of life and death. The sword-light dragon breath landed on the golden shield. In the blink of an eye, it broke the shield and continued to shoot towards Wu Yihai's face without losing any momentum. But Wu Yihai had the golden shield to block it. He managed to gain some precious time to live. He was indeed a famous rank 7 Gu immortal in Eastern Sea. He shouted and used a transformation path killer move. Light flashed. Wu Yihai vanished on the spot, replaced by a giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's 4 limbs and tail were tightly shrunk into its shell. The sword-light dragon breath landed on the giant tortoise's shell, creating a long mark. Such a powerful dragon breath. The horned divine tortoise I transformed into is an ancient desolate beast. It has a tough shell. It is among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in the Eastern Sea. Wu Yihai was deeply shocked. It seems that the enemy this time is far stronger than all the previous ambushes. Now, it is up to Uncle Zhang and Brother Lung. Wu Yihai was a transformation path Gu immortal, but the horned divine tortoise he transformed into was huge and had good speed in the sea. On land, it was many times slower. His battle strength also fell by many times. Wu Yihai could only use the tough defense of the horned divine tortoise. High defense and weak offense. Even though Wu Yihai survived, he lost his initiative in the battlefield. He naturally had other methods to transform into other forms. But don't forget, transformation path Gu immortals had a huge weakness. That was, they could not transform at will. There had to be a certain interval between the transformations. After all, Gu immortals had to get rid of the temporary Dao marks on their bodies before they could transform again. Feng Yuan had sovereign immortal fetus Gu. That was a special case. Qi Zai had once mistakenly thought that he had obtained reckless, savage, demon Venerable's true inheritance and could transform at will. Thus, when Wu-Yi-Hai transformed into a horned divine tortoise, he survived. But in the short term, he could not counterattack. But Wu-Yi-Hai did not panic, because he knew that there were 2 rank 7 Gu immortal experts beside him. One was Uncle Zhang, the other was Brother Lung. Even though Wu-Yi-Hai did not know their names, he knew that they were sent by his mother to escort him to southern border. Along the way, these 2 Gu immortals had displayed great battle strength. He was very reliable, helping Wu-Yi-Hai to repel several ambushes. Wu-Yi-Hai placed his hopes on Uncle Zhang and Brother Lung, but Uncle Zhang was vomiting blood. He couldn't help but vomit blood, because his golden shield was broken by the dragon breath of the sword light. This was Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move. After it was broken, Uncle Zhang inevitably suffered a backlash and immediately vomited a large amount of blood. Like Wu-Yi-Hai, Uncle Zhang was also very shocked. In this miasma regional wall, any immortal killer move would be weakened by the miasma. The dragon's breath pierced through the miasma and broke my golden shield. It even left a mark on the horned divine tortoise's shell. Just how strong is the dragon breath itself? Uncle Zhang was vomiting blood while Brother Lung pounced on him. The 2 of them worked very well together. This young Gu immortal with the surname Lung knew that Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move had not been broken. He needed to rest. He charged forward ferociously, his momentum overbearing. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a human into a lightning flash giant wolf. The lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient, desolate beast. Its fur was blue in color. The tip of the fur had turned into a special blue crystal. It emitted a faint light of lightning. Once the lightning flash giant wolf appeared, it illuminated the dark, purple miasma. It followed the path created by the dragon breath and charged forward, for claws dug into the ground. The mighty wolf body's muscles expanded, giving the Gu immortal with the surname Lung great speed. At the same time, countless lightning snakes appeared on the lightning flash giant wolf's body. The lightning snakes condensed into one, passing through the lightning flash giant wolf's head and flying forward. This was the Gu immortal with the surname Lung's immortal killer move. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang's heart calmed down. After a few breaths of time, he suppressed his injuries as his body shined with a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden saber-toothed tiger. His body was twice the size of the lightning flash giant wolf. It turned out that he was also a transformation path, Gu immortal. This was naturally Wu Du Xiu's arrangement, because the 5 regional walls had special environments. To pass through regional walls, all paths were equal, but if they fought inside transformation path, Gu immortals usually had the advantage. Inside the regional wall, every time a Gu immortal used an immortal killer move, their immortal aperture would shake. They would hurt themselves before hurting the enemy. But if the Gu immortal transformed into a beast and fought with their body, they could avoid this disadvantage. They could fight for a longer period of time. Gu immortal Uncle Zhang looked behind him. He knew about the horned divine tortoise's defense. After instructing Wu-Yi-Hai, he followed the lightning flash giant wolf's path and charged forward. Soon, Uncle Zhang saw that the lightning flash giant wolf was running back. Behind the lightning flash giant wolf, sword light dragon breath shot out, and within the dense dark purple miasma, dragon beast roars could be heard. What's going on? Uncle Zhang was shocked. He knew that the Gu immortal with the surname Lung was a strong fighter. He would not escape for no reason. But now he had to have a reason. Stop fighting, retreat. The Gu immortal with the surname Lung saw the golden tiger and spoke. Uncle Zhang was even more shocked. Why did the Gu immortal with the surname Lung want to avoid fighting? He was about to ask when he finally saw the culprit that attacked them. A sword dragon pierced through the dark purple miasma, appearing in his vision. Silver-white dragon scales were densely packed. Its dragon eyes were pale white, its dragon horns were pointed at the sky. Its 4 dragon claws were terrifying. Its dragon teeth were shining with cold light. Moreover, its body was brimming with immortal goo aura. Is this a wild, ancient sword dragon? Uncle Zhang stared with wide eyes. He could not believe it. But the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. At that instant, he finally understood why the Goo Immortal with the surname Lung, who did not even frown, would retreat so abnormally. Because he encountered a wild, ancient sword dragon. And this sword dragon did not come from the 5 regions. It lived in either White Heaven or Black Heaven. Why did Uncle Zhang make such a judgment? Because this ancient sword dragon could move freely in the miasma regional wall. Its movements were smooth and unaffected by any pulling or repulsive force. For Goo Immortals, there was a difference in regions. Thus, if they entered the regional wall, they would be greatly affected. Only life forms that grew up in the ancient White Heaven or Black Heaven could move freely in the 5 regional walls. Uncle Zhang did not hesitate. He turned around and ran. Not being affected by the regional wall was a huge advantage. Goo Immortals could only display 50 to 60% of their strength inside the regional wall. Even in the outside world, Uncle Zhang did not have the confidence to face an ancient sword dragon with a wild immortal Goo alone. Not to mention now, they were in a special environment like the regional wall. Why are we so unlucky? What a coincidence! We actually encountered a wild, ancient sword dragon roaming inside the regional wall. I think this ancient sword dragon might have been lured here by some Goo Immortal to stop us. While escaping, Uncle Zhang and the Goo Immortal with the surname Lung conversed. Soon, they met up with Wu Yihai, who had turned into a horned divine tortoise. Wu Yihai also knew of the situation. He quickly transmitted, "Try not to fight with this ancient sword dragon. It might have been lured here by someone to make us fight it and expend our immortal essence and battle strength. Then what should we do? Retreat, stay away from the ancient sword dragon. Try not to anger it, but we need to display our strength. Wild beasts do not have enough intelligence, but when they know that this prey is too threatening, they will give up." The 3 Goo Immortals quickly discussed their plan. They defended more than attacked. The ancient sword dragon followed behind them and continued to spit out sword-light dragon breath. The 3 Goo Immortals retreated slowly. They were beaten up by the sword-light dragon breath. They could not even raise their heads. What do we do? This ancient sword dragon seems to be targeting us. Maybe I used a lightning path killer move earlier and angered it. I have an immortal killer move that can get rid of this beast's anger. But I need to change the killer move. Oh. The 3 Immortals discussed and decided that Goo Immortal Lung and Uncle Zhang would defend, while Wu Yihai would transform to appease the ancient sword dragon's anger. Wu Yihai carefully turned into his human form. He hid behind the other 2 Immortals and used a method to get rid of the Dao marks on his body, preparing for the next transformation. The ancient sword dragon was a wild beast after all. It had low intelligence. It only attacked the giant wolf and the golden tiger. Uncle Zhang and the Goo Immortal Lung thus had to endure the ancient sword dragon's fierce attacks. They were having a hard time defending. They were already injured. But to chase this ancient sword dragon away, they did not use any offensive immortal killer moves to prevent the situation from worsening and falling into someone else's trap. It's about time my immortal killer move is Ugh. Wu Yihai's joyful tone turned into a shocked gasp, because he saw that the golden tiger that Uncle Zhang had turned into had its head pierced by an immortal killer move, dying on the spot. Sword path killer move, dark assassination. Everything happened so suddenly there were no signs at all. Then, in an instant, the ancient sword serpent burst forth with a shocking speed. Like a silver lightning bolt, it left behind a dazzling shadow in the eyes of the 3 Immortals before disappearing on the spot. Goo Immortal Lung was extremely shocked. We were tricked. Oh no! He turned around and saw that Wu Yihai's head was smashed into pieces, as well as white brain matter. His headless corpse was grabbed by the ancient sword dragon and stuffed into its immortal aperture. Chapter 1223. Seeing this, the pitiful Gu Immortaling's eyes almost popped out. How can this be? This ancient sword dragon has an immortal aperture. It is not wild. It is transformed by a Gu Immortal. This cannot be, since he is a transformation path, Gu Immortal. How can he not be affected by the regional wall? The Gu Immortal Lung screamed in his mind. This defied the common sense of the cultivation world. How could this happen? The ancient sword dragon roared as it turned around to attack. The lightning flashed. Giant Wolf's eyes were bleeding. Wu Yi-hai was dead. Everything he had done was for naught. The Gu Immortal Lung resisted with all his might. He was trying to preserve his life. The ancient sword dragon craftily dodged all his immortal killer moves. It surrounded the lightning flash giant wolf and continued to spit dragon breath. The lightning flash giant wolf struggled in the regional wall. It was like a staggering old man. But the ancient sword dragon was not affected. It moved smoothly. It could advance and retreat freely. It had the initiative. The lightning flash giant wolf could only take hits most of the time. Even when it used immortal killer moves to retaliate, the ancient sword dragon easily dodged them. A moment later, the ancient sword dragon found a flaw and spat dragon breath at the lightning flash giant wolf's stomach. The lightning flash giant wolf's defense collapsed. Its stomach was pierced. Its intestines and blood flowed out of the huge wound. The ancient sword dragon chased after it. The lightning flash giant wolf blocked left and right, but it could not resist the ancient sword dragon's might. It fell to the ground with countless holes. Turning back into human form, blood was everywhere. It died at the hands of the ancient sword dragon. The ancient sword dragon quickly cleaned up the battlefield. It was very familiar. It was like it had been through countless battles. Soon, it placed the corpses of Uncle Zhang and the Gu Immortal Lung into the immortal aperture. It destroyed the battlefield and left. The ancient sword dragon did not turn around and return to southern border. It went east, passing through the Miasma regional wall. It passed through the Blue Water regional wall, arriving in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless ordinary sea area and placed Wu Yi-hai's immortal aperture inside. After the blessed land was formed, the entrance opened. The ancient sword dragon used this chance to enter. Wu Yi-hai's immortal aperture was a vast ocean. There were 3 types of life forms inside: sea turtles, corals, and seagulls. Inside here, of course, there were desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. For example, there were 3 ancient desolate beast-horned divine turtles, a patch of ancient desolate plant silent coral, and 6 desolate beast white blue feathered seagulls. Not long after, the land spirit appeared in front of the ancient sword dragon. It was a turtle-like land spirit, and the conditions it gave were quite difficult. The ancient sword WIRM could only retreat resentfully and temporarily leave this blessed land. After returning to the outside world and confirming that it was safe, the ancient sword serpent transformed back into its human form. Who else could it be but Fang Yuan? So, from Lady White Rabbit, he learned a lot of real-time information about southern border. He learned about Wu Yi-hai. This was originally an internal conflict of the Wu clan, but as it concerned Wu Duxiu, any small matter would become a huge matter. News of Wu Yi-hai's return route spread like wildfire. Fang Yuan immediately sensed that this was an extremely important opportunity. Clearly, Wu Yi-hai was the most suitable candidate for Fang Yuan to disguise and impersonate. Firstly, he was Wu Duxiu's illegitimate son. He did not have life tablet Gu or soul lantern Gu. If he did, he would not be an illegitimate son. He would be the legitimate second young master. Thus, Fang Yuan killed him. The possibility of Wu clan finding out was very small. It was more likely that they could not find out. Secondly, Wu Duxiu had been living in Eastern Sea. Cultivating as a lone cultivator, he basically had no contact with Wu Clan's Gu Immortals. Most of Wu Clan's Gu Immortals did not even know what he looked like, especially his tone of voice. His habits and other small details were also not known to others. Thus, if Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai in the long run, the possibility of Fang Yuan being exposed would be close to zero. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture was not subdued yet, but Fang Yuan was not anxious. For the time being, he found a deserted island and rested on it. On one hand, he was waiting for Blood Asset Immortal Gu to recover completely. On the other hand, he was modifying an immortal killer move, Bloodlight Spirit Suppression. Ever since Blood Asset Immortal Gu was damaged, it had been nurtured by Fang Yuan and was close to recovery. A few days later, Fang Yuan obtained a perfect Blood Asset Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan cultivated for a few more days, deducing Bloodlight Spirit Suppression. Finally, he obtained what he wanted, a simplified version that used Blood Asset Immortal Gu as the core, Bloodlight Spirit Suppression. The following matters were very smooth. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, to enter Wu Yihai's immortal aperture. He pretended to get close to the land spirit and used Bloodlight Spirit Suppression to suppress it. Finally, under the situation where the land spirit did not resist, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort before successfully annexing this blessed land, turning it into a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. This also caused his calamities and tribulations to rise by a large margin. After all, Wu Yihai was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He was on a completely different level from a rank 6. As for Wu Yihai's Sea Turtle Land Spirit, under Fang Yuan's intentional preservation, it did not dissipate. It entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture along with the blessed land. But it did not listen to Fang Yuan. It cried all day long. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of it, but when he found that it did not have any intention of harming the blessed land, he gave up on this idea. Maybe in the future I can fulfill the conditions of its ownership. That way, I might be able to truly subdue this land spirit. After dealing with this matter, Fang Yuan immediately passed through the regional wall and returned to southern border. After entering southern border, he flew rapidly until he reached the center of southern border, turning the immortal apertures of that Gu Immortal Lung and Uncle Zhang into blessed lands, before annexing them one by one. Oh, this way! I have already passed the first grand tribulation. Fang Yuan inspected and found that after annexing the blessed lands of 3 rank 7 transformation path Gu Immortals, his cultivation level rose sharply. He had become a rank 7 Gu Immortal who had passed the first grand tribulation. In rank 7 cultivation, there would be an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, if a Gu Immortal survives 3 grand tribulations, they would become rank 8. But the power of the grand tribulations gets stronger each time. They can be amplified by tens or even hundreds of times. Southern Border's number 1 rank 7 Gu Immortal, Old Treeman Bada, is stuck at the final grand tribulation. He does not dare to undergo it. His gains this time were truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Not only did he annex 3 rank 7 blessed lands, his cultivation level also rose by a huge amount. Even he himself was a little afraid of this cultivation speed. Even Fang Yuan sighed at his good luck. Luck Immortal Gu is indeed worthy of being Giant Sun Immortal's vital Gu. But I wonder if I raise it to rank 8, how would it compare to Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan subconsciously looked at the top of his head, even though he did not have Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. What he did not know was that everything went smoothly for him. A large part of the reason was because Ing Wuxia, who was far away, had used the immortal killer move Burning Soul Bursting Luck, especially when he fought with Wu Yihai and the other 2 Gu Immortals. The 3 Gu Immortals actually thought that Fang Yuan was a wild, ancient sword dragon. On one hand, the ancient sword dragon was not restricted by the regional walls, the three Gu immortals could not help but misunderstand. On the other hand, Fang Yuan also used attitude, Gu, to disguise himself. The three Gu immortals were rank 7. They fell for it without a trace. Thus, during the battle, Fang Yuan was very relaxed. The three Gu immortals actually defended more than they attacked. They took the initiative to take a beating. Later, Wu Yihai bullied the ancient sword dragon's intelligence. He actually said that he was about to succeed and could transform into another form. Hearing this, the other two immortals relaxed a little. Fang Yuan grabbed this opportunity and directly used dark assassination that he had prepared for a long time to kill Gu immortal Uncle Zhang. With lightning speed, he got rid of Wu Yihai in human form. In the blink of an eye, only Gu immortal Lung was left. Fang Yuan immediately obtained victory. In this round, Fang Yuan obtained a huge harvest. The only flaw was that these three transformation path, Gu immortals' immortal apertures, were shaken intensely. They lost countless resources. There was no helping it. They had already been ambushed many times in the regional walls. It was already amazing that they could fight their way here. Next, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to go to Wu Clan. Instead, he searched Wu Yihai's soul and familiarized himself with his life. Of course, during this period, Fang Yuan was not cultivating in seclusion. He returned to Lady White Rabbit's place to gather information. Wu Yihai's disappearance had already spread throughout southern border. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Wu Clan was also keeping quiet. All the forces were making guesses. Most people were inclined to believe that Wu Yihai was dead, but they did not know which force had succeeded. There were many forces that acted in the dark. Most of them were righteous path forces. This was a fact that everyone understood. These forces were not stupid enough to admit that they were the ones who killed Wu Yihai. Regarding this, there was a rumor that occupied the minds of Gu immortals. That was, the person who had truly killed Wu Yihai was none other than Wu Clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu Yong. There were many versions of this rumor, but in the end, Wu Yong wanted to monopolize Wu Duxiu's inheritance. Thus, he did not hesitate to kill his half-brother. Undeniably, this was a heavy blow to Wu Yong. Demonic path Gu immortals did not care. Lone immortals differed from person to person, while righteous path Gu immortals cherished their reputation. Wu Yong, however, remained silent. He did not clarify anything in front of everyone. Interesting. Fang Yuan could feel the turbulent undercurrents from this, who knew how many forces and Gu immortals were working behind the scenes to create this new competition. Wu Duxiu was about to fall. Wu Yong, who had always been protected by his mother, had rank 8 cultivation level, but he had to face his own suspicions. If I appear at this time, what will happen? Fang Yuan had just thought of this when he felt a chill. Chapter 1224. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. He knew that now was not the time for the identity of Wu Yihai to appear. Firstly, he had not searched Wu Yihai's soul completely. He had not made sufficient preparations. Secondly, Wu Duxiu was not dead yet. If Wu Duxiu was not dead, Fang Yuan's identity of Wu Yihai could not appear. Rank 8 Gu immortal. Who knew what methods Wu Duxiu had to determine if Wu Yihai was her biological son or not? Even though Wu Yihai would suffer a lot of losses. But Fang Yuan only needed the identity of Wu Yihai. This was his original goal. If his disguise failed because of his greed, he would lose this great opportunity. That would be the most unworthy thing. He would slap himself 10 times. Finally, the righteous path forces were all hidden dangers. Even Wu Clan was one of them. There was no smoke without fire. Wu Yong indeed had the possibility and motive to deal with Wu Yihai. If Fang Yuan appeared early, he might be killed by Wu Clan's forces. Speaking of which, this Wu Yihai's identity is quite troublesome. But thankfully, I am someone who has been reborn. I know some of the results of the 500 years of my previous life. It can help me make decisions. Like this. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. He continued to search Wu Yihai's soul while paying attention to the outside information. Wu Duxiu's condition was deteriorating day by day. The whole of southern border was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in northern plains, the blood battle martial competition was still ongoing. Without Lu Guanyi, Chudu's side was suppressed to the point of not being able to raise their heads. But soon the situation changed. The 3 rank 7 lone immortals invited by Heavenly Lord Baizu won their battles consecutively, helping Chudu's side reach a stalemate with the Righteous Path Alliance. Lu Clan's Gu immortal Lu Chong spread the word that Lu Guanyi should come out and fight, otherwise he would be a coward. Not only did Lu Chong look for Fang Yuan, other forces like Yi Lui clan would not let Lu Guanyi off. Unfortunately, Lu Guanyi had vanished without a trace, as if he did not exist in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Let's not talk about how depressed these investigating forces were for now. Many Central Continent Gu immortals had worse fates. Defy. This underground organization created by Shadow Sect's Gu immortals had already been plotted against by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. With the 10 great ancient sects' help, they were completely uprooted. Not a single one escaped. Besides that, there were also people on the Demon Judgment Board who were captured by the 10 great ancient sections. The Blood Path demonic immortals all died tragically. Some demonic path or lone immortals were taken in by the 10 great ancient sects as Gu immortals because their crimes were not serious. Half a month later, on a certain day, Wu Duxiu once again summoned Wu Yong and a few supreme elders of Wu clan. In the last moments of her life, Wu Duxiu's speech became clearer. She said, "I have 3 great regrets in my life. The first regret is that I wasn't able to eliminate the fierce gorge's 7 ghosts. I only destroyed their lair. The second regret is that I did not find enough dry, clear qi to refine 8-faced prestige wind Gu. The third regret," Wu Duxiu paused for a moment, "I did not see my son Yihai. Back then, I hated his father and killed him personally. But I should not have placed my anger and resentment on an innocent child. He was innocent. I wanted to make it up to him, but it was too late." The room was quiet. No one made a sound. Wu Duxiu sighed. She sat up alone. She was lying down with difficulty, leaning against the bed. She waved her hand weakly at Wu Yong. Wu Yong knew what to do. He pulled open the curtains and took a few steps towards Wu Duxiu's bed, kneeling down respectfully on both knees. Wu Duxiu looked at her eldest son. After a long while, she laughed softly. "Young heir, you did well. You did not disappoint me." Wu Yong's body shook. He raised his head. His eyes were red. Tears were dripping down. At this moment, he revealed his true emotions. This old woman was his birth mother after all. "I am assured in handing Wu clan to you," Wu Duxiu continued. "Mother." Wu Yong opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse. His face was covered in tears. Wu Duxiu continued. "Yihai, that child, did not make it in time. It was fate. Forget it. I will give these immortal Gu to you. You also cultivate Wind Path. I hope you can cherish them and make them shine." "Mother, I do not want your immortal Gu. I only want you to continue living." Wu Yong sobbed. "Silly child, who can survive? Even strong immortal venerables and demon venerables perish like superstars. Eternal life is just an idiot's fantasy." As she spoke, Wu Duxiu's immortal Gu flew out of her immortal aperture, landing on Wu Yong's body. The Wu clan's supreme elders on the other side of the curtains witnessed this silently. The handover went smoothly. The auras of the immortal Gu entered Wu Yong's body one after another. Wu Duxiu looked outside the window. Sunlight was shining brightly, shining in through the small window. In a daze, Wu Duxiu seemed to see a figure in the sunlight. That figure was not her father or mother. It was also not a man she loved in her life. It was herself, that young version of herself, that girl whose smile was as bright as the sun. "Wu Duxiu, Wu Duxiu. Ha! Wu Duxiu chuckled after muttering her name twice. Her body began to emit light, and countless white fluorescent lights flew out from her rotten and withered body. The specks of light were the dissipation of her flesh and soul. A moment later the bed was empty. The once famous rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Duxiu, the legendary person who had spread her influence in southern border for thousands of years, had completely vanished from the world at this moment. Not a corpse was left. Not even a trace of her soul was left. First Supreme Elder. Outside the curtain, the Wu clan Supreme Elders were wailing and wailing. Their cries filled this ownerless house. Immense sorrow was vented through their cries. Wu Yong cried silently. He knelt on the ground. His head was lowered. He was like a statue, not moving at all. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. He was no longer crying. His expression was determined. He stood up and turned around. Next, he looked through the curtains. He looked at the Wu clan Supreme Elders who were lying on the ground in pain. They had no dignity at all. Everyone, bear with the pain for now. Mother is gone. We still need to let the glory of Wu clan continue to shine in southern border. Wu Yong said plainly, but there was an unseen dignity in his tone. The Supreme Elders gradually stopped crying. Wu Yong opened the curtains and walked out slowly. The Supreme Elders had already stood up. They realized something. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and solemn. These Gu Immortal Elders bowed towards Wu Yong, saying in unison, "We pay respects to First Supreme Elder." The legend of a generation, Wu Duxiu, had passed away, as her biological son, Wu Yong, who also had rank 8 cultivation level, became the new First Supreme Elder of Wu clan. After the news spread from Wu clan, it spread throughout the whole of southern border's Gu Immortal world at lightning speed. Southern border was in turmoil. Wu Duxiu was finally gone. Many Gu Immortals and forces let out sighs of relief. Wu clan originally had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals, but now only one was left. Could it continue to be the leader of the righteous path? Wu clan seemed to be in control of a lot of cultivation resources. With Wu Duxiu gone, only the mediocre and untalented Wu Yong was left. Could he lead Wu clan to maintain its glory? Not only were the Gu Immortals outside of Wu clan having such thoughts, many of Wu clan's members were also suspicious of the new First Supreme Elder. There were also rumors that Wu Yong had set up an ambush and killed his half-brother, Wu Yihai. At this moment, these rumors were spreading everywhere, like boiling water on the surface of a pond. Gurgling sounds could be heard everywhere. Azure Sun Mountain. Qiao clan's headquarters was located here. 2 Qiao clan Gu Immortals stood at the peak of the mountain, looking in Wu clan's direction. The 2 immortals' eyes were filled with clouds. The mountain winds were blowing, causing their sleeves to flutter. Qiao clan's First Supreme Elder sighed. Wu Duxiu is dead. Wu Yong has just become the new leader. Hee, this is our Qiao family's chance. Everyone thinks that our Qiao clan is Wu clan's lackey, but this is just our way of survival. With Wu clan in turmoil, it is a good chance for us to make a move. Compared to other clans, our marriage with Wu clan is perfectly justified. Wu Yong looks ordinary, but I feel that he is not so simple. Even if he lacks talent, he is still a rank 8 Gu Immortal. The other Gu Immortal said. She looked to be in her 20s. She wore a jade green dress that could not conceal her slim figure. Her skin was as delicate as snow, and her eyes, covered by thick eyelashes, seemed to be glistening with clear water. She was the pride of Qiao clan, a rising genius, the hope of the future, and also one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. Qiao Si Lu. Qiao clan's First Supreme Elder smiled. Lu this is the reason why I came to talk to you. We want to continue our marriage alliance with Wu clan. Qiao Si Lu's body shook. I understand. I am willing to contribute my strength to the clan. Very good. The clan did not nurture you for nothing. Qiao clan's first supreme elder was very pleased. But if I get married to Wu Yong, I might not be able to deal with him. He is a rank 8 Gu immortal now. He has authority in Wu clan. Qiao Si Lu hesitated. It's not a marriage alliance with him, the Qiao family's first supreme elder said with a smile. Then who else? Qiao Si Lu was confused. Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai? That's right, a few days ago he came to find us. 7 days later, the Wu clan held a grand funeral on the Wind God Mountain. All sorts of righteous path forces, famous lone immortal experts, and even some demonic path Gu immortals were invited to attend the funeral. Under everyone's gazes, Wu Yong suddenly attacked. Left and right, capture this traitor of the clan! What? Su Tuo was shocked. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. Master, what are you doing? I am your most loyal and devoted servant. Su Tuo screamed with all his might. Wu Yong smiled coldly, pointing at Su Tuo as he scolded. What a loyal servant, Su Tuo! I trusted you so much, but you framed me and secretly leaked information about my brother's route, attracting countless villains to ambush me. It's a pity that my younger brother was killed by you cunning villains before I could even see him. Saying so, Wu Yong sighed as he looked at the sky. Tears flowed down his face. Su Tuo looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. He still wanted to deny it, but Wu Yong threw out a huge amount of evidence. The evidence was irrefutable. Su Tuo could not deny it. He realized that Wu Yong knew his true identity long ago, but he did not expose it waiting until today. Wu Yong used him to get rid of his brother Wu Yihai, obtaining all of his inheritance and becoming Wu clan's first supreme elder. He was going to destroy all the rumors against him today, and Su Tuo was a pawn that he sacrificed. Today I will win everything. Wu Yong laughed in his heart, but on the surface he pointed at Su Tuo and ordered, "Bring him away!" The representatives of the Fangzhen path became restless. Even the demonic path and lone immortals had strange expressions. Wu Yong looked around and felt relieved. Just as he was about to speak, Qiao clan's first supreme elder said, I have something to congratulate Lord Wu Yong. Your brother Wu Yihai did not actually die. Not only did he not die, he even came here with the help of our Qiao clan. What? Chapter 1225. Fang Yuan slowly walked out of Qiao clan's Gu immortals. At that moment, countless gazes were focused on him. Fang Yuan instantly became the focal point of the whole place. Seeing his appearance, some of the Wu clan's grand elders couldn't help but exclaim, how similar! Fang Yuan's appearance, no, Wu Yihai's appearance was similar to his mother, Wu Duxiu. This was undeniably Fang Yuan's advantage. Wu Yong, on the other hand, was different. He took after his father. His brows and eyes were sloppy and honest. He was born with a kind of inconspicuous feeling. But Wu Yihai was different. He had a handsome face and a strong body. He stood tall like a spear, piercing towards the sky. Even though he lived in Eastern Sea, his aura was close to Wu clan's Gu immortals. Especially his nose, it was wide and tall at one glance. People would feel that he was extraordinary. He had a strong heart and could not be underestimated. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan could show it, especially in terms of aura. The real Wu Yihai did not have the aura of a Wu clan member. Rank 8 immortal killer move, familiar face. This was one of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature methods. It appeared once again. The Gu immortals were all blinded. They could not sense anything fishy about Fang Yuan. In fact, even Wu clan's Gu immortals were seeing Wu Yihai for the first time. Needless to say, Fang Yuan's preparation and hard work had paid off. At first glance, Wu clan's Gu immortals had a good impression of him, because Wu Yihai looked like Wu Duxiu. Wu Duxiu was not good-looking. She looked like a man, but if her appearance was on a man's body, he would definitely be a heroic hero. Wu Yihai was at least 70% similar. Wu Duxiu died. Wu clan was shaken. The clan's Gu immortals remembered Wu Duxiu's glory when she was alive. Oh, people! When they obtained it, they would not treasure it, but once they lost it, they would treasure it and value it greatly. Fang Yuan's appearance at this moment made up for this mentality of the immortals. Of course, this was also the result of Fang Yuan's calculations. Yes, she is really like Wu Duxiu. Even the Gu immortals of other clans sighed. Fang Yuan keenly sensed the potential changes in the gazes that were focused on him. In the 500 years of his previous life, he might not have had high cultivation achievements. But after 500 years of hard work, he had deep and unfathomable life experience, as well as sharp insight into the emotions of the surrounding Gu immortals. He felt the gazes of Wu clan's Gu immortals turning gentle, and Wu Yong's gaze. However, there was a hint of hostility. Wu Yong was indeed surprised. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Wu Yihai, appeared at this time, slightly disrupting his plans and arrangements. What made Wu Yong especially wary was that Fang Yuan and Qiao clan's Gu immortals were together. This made him vigilant. In fact, deep down in his heart, Wu Yong hated this younger brother of his, although it was only the first time they met. At first glance, Wu Yong didn't like Fang Yuan because of Wu Yihai's appearance. He looked too much like his mother, Wu Duxiu. How many years had it been? Wu Yong had been by Wu Duxiu's side, growing up under her protection. Wu Duxiu was like a towering tree. The dense shade of the tree protected the whole of Wu clan, including Wu Yong. Wu Yong felt that he was always lowering his head. The shade of the tree was like a shadow that shrouded his life. He was Wu Duxiu's son, but don't forget he was also a man. A man. He had an innate desire to pursue strength and authority. But from start to finish, Wu Yong was Wu Duxiu. Her strength, her methods, and especially her identity, Wu Yong could not resist them. The reason why, he could only lower his head. Wu Duxiu passed away. Wu Yong was very sad and sorrowful, but at the same time he felt some relief and even joy. This joy was something that even Wu Yong did not dare to admit. But now, when Wu Yong saw Wu Yihai, who looked like Wu Duxiu, he could not help but feel a lot of disgust and disgust. Fang Yuan sensed Wu Yong's malice and hostility, even though the latter concealed it well. Fang Yuan was clear. The first step was successful, but the second step is to negotiate with Wu clan and be accepted by them. That is crucial. And to be accepted by Wu clan, the most important thing is to get the acknowledgement of Wu Yong, this rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu clan's first supreme elder. Oh, thus, when Fang Yuan walked into the hall, he bowed towards Wu Yong, Wu Yihai greets brother. Wu Yong was a little excited, but hesitant. You are my brother Yihai? You look like mother, but your eyes are blue. We do not have such eyes in southern border. These words had deep meaning. Wu Yong did not directly acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. Instead, he seemed to unintentionally mention that Wu Yihai was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Fang Yuan replied in a heavy voice, reporting to brother, I also had black pupils, but some accidents occurred when I cultivated transformation path. My return this time was arranged by mother. Unfortunately, I met with many ambushes on the way. Uncle Zhang and Brother Lung, who accompanied me, died on the battlefield to protect me. Gu immortals Zhang and Lung. Even though they were only servants of my mother, they made great contributions to Wu clan. Send my orders. We need to give them a proper burial, according to the rules of our clan's external supreme elders. Their descendants also need to be taken care of. They need to be treated equally with Wu clan. Wu Yong instructed. The supreme elders hurriedly responded. Fang Yuan heard this and laughed coldly in his heart. This Wu Yong did not let go of any chance to display his heroic image, but in his words he did not officially accept Fang Yuan's identity. He avoided the important points, only talking about Gu immortals Zhang and Lung. but neglected the important point, his brother Wu Yihai. Wu Yong avoided the important points, but Fang Yuan was not at a loss. This small problem could not stump him. Fang Yuan bowed and said, "Brother, please allow me to pay respects to mother." Wu Yong's eyebrows rose. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. As a son, how could he not pay respects to his mother when she passed away? This reason was completely reasonable, especially in a clan system that was maintained by bloodline. Even Wu Yong could not stop it. If he forcefully stopped it, he would be criticized by others. The new image that he had painstakingly built up would completely collapse. But if he did not stop it and let Fang Yuan pay respects, it would mean that the whole of Wu clan acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity, that he was a member of Wu clan. In truth, Wu Yong was not willing. Wu Yihai's appearance made Wu Yong feel disgusted. Wu Yihai's identity gave Wu Yong a headache. Wu Yihai and Qiao clan appeared together. Wu Yong was wary. It is best to send this Wu Yihai back to where he came from. Isn't he an Eastern Sea Gu immortal? Let him develop in Eastern Sea, even if we throw some resources at him. This was the result that Wu Yong wanted the most. Undeniably, Fang Yuan's performance was outstanding, and with Qiao clan's Gu immortals as proof, Wu Yong did not suspect Wu Yihai's true identity. Wait, what if I get rid of this Wu Yihai? I could not before because mother was still around. But now, I am the first Supreme Elder. This is my territory. In the future, I can control the clan and secretly make arrangements to kill him. Wouldn't that solve all problems? Even if he is in Eastern Sea, he is still a problem. If he is not in Eastern Sea and returns to southern border, it will be even more troublesome. I might as well agree to let him pay respects now. In the future, I can do some tricks to prove that he is a fake. Getting rid of him is also an honorable thing to do. When he thought of this, piercingly cold-killing intent couldn't help but arise in Wu Yong's heart. He was about to speak and agree to Fang Yuan's request, but at this time a Wu clan Supreme Elder spoke. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but have you all forgotten that we have not verified Wu Yihai's true identity? I am not suspecting him, nor am I suspecting Qiao clan. But since we are returning to the clan, there is no lack of formalities." Wu Yong couldn't help but raise his brows again when he heard this. He looked deeply at the Wu clan Gu immortal who spoke. The latter was Wu clan's third Supreme Elder, Wu Qiao. Fang Yuan looked at Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder without batting an eyelid, thinking, "I was right to contact Qiao clan, but I did not expect Qiao clan to have already infiltrated Wu clan so deeply. Wu Qiao is the third Supreme Elder after all." Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder looked at Fang Yuan, recalling the scene of their conspiracy earlier. "As long as I show up at the ceremony, Wu Yong will fall into a passive state. Even if he is a rank 8 Gu immortal and can easily kill us with a wave of his hand. So what? He. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing, "He will not make a move. He cannot make a move. Because he is Wu clan's first Supreme Elder, he is not a lone cultivator or a demonic cultivator. At that time, I will ask to pay respects to mother. Can Wu Yong stop me?" Ha ha ha! Brilliant, truly brilliant. Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder gave a thumbs up. Returning to the clan in private is too dangerous. This is a brilliant solution. Even if Wu Yong is not willing, what can he do? Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Thus, we need to openly return to the clan during the ceremony. If we miss this chance, it will be very difficult. Not only will the risk increase greatly, Wu Yong might not even give us this chance. Don't worry. At that time, I will raise this suggestion. Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder chuckled. No. Fang Yuan shook his head. Your suggestion is not appropriate. You are an outsider. How can you interfere with Wu clan's internal affairs? Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's words struck him deeply. This was a huge problem that troubled him. If not for this, he would not have cooperated with Wu Yihai. Fang Yuan placed his hands behind his back, raising his head as he looked outside the window. Thus, I need a Wu clan supreme elder. He can raise this suggestion publicly in that situation and lead the matter to returning to the clan. The Qiao clan's first supreme elder was in a difficult position. This Chapter 1226. Fang Yuan continued. This supreme elder needs to have some status, and most importantly, he needs to be firm in his attitude. Because during this period, Wu Yong might side with me. He might think that I am his brother and reject this suggestion. Thus, our candidate needs to be able to resist the might of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Qiao clan's first supreme elder shrugged. This is too difficult. After all, Wu Yong is not only a rank 8 Gu immortal, he is also Wu clan's first supreme elder. He even inherited Wu Duxiu's immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not even turn around. He was still looking outside the window. His words turned cold and firm. Don't tell me your Qiao clan does not have such a person. If not, why would they have any schemes against Wu clan? It is better to sleep early. It is more reliable to dream. And I, Wu Hai, will not cooperate with such a clan. Qiao clan's first supreme elder was slightly stunned. He could not help but size up Fang Yuan again. From his angle, he could only see the side of Fang Yuan's face. Outside the window, the red light of the setting sun shone on Fang Yuan's face. It was like a layer of blood. Fang Yuan had a resolute expression. His blue eyes were shining brightly. This man, interesting. As expected of Wu Duxiu's son. Qiao clan's first supreme elder sighed internally. He replied, Then we will do as you say. Even though Wu Duxiu was dead at her funeral, an interesting scene played out. Wu Duxiu's illegitimate son from Eastern Sea, Wu Hai, appeared. He wanted to pay respects to his mother. All the Gu immortals watched quietly. They did not say anything. After all, this was Wu clan's internal matter. Among them, many Gu immortals could see some hidden clues. But when Wu clan's third supreme elder, Wu Qiao, spoke, several gazes landed on his face. Wu Qiao did not seem to notice anything. He had a righteous expression on his face. He was Wu clan's third supreme elder. Qiao clan's infiltration had reached this level. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. Of course, he was a participant. The more he knew, the clearer his judgment would be. Those who did not know would not understand the various reasons, and would not be able to determine Wu Qiao's position. After all, he was doing this for the sake of his family, or side with the Qiao family. Although Wu Yong was aware of this possibility, he couldn't make a definite judgment. Wu Yong said, That's fine too. Let's have my younger brother acknowledge his ancestry at mother's funeral. His mother must have seen this scene from the heavens. You must be very gratified. Surprisingly, he didn't refute and directly agreed to it. Fang Yuan couldn't help taking a deep look at Wu Yong. This guy really wasn't simple. Qiao family's great elder was also surprised by Wu Yong's reaction and immediately raised his evaluation of Wu Yong. Obviously, Wu Yong had realized that he could not stop Fang Yuan from acknowledging his ancestors in public. Rather than rebutting him blindly and losing his prestige and image, he might as well take a step back and allow this to happen. Fellow immortals are here. Please bear witness, Immortal Gu. Third Supreme Elder Wu Qiao took the initiative to step forward. He needed to personally take charge of this matter to prevent Wu Yong and the others from playing any tricks. Soon, Wu clan brought the Immortal Gu. Wu Qiao stood in front of Fang Yuan, holding an Immortal Gu as he said, This is a rank 7 Blood Path Immortal Gu. Bloodline, my Wu clan killed a Blood Path demonic immortal and obtained it as spoils of battle. It can verify your identity. Second young master. Once he said that, many Gu immortals present rolled their eyes. Blood Path was not tolerated in the world. It was too dangerous. But the truth was, all righteous path forces were secretly researching it, because Blood Path battle strength was easy to raise quickly. Evidently, This bloodline immortal goo was definitely the result of Wu clan's research. They purposely said it was some spoils of battle. Second young master, please give me a drop of blood. Wu Qiao continued. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. It was actually a rank 7 blood path, immortal goo. This was out of his expectations. And dripping blood was different from verifying his entire body. It was hard to tamper with it. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan did as he was told. He dripped a drop of blood to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao activated his immortal goo. He aimed it at the blood in his palm, and a dark red light shone on it. There was no problem. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, my blood asset immortal goo has been repaired and mixed into familiar face. I can disguise my bloodline. Last time, I deceived the arrangements in He Fan's true inheritance. This time, I deceived the rank 7 blood path immortal goo bloodline. Thankfully, it was only rank 7. If it was rank 8, it might not have been able to deceive them. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was quite lucky. Of course, Wu clan would not be so bored as to refine a blood path immortal goo to rank 8. The immortal materials needed to refine rank 8 immortal goo were too shocking. Even if a Superforce's foundation was used up, they might not be able to refine it. But this was not the end. Next, Wu Qiao asked Fang Yuan many crucial questions. Fang Yuan knew some. Fang Yuan did not know some. He answered them honestly. Among these questions, some were traps. There were questions that did not happen, but they were asked as if they did. But Fang Yuan had searched Wu Yihai's soul. He was able to deal with these questions easily. The true danger was the investigation of the rank 7 immortal goo bloodline. He had already passed it. This was not a difficult problem. Hundreds of questions were asked, but Wu Qiao was still expressionless. But the other Wu clan supreme elders nodded slightly. Some whispered to each other. Some looked at Fang Yuan with a smile. It meant that Fang Yuan had passed. Actually, I still wanted to verify my soul and bone physique, but Lady Wu Duxiu has already passed, so I can forget about it. Wu Qiao's words made Fang Yuan feel very glad. Thankfully, he did not covet any rank 8 immortal goo earlier. If he had confronted her face to face, his soul path and bone path methods were nothing. There was a high chance that he would expose himself. I heard that when Wu Duxiu died, her body turned into specks of light. Not a trace of her remains was left. Even the strands of hair and other items that were left behind were assimilated as well. She died a clean death. It was a good death. Fang Yuan felt that he was very lucky. Next, Wu Qiao reported the results of Wu Yan's own investigation. Needless to say, everyone was a witness. Wu Yong nodded, and so did the other Wu clan supreme elders. Thereupon, Wu Qiao refined soul lantern goo and life tablet goo for Fang Yuan. These goo worms would be placed in Wu clan's ancestral hall. It was a sign that Fang Yuan had returned to the clan. After this round, Fang Yuan finally stepped into Southern Border's goo immortal world with Wu Yihai's identity. After paying respects to Wu Duxiu, Fang Yuan cried loudly, showing off his amazing acting skills. During Wu Duxiu's funeral, Wu clan could not hold a banquet. But after the funeral, Fang Yuan still interacted with many Wu clan goo immortals. Even though it was just drinking tea and chatting, Fang Yuan gained a lot. Of course, some goo immortals asked to spar with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan rejected them. His status was very high now. He had rank 7 cultivation level, Wu clan's first supreme elder. Rank 8 goo immortal Wu Yong was his elder brother. Even though these two brothers had their own thoughts, at least on the surface, this was true. This bloodline relationship was also a fact. 7 days later, the funeral ended. Fang Yuan stood beside Wu clan's goo immortals. He acted like the host as he bid farewell to the guests. These Southern Border goo immortals also remembered Fang Yuan. Many people listed him as someone they could not offend, not because of Fang Yuan's cultivation level, but because Fang Yuan was Wu Yong's younger brother. Wu Yihai's name spread throughout southern border. Even though it was not known by everyone, it was about the same. 3 days later, early in the morning, the sun rose from the horizon. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Yuxiong Mountain, quietly looking at the beautiful sunrise. Ever since he returned to his clan, Wu clan arranged for him to stay on this Yuxiong Mountain. This was not Wu clan's blessed land. Fang Yuan also said he wanted to stay outside. Yuxiong Mountain was a famous mountain. The most common wild beasts on the mountain were all kinds of bears. Wu clan directly gave this mountain to Fang Yuan. From now on, this was Wu Yihai's territory. However, Wu clan did not arrange any position related to Fang Yuan. Wu clan's Gu immortals were all supreme elders. Wu Yong was the first supreme elder. Below him were the second supreme elder, third supreme elder, and so on. Different rankings meant different levels of authority, and the weight of their words were also different. This made Xiao clan's first supreme elder anxious. He paid close attention to this. Because Xiao clan supported and helped Fang Yuan, it was to insert him into Wu clan's upper echelon, to fight for more benefits for Xiao clan. Thus, Xiao clan had to ensure that Fang Yuan could gain more authority in Wu clan. Only then would he be able to speak up for Xiao clan and put in a lot of effort. Xiao clan's help was not free. Fang Yuan had already secretly made all sorts of agreements with Xiao clan's first supreme elder. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He was looking at the sunrise on the surface, but he was actually thinking about the giant dream realm. The official identity was already in his hands. How could he openly enter that super Gu formation and use the giant dream realm to raise Fang Yuan's attainment level? Fang Yuan was thinking about this when an information path immortal Gu flew over. It was Wu Yong's summoning. Right now, Fang Yuan had already returned to the clan. The entire process was witnessed by countless southern border Gu immortals. Even Wu Yong could not harm his life. What's done cannot be undone. What's done is done. Especially in Wu clan's territory, Wu Yong had to protect his little brother instead. Fang Yuan followed the information path Immortal Gu's guidance and met Wu Yong in a hall. Wu Yong spoke. "You are my little brother. You have just returned to the clan. According to the clan's rules, every newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortal can receive a rank 6 immortal Gu. After advancing to rank 7, they can receive a rank 7 immortal Gu. Take this information path immortal Gu and go to the clan's treasury to choose an immortal Gu." Chapter 1227. P.S. Here is today's update, and at the same time I want to get votes for Qijian 5/15 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also be given some coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. Hearing his brother arranging for him to go to the treasury to obtain immortal Gu, Fang Yuan smiled. To him, he did not lack immortal Gu. Not to mention rank 6 immortal Gu, even rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had many of them. As for rank 8 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had attitude Gu, wisdom sword Gu, and years flow like water immortal Gu. Although the most important thing now was to use attitude Gu. Wisdom sword Gu required rank 8 immortal essence, while years flow like water had the huge drawback of attracting immemorial year beasts. But in terms of quantity, Fang Yuan had more rank 8 immortal Gu than Wu Yong. He even had a rank 9 wisdom Gu. Of course, strictly speaking, wisdom Gu did not belong to Fang Yuan. Wu clan's treasury indeed had many exquisite or powerful immortal Gu, and it was even possible that among them, many immortal Gu were suitable for Fang Yuan. But in Fang Yuan's heart, he deeply understood what was the most helpful thing to him at this stage. That was the dream realm. As long as he passed the dream realm, Fang Yuan could use Unravel Dream to rapidly raise his attainment level. The higher his attainment level, the more blessed lands he could annex. Unlike now, when he was restricted by his attainment level, Fang Yuan could not annex many blessed lands. There were very few Gu immortals. In a region, there were usually hundreds of Gu immortals. Most of them were rank 6, a small number were rank 7, and rank 8 Gu immortals were always a small number. Among these Gu immortals, Fang Yuan could only annex a portion of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals. And among this portion, he could only annex immortal apertures that were suitable for his attainment level. Don't forget, Central Continent Fang Yuan could not enter them, so a portion was cut off. In the other 4 regions, Fang Yuan could not touch many Gu immortals either. For example, those who had close relationships with rank 8 Gu immortals. Those who lived in seclusion and were difficult to investigate, like Feng Juga and Shirley. In this case, there were not many immortal apertures that Fang Yuan could annex. Previously, he could annex many to raise his cultivation level. On one hand, it was Fang Yuan's accumulation. After all, he had killed many Gu immortals and obtained large amounts of information. On the other hand, Fang Yuan's luck was strong enough. The increase in attainment levels of all paths had obvious benefits to Fang Yuan. That was the range of his choices. It was greatly expanded. The number of immortal apertures that could be annexed also increased. Immortal Gu immortal apertures to rank 7 immortal Gu immortal apertures. But after immortal realm immortals, tribulation immortal tribulation, to be expected. Immortal Gu immortal cultivation level. But after the rise of various attainment levels, the growth of rank 7 cultivation level would increase again. But compared to normal cultivation, it is still shockingly fast. Of course, Fang Yuan could not estimate the exact speed, because it depended on the situation. If his luck was good enough, he could annex a large number of rank 7 blessed lands at once. As long as there were enough, it was not impossible for him to advance to rank 8 immediately. This was the strength of the sovereign immortal aperture. Spectral Soul spent 100,000 years sacrificing Shadow Sect, Zombie Alliance, and others to create this immortal Gu. It was not without reason. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, this cultivation method would not work. However, there were not many rank 7 blessed lands in the entire 5 regions, even if they added up all of them together. My cultivation level will rise to rank 8 immediately. I should forget about it. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that the chances of his cultivation level rising to rank 8 were too slim. He was still quite clear-headed. Fang Yuan was not overly greedy. He knew what was important and what was secondary. Thus, facing Wu Yong, he replied, "No need to look in the treasury. I already have a target." Oh, Wu Yong was a little surprised. Next, Fang Yuan said the names of 2 immortal Gu. One was rank 6, and the other was rank 7. Wu Yong was even more surprised. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply, understanding Fang Yuan's intention. But he still pretended to be confused. These 2 immortal Gu have already formed the Super Gu formation. They are part of the Gu formation to protect that giant dream realm. Are you sure you want these 2 immortal Gu? Oh. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not hesitate. It showed that he had thought deeply about this. In order to create the Super Gu formation to protect the Dream Realm, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces had contributed their manpower and resources. Wu Clan had contributed 6 immortal Gu. There was no need to hide this information. Fang Yuan had already found out about this from Qiao Clan's Gu immortals. As for the 2 immortal Gu he chose, among these immortal Gu, they were the most important part of the Super Gu formation's operation. It could be said that if Fang Yuan became the owner of these 2 immortal Gu, he would have the greatest authority in the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan continued with a sincere expression. "Brother, you grew up in a clan. You have the strongest super force in Southern Border behind you. But I am not. I grew up in Eastern Sea. I have always been alone. I am a lone cultivator. You have never been a lone cultivator. You cannot understand the pain of being a lone cultivator. Thus, this time I want to come to Southern Border and join Wu Clan. I do not want to return to Eastern Sea. I admit that I have ambition, but which Gu immortal does not have ambition? Brother, I will tell you the truth. You are a rank 8 Gu immortal. You have rank 8 immortal Gu. You are also the first supreme elder of Wu clan. You live freely in Wu clan. As for me, I came from Eastern Sea. I only have rank 7 cultivation level. I have some transformation methods. How can I win against you? I have never thought of fighting against you. I just want to take my cultivation to the next level. Qiao clan has an agreement with me. They are supporting me in this fight. I had no choice. Without Qiao clan's help, I would not have been able to attend Mother's funeral. But my surname is Wu. Wu clan's bloodline flows in me. Even though my mother abandoned me as an infant, she summoned me back at her final moments. No matter what she thinks, she is still my mother. These last days I have been thinking about it. The dream realm is the ideal place for me to go. I am willing to leave Wu clan and cultivate there for the rest of my life. I only want some support from the clan, so that I will not lack cultivation resources. That way I will be satisfied. Fang Yuan spoke sincerely. He was very emotional. Towards the end, his eyes turned red. He even bowed deeply to Wu Yong. Wu Yong was moved. He left a seat and walked towards Fang Yuan. He grabbed Fang Yuan's shoulders. "Brother." He spoke with a trembling voice. His expression was emotional. "You are my brother. We have the same mother. I understand your intentions. I understand your difficulties. I am happy that you can understand my difficulties. In that case, I will allow you to do as you wish. Don't forget what you said today." "Lord brother." Fang Yuan choked. Tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. "I will not forget today's words. Brother, you have granted me my wish. I will cheer for you. In the future, without brother's permission, I will not act on my own accord and step into Wu clan's headquarters. I will also not interact with Wu clan's Gu immortals in private." Wu Yong grabbed Fang Yuan's hand, patting it. "You did not let me down. I did not let you down." A moment later, Fang Yuan left this hall. "Finally, I can enter the Super Gu formation and explore the dream realm openly." He was very excited. He could not express it to others. Meanwhile, Wu Yong sat at the main seat again, his gaze deep and unfathomable. This brother of mine is a smart person. He understands the situation very well. Not bad, not bad. He did not mention anything about the immortal Gu inheritance. He even left Wu clan's headquarters. Without him here, I will quickly unify Wu clan. The dream realm is of little value. My current methods are far from being able to develop this mountain of treasures. As long as he defends the Super Gu formation and cultivates wholeheartedly. But speaking of Wu clan's authority, even if I give him several times more cultivation resources, so what? The dream realm is like this now, but that is not certain in the future. After all, this concerns great dream immortal Venerable's prophecy. He, speaking of which, this brother of mine is quite ambitious. However, like what he said, who does not have ambition? Having ambition is not scary. The scary thing is having too much ambition, not knowing one's limits and doing stupid things that are beyond one's ability. Like Qiao clan, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun knelt on the ground. She was like a stone statue. In front of her was a small house. The door was closed. There was no one inside. Feng Kim Hong was no longer here. Zhao Lianyun knew this, but she still knelt here and begged. Because she knew this was her only hope. She had to hold on to it tightly, because other than this, there was no other way. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's legs were completely numb. She was so tired that she was about to faint. In a daze, a memory of the past appeared in her mind, in that grassland where wildflowers bloomed. "These flowers are for you, Lady Xiaoyin. They say that girls like flowers." Ma Hongyin held a bunch of flowers, smiling foolishly as he stood in front of Zhao Lianyun. "So smelly." Zhao Lianyun pinched her nose. She had a look of disdain. "What flowers did you pick?" "This smelly flower grows on animal feces. Quickly take it away. Quickly take it away." Ma Hongyan was stunned, he replied. It is precisely because they grow on feces that they grow strong and big. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. She ruthlessly kicked Ma Hongyan's calf. Get lost! Idiot! Why are you giving flowers for no reason? Think of how to curry favor with your young master. You idiot! Ma Hongyan was in so much pain that he stomped his feet. He also felt wronged. I wanted to thank you. Thank you for helping me lie. Otherwise, I would have been executed for stealing shoes. The scene of the past disappeared. Zhao Lianyun returned to the cold and cruel reality. Big idiot! But my current actions also seem like an idiot. Who would have thought that I, Zhao Lianyun, would do such a stupid thing? You always do stupid things, but you always get a good result. I am not you, but this is the only thing I can do. I am just a mortal. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's tears rolled down. The sorrow and bitterness in her heart was indescribable. Right at this time, in her blurred vision, she saw a gu. 9 revolutions, love. It was flying in front of Zhao Lianyun. Chapter 1228. P.S. Here is today's update, and at the same time, I would like to garner votes for Qijian 5/15 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also be given some coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. Rank 9 Love Gu. Zhao Lianyun did not recognize this gu worm, but that did not stop her from recognizing its extraordinariness, because in her vision, this gu worm seemed to have become the center of heaven and earth, the center of the universe. Its whole body was emitting a dazzling light. The whole gu worm was burning like the most dazzling flame in the world. It was a fact. All living things in the world would fall for it. Everything would revolve around it. Is this a miracle? Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears. This was the last thought in her mind. Next, she collapsed and fainted on the spot. Spirit Affinity House was shaken. Love Gu was Spirit Affinity House's sect protecting immortal Gu. It flew out of its habitat and arrived beside Zhao Lianyun. Most importantly, even when Zhao Lianyun fainted, it did not fly away. It stayed on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. That night, Spirit Affinity House summoned all the Gu immortals to urgently discuss this shocking matter. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, third Supreme Elder, Feng Joga, Fairy Bai Qing, Su Hao, Li Juning, and others, heroes gathered. Immortal aura filled the air. This was the first time in hundreds of years that Spirit Affinity House had gathered so many Gu immortals. Everyone, we all know the rules of the sect. Now that Love Gu has acknowledged Zhao Lianyun, she is the current generation fairy of our sect. Su Hao spoke. He was expressionless, but there was a trace of joy in his tone. Back then, when he gave Zhao Lianyun pointers, it was only to scheme against Feng Kim Hong, to attack her reputation and raise Zhao Lianyun's status. But to think that Zhao Lianyun was so stubborn, she continued to kneel and stubbornly refused to get up. Su Hao was also helpless about this. He nurtured Zhao Lianyun and used her as a chess piece to deal with Feng Kim Hong. His true goal was to attack Feng Kim Hong's father, Feng Joga. In the world of people, there were always internal and external conflicts. When an organization grew, there would naturally be many factions within it. Currently, Feng's sect, led by Feng Joga, had the largest force in Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao, Li Juning, and the rest were suppressed by Feng Gu. They could barely breathe. Thankfully, the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House, the first Supreme Elder and the second Supreme Elder, were impartial, looking at the big picture of Spirit Affinity House. Because Feng to Feng, Li Feng's to protect Feng to the core of Spirit Affinity House to Feng Gu, B's immortal Gu Hope says, Gu 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 to respect Spirit Gu, to immortal to God of course, not to be to be. To be. Gu, like have to immortals, have the qualifications of course, of Feng, Gu have to be of immortal have-tos. Imamin to imtot be. Imimamin anan unuens to two immortals to be. Su Hao treated Zhao Lianyun as his weapon, a chess piece. Originally, Su Hao was thinking of not letting Zhao Lianyun continue to kneel. In his opinion, this was a political show, it was time to end it. Zhao Lianyun would be a fool if she continued to kneel like this. She would not gain anything. But a few hours ago, when Su Hao heard that Love Gu had appeared on its own and stayed on Zhao Lianyun, he was stunned. After the extreme shock, he was overjoyed. He acutely realized that this was a gift that fell from the sky. This gift was too precious. He almost fainted from happiness. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to make use of this chance to make Zhao Lianyun the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. On this basis, he could attack Feng's sect. This would be an unprecedented opportunity for him. Su Hao in the history of the sect. As long as he made use of this opportunity, then his future career in the sect would be greatly changed. Su Hao had no doubts about this. Therefore, he immediately stood out and strongly supported Zhao Lianyun's ascension to become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. He continued, "Our sect's rules state clearly that the past generations of fairies will be selected. First, listen to the will of the people. Second, look at aptitude. And third, the will of the people." The meaning was, first, look at the will of the entire sect, then look at the aptitude and talent of the candidates. Finally, look at who the higher-ups of the Gu Immortals favored. Su Hao continued, "Now, in terms of the will of the people, although Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, she is loyal in order to save her lover. She did not hesitate to kneel and beg her opponent. Everyone in the sect knows her nature. In terms of aptitude and talent, aptitude is not important. As long as you are willing, you can raise a mortal's cultivation aptitude. As for Zhao Lianyun's talent, I believe everyone knows about her experiences in Northern Plains. She is also an elite in terms of talent. Finally, there is everyone's intentions. I approve of Zhao Lianyun. On the surface, I personally support Zhao Lianyun to become the fairy of our sect." "I agree." Su Hao had just finished speaking when Li Juning spoke in agreement. She was Su Hao's wife. They had always been on the same side. This was not strange. However, what happened next shocked the others. "I agree with Su Hao." "I also agree with Su Hao. Since even Love Gu approves of Zhao Lianyun, what else can I say?" At once, 5 to 6 Gu Immortals actually agreed with Su Hao's words. Fairy Bai Qing could not sit still. She felt that everyone present agreed with Su Hao's words. They felt that the position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy should belong to Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Bai Qing was a Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House. She was also Feng Kim Huang's mother. The position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy was very special. She was a cultivation seed chosen by the entire Spirit Affinity House from among the mortal Gu Masters. After that, they would invest heavily in her and nurture her to become an immortal. Every generation's fairy would become the face of Spirit Affinity House when they grew up. Spirit Affinity House was an organization. Not only did it need old people, it also needed new Gu immortal strength. It needed new blood to replenish and operate. Fairy Bai Qing was also a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had personally experienced what it felt like to have an entire sect sponsor her cultivation. Even though Feng Jioga and Bai Qing were Gu Immortals, they alone could sponsor their daughter Feng Kim Huang's immortal ascension. This type of sponsorship was not as strong as the entire sect's sponsorship. Fairy Bai Qing did not want to see her daughter fail like this. But she also deeply understood that the current situation was very disadvantageous to her, because in the sect's rules, other than listening to the will of the people, looking at aptitude, and finally the will of the people, there was another important rule that was, once Love Gu approves of someone, no matter how unpopular that person was, how bad their aptitude was, or how the Gu Immortal higher-ups did not think highly of them, then this generation's fairy would be none other than that person. regardless of gender. Precisely because of this rule, when Su Hao finished speaking, many Gu immortals agreed with him and expressed their support. In fact, just based on Su Hao's political influence, he was not strong. Under normal circumstances, he would never have received so much support. Even though the sect rules are like this, I am not without hope. Because in the history of the sect, there were fairies who were supported according to this rule, but Fairy Bai Qing was moved. She opened her mouth to speak. But right at this time, Feng Juga, who was beside her, lightly pressed the back of her hand. Don't be rash. I know you want to mention Mo Yao, right? Back then, she was only an Inkman slave, but she obtained Love Gu's approval. She was sponsored by the entire sect to become a Gu immortal. She reformed Bo Qing. But in the end, she betrayed the sect and went against the celestial court. Feng Juga transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing nodded, communicating secretly. That's right, this is Huang Heir's only chance. As long as we follow this and continue to discuss, using Feng Sect's strength, we might be able to change this rule. After all, sect rules are also made by people, aren't they? This sect rule is clearly unreasonable. But Feng Juga shook his head. He rejected Fairy Bai Qing's idea. Su Hao is a wisdom path Gu immortal. Why did he not mention this sect rule in his earlier words? He only talked about the first 3 conditions. It seems like he has completely forgotten about this sect rule that is most beneficial to him. Fairy Bai Qing was slightly stunned. Feng Juga continued. This is his scheme a trap. If you mention this, it means that he succeeded in his scheme. Even though Mo Yao and Bo Qing's matter happened, the sect rule has not changed. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, our sect faced huge pressure, but we have never changed this sect rule. This is a trap. Very deep. Today, if you use Feng Sect's strength to challenge him and try to change this sect rule, you will lose miserably. We will suffer heavy losses while Su Hao will be unharmed. This is what he wants to see. Fairy Bai Qing's body was covered in cold sweat. I was too rash. She quickly calmed down. Then, she calmed down and reflected on why she made such a mistake. This concerns my Huang Heir. I lost my mind because of love. No, there is another point. I am rank 7 now and have a rank 7 immortal Gu. Compared to before, my mental state has improved. But I forgot that the righteous path does not only depend on cultivation level and strength. If not for husband's reminder today, I would have made a huge mistake. Thinking of this, Fairy Bai Qing involuntarily looked at Feng Juga. She felt a strong sense of security in her heart. Even though Feng Juga was from the demonic path, over these years he did not use his fists to speak in the sect. His political skills were also superior to hers. If not for this, how could Feng's sect have its current glory? Husband, since you saw through Su Hao's trap, I will leave this matter to you. Fairy Bai Qing transmitted secretly. Her tone was filled with sweetness. Feng Juga smiled bitterly. I do not intend to interfere in this matter, because there's no point in interfering. What do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. Feng Juga did not speak. He looked up at the sky. He actually did not fall for it. Su Hao was expecting someone to speak up, but no one objected to his words. Even Feng Juga was silent. Su Hao felt that it was a pity, but he quickly collected his emotions. He was certain. All right, since no one objected, this matter is settled. Who knew that First Supreme Elder would speak next? I understand everyone's intentions, but Zhao Lianyan has a special identity. He is an otherworldly demon. I will report your intentions to the higher-ups. They will make the decision personally. What? Su Hao was stunned. Chapter 1229. P.S. Here is today's update, and also to get votes for Qijian 5/15 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes. There will be some coins for voting. I am begging for everyone's support. Southern Border. Ruins of the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Lord Wu Yi, hi, this way please. Wuan bowed as he led the way. Fang Yuan nodded. In front of him, the Super Gu formation slowly opened an entrance. "After you, sir, after you." Wuan stepped aside and gave way. His face was full of smiles, and he was extremely enthusiastic. Wu Yihai's identity was known to almost everyone in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan appeared out of nowhere. He immediately became the leader of Wu clan in the giant Dream Realm. Wu En, who only had rank 6 cultivation level, naturally had to curry favor with his superior. Before Fang Yuan took over, he flew out of the Super Gu formation. Going 100 li away, he waited on a small mountain for 2 days and 2 nights to welcome Fang Yuan. After welcoming Fang Yuan, he followed behind him, circling around Fang Yuan. Whatever Fang Yuan asked, he answered. He knew everything. If Fang Yuan wanted to kick his butt now, he would be overjoyed. He would not hesitate to lift his butt and send it to Fang Yuan's feet, letting Fang Yuan kick it. But because of him along the way, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the Gu Immortals guarding the Super Gu formation, as well as the current situation. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Wu En. He entered the entrance first. Wu En hurriedly followed, smiling from beginning to end as he bent his waist. Who knew how many Gu Immortals were watching this scene secretly? Wu Yihai is here. Not long ago, he used Wu Clan's immortal killer move to abandon his Eastern Sea Gu immortal identity, becoming a true member of Southern Border. Ba Quanfeng said as he observed the expressions of the Gu immortals around him. The one standing beside him was none other than the publicly recognized strongest rank 7 Gu immortal in Southern Border, old Treeman Bada. Ba retracted his gaze, saying plainly, "Let's watch first." Saying so, he turned around and left. Wu Yihai's arrival. To him, it was just an insignificant matter. Ba Quanfeng was extremely disappointed. He wanted to get information from Bada. Wu Yihai was here, but he was a newcomer, not only in the Super Gu formation, but also in the whole of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. He was a newcomer. Wu Duxiu died. Wu clan only had one rank 8 Gu Immortal. Wu Yong, their strength fell greatly. This caused many families' hearts to sway, especially the powerful Ba clan. In the past, when the Wu clan was dominant, Ba Quanfeng was already full of complaints. Now that Wu clan lost a rank 8 Gu Immortal and a new member, Wu Yihai, he could not help but want to suppress them to vent his anger. Unfortunately, Bard told him to wait and see. After all, Wu Yihai's strength and methods were not clear. Bard was dependable and experienced. If Wu Yihai was too young or weak, he would not mind representing Ba clan and becoming the main controller of the Super Gu formation. There was a space inside the Super Gu formation. It was as if a huge ring city had been formed around the entire Dream Realm. Each part was controlled by a clan. There were 13 righteous path forces. This huge Gu formation space was divided into 13 parts. Wu clan's control of this space was huge. It was one of the top 13 clans. Only the Ba clan could rival it. Shang clan and Tai clan were weaker. Fang Yuan entered because he already had the information provided by Wu clan, and with the lackey Wu En, he did not get lost. Soon, he went deep into the core and saw Wu clan's other Gu immortal, Wu Liao. This person had a broad back and a thin waist. He had a brave and fierce appearance. He had a beard that resembled steel needles. He greeted Fang Yuan in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Greetings to Lord Wu Yihai. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you, as I have important matters to attend to." His tone was plain, but there was arrogance in his bones. Fang Yuan found it interesting. Wu Liao and Wu En both had rank 6 cultivation level, but there was a clear contrast between them. Together with Wu Yihai, this was Wu clan's entire force in the Super Gu formation. There was originally another rank 7 Gu immortal, but since Fang Yuan was here, he was naturally sent away. Even though Wu clan was the number 1 force in Southern Border's righteous path, they did not have so many Gu immortals. Every Gu immortal's strength had to be calculated and used in a meticulous manner. Let's get down to business first. You two should already know the clan's orders. Bring me to refine the 2 immortal gu that belong to me. Fang Yuan said. This was the first and most important task. Wu Liao saw Wu Yihai's swift and decisive actions. He could not help but acknowledge him. Wu and quickly ran to Fang Yuan, saying with a smile, Lord, this way please, I will bring you there. A moment later, Fang Yuan successfully refined the 2 immortal gu. It was not easy to refine other people's immortal gu, but with Wu clan's cooperation it was different. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Wu clan's treasury would definitely have immortal gu that suited him or were especially outstanding. But he still chose the 2 immortal gu here. He naturally had his own plans for doing this. With these 2 immortal gu, Fang Yuan was firmly rooted in this super gu formation. In the future, even if Wu clan wanted to change Fang Yuan, they would have to consider this point first. This super gu formation had already been set up. Every immortal gu was closely related. Changing any one of them would have a huge impact. Every immortal gu that each clan controlled represented their investment in the giant dream realm. It was the main factor that each clan's influence here. Lord, I have prepared some delicacies for Lord to taste. After Fang Yuan refined the immortal gu, Wu immediately came over and said in a flattering tone. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He acknowledged in a high and mighty manner. Wu immediately felt like he had heard the words of heaven. He happily led the way. Lord, please come this way. Wu Liao snorted coldly. He had a disdainful expression. He did not like Wu En's flattery. But Fang Yuan said, Wu Liao, come with me. I have something to ask you too. Yes, Lord. Wu Liao replied respectfully. The banquet was quite good. The delicacies and wine were very memorable. Fang Yuan sat on the main seat, while Wu En and Wu Liao sat on his left and right. Fang Yuan knew the principle of partial trust and double trust. He could not listen to Wu En's side of the story. Thus, during the banquet, Fang Yuan asked the too many questions. Wu En and Wu Liao answered. After the banquet ended, Fang Yuan understood the situation of the super gu formation. He had a clear idea of the situation in his mind. In Fang Yuan's plan, he would be cultivating here for a long time. The environment here, he naturally had to understand. The righteous path was different from the demonic path. The demonic path was straightforward, while the righteous path paid attention to the rules of the righteous path. What were the rules of the righteous path? It was nothing more than a set of rules that gradually formed after a long period of time regarding the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. Since he came here with the identity of Wu Yihai, he naturally had to use the methods of the righteous path to solve the problem. If he used demonic path methods here, his enemies would be overjoyed and his own forces would become disunited. No matter how much Wu Yong protected his brother, he would not be able to endure the pressure, and for the sake of Wu clan's benefits, he would transfer Fang Yuan away. After all, the entire Wu clan was led by Wu Yong. This place was once dominated by Wu clan, but Ba clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan did not have to submit to Wu clan. Qiao clan was Wu clan's most loyal ally. But after Wu Duxiu's death, the situation here was greatly affected. Ba clan was already ready to make a move, especially when Ba clan sent old Treeman Ba to guard this place. Just from this, Fang Yuan could acutely sense that Ba clan would be his main opponent in the future. As for Qiao clan, Fang Yuan felt a headache. By coming here, he had more or less betrayed the cooperation agreement with Qiao clan. As for Qiao clan's attitude and how much support they could give him, Fang Yuan had no idea. After the banquet, Fang Yuan dismissed Wu Liao and Wu En. He rested alone. Before parting, Wu En wanted to say something, but hesitated, wanting to say something. But he was hesitant. Wu Liao left quietly. His impression of Fang Yuan rose by a little. During the banquet, Fang Yuan's questions were very sharp. Wu Liao could not answer them, but he had a lot of confidence in Fang Yuan's abilities. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had their own battle strength as a foundation. But just this was not enough, they also needed to have political skills. However, after the welcoming banquet, several days passed. Fang Yuan did not show up in public, he cultivated in his own residence. Is this Wu Yihai really just a lone cultivator? Fang Yuan's actions were undoubtedly the style of a lone cultivator. Many Gu Immortals who were paying attention to him made such a guess. Wu Liao was a little disappointed. He wanted a superior who could control the situation, not a person who was purely cultivating in seclusion. Wu was very anxious and uneasy. These last days he had invited Fang Yuan many times. He had thought of all sorts of reasons, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. He even told him not to disturb him unless it was urgent. Wu could not understand Fang Yuan's thoughts, but as time passed his restlessness turned into a kind of panic. And behind Wu were the Gu Immortals of the other clans. They were also very anxious. The reason was simple. That was the Immortal Opportunity business. Earlier, the Immortal Opportunity business was started by Wu clan. They worked with the Gu Immortals of the other clans to do business secretly. Wu clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal left. Wu Yihai was transferred over. The Immortal Opportunity business was thus put on hold. After all, Wu clan's leader was Wu Yihai. And most importantly, he had 2 immortal Gu. Wu was sucking up to Fang Yuan, other than cozying up to him. There was also a deeper meaning. It was regarding the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu obtained a lot of benefits from this. If he did not have any benefits, he would not be so friendly to Fang Yuan. At first, Wu and Fang Yuan's interaction went well. But soon, Fang Yuan did not play by the rules. Wu was at a loss. The Immortal Opportunity business could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, he would be held accountable. This was an act of seeking personal gain for the sake of official business, and it was a very big handle. Not being able to drag Fang Yuan down with him, Wu was very anxious. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the risk. Chapter 1230. This servant greets Lord Wu Yihai. The female Gu Immortal knelt down at Fang Yuan's feet. She wore a white fur coat that only covered her breasts and buttocks. Most of her snow-white skin was exposed. Her ears were like rabbits, her eyes were like rubies, her nose was small. Her face was exquisite and cute. In terms of beauty, she was only slightly inferior to Shang Xian Ci and Feng Kim Hong. At this moment, this female immortal was kneeling on the ground. Her forehead was touching the floor. Her huge breasts were also squeezed by the floor. They were deformed. And her buttocks were raised high. It was very attractive. She was none other than Lady White Rabbit. Right now, she was pure with a hint of wildness. She was cute with a hint of shyness. Especially when she was so respectful. Any man who saw her would feel a fire burning in their hearts or abdomen. They would want to hug this beauty and cherish her. Fang Yuan's heart, however, felt strange. Not long ago, he was offering cultivation resources to this woman and asking for information about the Gu Immortal world. But to think that at this moment, this beauty was kneeling at his feet, allowing Fang Yuan to do whatever he wanted. He is clearly trying to seduce me. This Wu is trying to scare me, saying that an important person has something important to report to me. That is why Lady White Rabbit came to see me. It seems that these last days I have been ignoring them. They're getting anxious. They're even using such a method. This method is quite old-fashioned, but it is very practical. Fang Yuan smiled. He got up from his seat and walked towards Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit's forehead did not leave the jade brick on the ground. With Fang Yuan's sharp vision, he could see that Lady White Rabbit was trembling. She was nervous. Fang Yuan thought, I have interacted with Lady White Rabbit before. According to my 500 years of cultivation, I can tell that this woman is a pure lone cultivator. To think that she would give herself to me, This is probably the first time she has done such a thing. Of course, Fang Yuan's judgment could be wrong, but there were not many people in the 5 regions who could misjudge him. Lady White Rabbit was indeed nervous. She was very nervous. His body was trembling slightly, and his heart was thumping wildly. She understood that she had to remain calm and follow Wu An's instructions, but she could not do it. Easier said than done. So honey traps can't be used so easily. Lady White Rabbit sighed in her heart. Apart from that, there was also a lot of shame and disbelief in her heart. I'm actually doing this kind of thing. Why would I do such a thing? To seduce a stranger that you've never met before. The White Rabbit felt strange. This was not in her nature. Before that, she was just a pure itinerant cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs and cultivated happily. If anyone had told her that she would do such a thing today, she would definitely make that person her enemy. How did things turn out like this? Lady White Rabbit thought to herself. She was quite popular, so one day Wu An took the initiative to look for her, saying that he wanted to give her a great fortune. At that time, Lady White Rabbit was still very wary. How could such a good thing happen to her? Was Wu An trying to swindle his money and body? In the end, he didn't. Lady White Rabbit managed the Immortal Opportunity business. She became the middleman. The demonic and lone path Gu Immortals had a foundation of trust in her. Of course, the business was not good at first. But later on, the news got louder and louder. The Gu Immortals saw it clearly. Next, there was a huge influx of people. After every transaction, Lady White Rabbit would get a cut. Soon, she had accumulated as much wealth as she had accumulated over the past few decades. Lady White Rabbit was shocked and joyful. As the business became more prosperous, she felt that her future was getting brighter. The accident happened suddenly. It was not sudden. It wasn't sudden because Lady White Rabbit knew about the entire situation. Wu Clan's rank 8 great expert Wu Duxiu died. Her illegitimate son Wu Yihai, who was in Eastern Sea, wanted to return to southern border, but he was ambushed by various forces. But in the end, Wu Yihai avoided the ambush and returned to his clan, officially becoming a southern border Gu Immortal. It was sudden because Lady White Rabbit did not expect this to affect the whole of southern border's Gu Immortal world. It was actually related to her. It was as if the high and mighty Wu Yihai had been transferred over, becoming the leader of Wu Clan in the Super Gu formation. The Immortal Opportunity business was immediately stopped because this business could not be exposed. It was originally controlled by a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Wu Clan. Now that he was transferred away, Wu Yihai came. Wu En and the rest were the beneficiaries, but they did not have the ability to manage this business. Because they were not qualified, they could not ignore Fang Yuan and continue this business. Because this business only involved 6 or 7 clans, Ba Clan, Tai Clan, and Shan Clan did not participate. They needed a strong background to support them. Stop like this? No, that was impossible. The Gu Immortals who participated in the Immortal Opportunity business had already tasted the benefits. They wanted to continue. Thus, roping in Fang Yuan was the most important thing. Wu En took on this huge responsibility. Wu Liao could not be relied on. This Gu Immortal looked young, but he was very strict and inflexible. He had a strong objection to Wu Clan managing the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu En was very passionate and considerate, but Fang Yuan did not buy it. This made Wu En and the Gu Immortals around him very anxious. The situation over at the demonic and lone path was also terrible. Suddenly, they could not enter the Gu formation to interact with the dream realms. This made the Gu Immortals feel that something was amiss. Were these righteous path people going back on their words after obtaining their cultivation resources? A large number of Gu Immortals surrounded the mortal Gu house at the peak of the mountain. They could not find the righteous path Gu Immortals. They could only surround Lady White Rabbit, making a ruckus or threatening her. They wanted an explanation. Lady White Rabbit realized at this moment that she was in an extremely dangerous situation. If the immortal opportunity business could not continue, not only would her bright future be gone, she would be torn apart by these vicious people. Her outcome would be tragic. In this situation, when came to find her again, he used his glib tongue and finally convinced Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was forced into this situation. She had no choice but to dress up like this and visit Fong Yuan. She wanted to use her beauty to lure this Wu Clan Gu immortal, so that he would appear and manage the immortal opportunity business. Raise your head. At this time, Lady White Rabbit heard Fong Yuan's command. Lady White Rabbit's body shook. Her heart almost skipped a beat. She breathed in deeply and slowly raised her head, gazing at Fong Yuan with yearning. Fong Yuan looked down at this beauty from above. The latter was lying on the ground, looking up at him. Her eyes were big and round, and her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg. In particular, her small and delicate cherry lips were as delicate as flowers, making people want to explore the taste of them. Also, the tip of her small and delicate pink tongue. What kind of wonderful taste was that? Stand up. At this time, Fong Yuan spoke again. Lady White Rabbit was like a puppet. She stood up obediently. Her body was voluptuous and exquisite. Her breasts were bulging out. The top of her head only reached Fong Yuan's chest. She was like a neighbor's little sister. The two were less than 2 feet apart. Lady White Rabbit's heart was pounding. Her breathing was rapid. She was gasping for breath. Next, she remembered Wu An's instructions. She took a step forward and went into Fong Yuan's embrace. She used her jade-like arms to hug Fong Yuan's waist, then said in a tender voice, "Moss Master, please use all your strength to ravage this servant." She stammered out these words. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Even though she had cultivated for many years, Lady White Rabbit was still very ignorant about relationships. Wu An's instructions were her only standard of conduct. "Oh, White Rabbit! Oh, White Rabbit! How can you say such shameful words? You really said it out loud." Her face was red. She questioned herself in her mind. Even she found it hard to believe. At another place, in front of Fong Yuan's hall, Wu was pacing around uneasily. He was anxious and anxious. He paced around with his head lowered. His hands were clenched, sometimes into fists, sometimes into palms. From time to time, he would stop and look at the tightly shut door, trying to guess what the situation was like inside. If the immortal opportunity business failed and Fong Yuan did not want to take over, it would mean that he had a problem with it and wanted to expose it. This was very likely, because Wu Yihai was very young. He had just joined Wu Clan. He needed some achievements to prove himself. His brother was Wu Yong. He definitely did not lack cultivation resources. But at this moment, benefits were not as important as fame and fortune to him. This way, Lady White Rabbit would be in trouble. Even if she did not die, she would be wanted by the righteous path. From a lone cultivator, she would become a demonic path Gu immortal. Even though Wu and would not die, after all, Wu Clan's Gu immortals were limited. He had to spit out the benefits that were in his hands. He would definitely be punished by the clan and transferred away. His bright future would become even dimmer than before he started this business. At this time, footsteps could be heard. Wu raised his head and saw a person with a straight back. His footsteps were swift, and his whole body was emitting a powerful aura. Wu immediately felt something amiss. "Wu Liao, what are you doing here?" Wu Liao snorted coldly. "What can I do here?" A certain person was shameless. He actually used a honey trap to attempt to frame Lord Wu Yihai. "The reason why I've come here is to let my lord know what you've done, to let him know of your schemes and ill intentions." Wu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at Wu Liao and gritted his teeth. "Wu Liao, how dare you?" It was not that he did not bribe Wu Liao. Wu Liao did not accept bribes. It was not that he thought it was too little. It was just his nature. Chapter 1231. Wu Liao ignored Wu En. He bowed towards the door of the hall, shouting, "Wu En, this person has ulterior motives. Wu Liao requests an audience with Lord to report this person." Wu En's heart jumped to his throat. He was afraid, he was terrified. He was afraid that the door in front of him would open at the next moment, and Lady White Rabbit would be chased out with tears in her eyes. Then he, Wu En, would be finished. But he did not. The door closed quietly, as if Feng Yuan did not hear it. But how could that be? This was not an ordinary place. It was the inner space of the Super Gu formation. It formed a large group of palaces that people could live in. Feng Yuan was in control of two crucial immortal Gu. He could be said to know Wu clan's territory like the back of his hand. He was able to observe Wu Liao and Wu En's every move clearly. How could Feng Yuan not hear Wu Liao's earlier words? Impossible. Seeing that Feng Yuan ignored him, Wu Liao, who was full of confidence, was stunned. He knew that Wu En had been using all sorts of methods to request to meet Feng Yuan for some time. Wu Liao naturally understood what his motive was. Wu Liao did not stop him. Because he knew that humans were greedy and selfish, many people were different from him. For example, the previous Wu clan, rank 7 Gu Immortal. But later on, Feng Yuan did not meet Wu En even once. After realizing this, Wu Liao was very happy. He used himself to judge others. He felt that since Feng Yuan rejected Wu En, it was definitely because he disliked the immortal opportunity business. That's true. Why would a person like Lord Wu Hai care about such a small profit? He has just entered the clan. He would be more concerned about his reputation and his future development in Wu clan's higher-ups. Wu Liao guessed. With such thoughts, he came to meet Feng Yuan, thinking that Feng Yuan would meet him. But now, the door was tightly shut. It was like a wall, or like a mountain blocking Wu Liao's heart. Wu En laughed loudly. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart fell back to its original position. Wu Liao's visit. This was the best test. Wu En immediately felt that he understood Feng Yuan's intentions. Wu Liao refused to believe it, so he called out again, but the door was still closed. There was no reaction. Wu En's laughter grew louder, and his heart became more certain. He said, "Wu Liao, you'd better stop shouting. His lordship is dealing with important matters inside. Is it good for you to disturb him like this?" Wu Liao's face turned ashen. It was very ugly. Wu En sneered and shook his head. Wu Liao looked down on Wu En, and Wu En felt that Wu Liao was too stubborn and unreasonable, and that this was not the way of life. From the looks of it, although this move was risky, it was very effective. That's true. Lady White Rabbit's foundation is already very good. When I first saw her, my heart almost jumped out of my throat. I can't wait to take her into my arms and rub her all over. When I see a beauty like Lady White Rabbit, it's a pity. As long as it was a man, he would submit. Lord Wu Hai was also a hot-blooded man. Furthermore, he had just obtained a position of authority. A beauty offering herself to him satisfied him even more. Furthermore, he was an Eastern Sea lone cultivator, while Lady White Rabbit was a Southern Border lone cultivator. Lone cultivators naturally understood each other, and what was even rarer was that Lady White Rabbit was a true virgin. This is a meeting between a man and a woman. Like burning wood, Just as he thought of this, at the next moment, something happened that caught Wu En off guard. The door of the hall opened. Lady White Rabbit was standing on the other side of the door. She appeared in front of the two Wu clan Gu Immortals. What's going on? She came out already? Why is it so short? Wu En was very surprised. Lord must have heard my words and sent this female immortal out. Wu Liao was overjoyed, but he was slightly stunned when he looked at Lady White Rabbit. Even though he was disgusted seeing Lady White Rabbit's beauty, his heart shook. He had to admit Lady White Rabbit's beauty. So short, did she not succeed? Did she not succeed? Wu En's heart sank to rock bottom. He stared blankly. His mouth was dry. But soon he saw that Lady White Rabbit had changed into another set of clothes. It was not the simple beast-skin dress with white fur on it. Furthermore, what attracted Wu An's attention even more was the pair of jade pendants hanging from Lady White Rabbit's ears. The pendants were round in shape. They were very full. This was the custom of Southern Border. Once a lady gets married and loses her virginity, she would wear such a pendant. It signified that the man and woman were in harmony. They were complete. Wu An was overjoyed. Wu Liao had a pale expression. His gaze was very sharp. He saw the jade pendants on Lady White Rabbit's ears. Did it succeed? Wu An walked up, asking carefully. Lady White Rabbit had a strange expression, but she still nodded, not speaking. Wu An let out a breath of air. He closed his eyes. The huge pressure left him. He was not used to it. He almost fell to the ground. But why so quickly? Wu An had a thought. That shouldn't be the case. Is Lord Wu Yihai also a novice in that aspect? This is not unheard of. There are many such cultivators in Southern Border. If that is the case, I can contribute many mystical goo-worms for Lord to use in the future. But Lord Wu Yihai is already a rank 7 goo immortal. He has Dao marks all over his body. Ordinary mortal goo might not have much effect on him. This pair of jade pearls was given to me by Lord Wu Yihai. Lord told me to take care of the two of you. He will be cultivating in seclusion from now on. Do your own things. Don't disturb his cultivation. Lady White Rabbit said. Once she said this, Wu An looked at Wu Liao with the gaze of a victor. He had a smug expression. Wu Liao's body shook. He took a step back. He looked at Wu An hatefully before turning around and leaving. Lord Wu An, let's go. Lady White Rabbit said. Lady, don't call me Lord. How can I, Wu An, be a lord? From now on, just call me by my name. Wu An showed a friendly smile. It was not rude. Right now, Lady White Rabbit's status was no longer the same. Wu Yihai not only slept with Lady White Rabbit, he even gave her a jade pearl pendant. This was acknowledging her status as a concubine. Lady White Rabbit sensed the change in Wu An's attitude. She felt even more complex emotions. She spoke. Then Wu An, Lord Wu Yihai has some words for you. Lady, please enlighten me. Wu An's expression turned solemn. Lady White Rabbit said shocking words. Actually, Lord Wu Yihai did not want me. What? Wu An's expression changed. He was shocked. Lady White Rabbit recalled the scene from before. When she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, a pair of strong hands grasped her shoulders while her mind was in a mess. Next, from the two warm hands, a strong force that could not be resisted pushed Lady White Rabbit out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Lady White Rabbit's expression turned pale. At this moment, she felt like she had failed. But at the next moment, she heard Fang Yuan's voice. When I was in Eastern Sea, I was a lone cultivator. I know the pain of lone cultivators very well. Some things, even though they are sweet, there is a price to pay to swallow them. I am sure you have such an understanding now. However, I don't want to take advantage of you. Just as he said that, Lady White Rabbit saw a hand in front of her chest, holding a goo worm. This is a clothing goo. Use it first before talking to me. Fang Yuan's voice resounded again. Lady White Rabbit obeyed. The clothing goo turned into clothing that covered her body. When she raised her head again, she saw Fang Yuan smiling at her. Even though I joined Wu Clan, I am still a lone cultivator. I will never be able to change that. This goo worm can be considered as a small favor from a lone cultivator to a lone cultivator as fellow cultivators. Lady White Rabbit's heart tightened. An indescribable feeling assaulted her body and mind. At once she choked. Tears appeared in her eyes. Her vision became blurry. But in this blurry vision, Lady White Rabbit could feel Fang Yuan smile. It was such a gentle smile. It was like the sun shining in her heart, giving her immense warmth. However, if you go back like this, you will not be able to explain yourself. I'm very clear about your intentions in coming here and Wu An's intentions. Thus, you need to take this as well. Fang Yuan said as he took out a pair of jade pendants. With his ability, he could create such a mortal item with just a thought. Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she received this pair of jade pendants. From today onwards, you are my concubine. Fang Yuan smiled. Lady White Rabbit grunted softly and nodded. Go ahead and do the immortal opportunity business. But I will not take over. If anything happens, I will help, but I will not show myself. This is something that infringes on the benefits of the other Righteous Path clans. After all, this super goo formation was created by everyone's efforts. I have just arrived in Southern Border. My foundation is not stable yet. I do not need these small benefits. You are so smart, you should understand, right? Yes, I understand. Lady White Rabbit quickly replied, her voice trembling. Go back. Convey my words to Wu En and the people around him. I will give you my share of the profits. Fang Yuan chased her away. Lady White Rabbit mustered all her courage, wanting to take another look at Fang Yuan, but she could not do so. She lowered her head, turning around to leave. When her back was facing Fang Yuan, her tears fell like pearls. The situation was much, much better than she had imagined. Wu Yihai's name was deeply engraved in her heart. I understand, I understand. Hearing Lady White Rabbit's words, Wu En's forehead was covered in sweat. His earlier smugness was gone. Chapter 1232. On the bed, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air. He found that he was still lying on the bed. The arrangements around him were still intact. This was a defensive goo formation set up by Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. It was very safe. But Fang Yuan's vigilance was ingrained in his bones. He had to think carefully at all times. Ever since rebirth, he had been cultivating hard and racking his brains. He did not waste any time on unnecessary things. This time's sleep was naturally the same. Fang Yuan went into his dream realm to collect materials. He obtained many dream path mortal goo materials. If I refine them, I should be able to get 5 or 6 dream path mortal goo. Fang Yuan estimated. His progress in dream path was also very obvious. In the past, he could only obtain a small amount of goo materials in a dream realm. He could at most refine 1 or 2 dream path mortal goo. But now it was different. His gains were much higher. His efficiency in refining dream path mortal goo had increased by several times. Of course, there was another important factor, the soul. Exploring dream realms would weaken the soul. Thus, the stronger the soul, the longer they could explore the dream realm, and the more damage they could endure from the backlash of the dream realm. There was something worth noting. No matter how strong the soul was, it only provided the most basic conditions. A strong soul could not allow a goo immortal to travel freely in dream realms. The soul and dream realms were similar to an inappropriate analogy. A dream realm was like a desert. When the soul explores it, it would be like a lost traveler in the desert. The stronger the soul, the better the physique of the lost traveler. They could endure hunger and thirst. They could last longer in the desert. But this did not mean that the lost traveler could walk out of the desert. He could not find his own direction. He could not create food and water in the desert. He could not shrink the desert. He could not leave the desert, but a clear direction, creating food and water, modifying the desert at the current stage. Only dream realms could do that. Why the emphasis on at the current stage? This was because when the attainment level of each path reached a certain level, they would be able to comprehend other paths and achieve the effects of other paths. In time, fire path, earth path, and other paths could also create unique immortal killer moves. It simulated the effects of the dream path. But there was a big premise here. That was, dream path had to be perfected, and the goo immortals who could simulate dream path effects had to be familiar with dream path, or even have high dream path attainment. And now, Dream Path had only just been researched. The various forces and countless goo immortals had suffered a lot. They did not have much results. There were many Dream Path goo worms. There were even wild Dream Path immortal goo. However, the Dream Path was still far from being officially established. There was still a long way to go. He hadn't even created it, let alone perfecting it. It wasn't easy to create a brand new sect. Many water path goo worms appeared. In the immemorial, remote, and olden antiquity eras, there are countless wild water path goo worms, and there were even people who refined brand new water path goo worms. But it was only until the medieval antiquity era that Spirit Affinity House's founder, Fairy Shui and I, managed to unify everything. Taking into account all aspects, she officially created the water path. Therefore, all the goo immortals in the 5 regions were helpless against Dream Path. They knew it was a huge piece of meat, but they could not take it. Many goo immortals died in dream realms. This happened in all the regions. Southern Borders goo immortals even suffered heavy casualties. Precisely because of this, Southern Borders Righteous Path goo immortals realized this fact. They had to slow down their exploration of dream realms. They had to advance step by step steadily, carefully. Many goo immortals were very wary of dream realms. They had devious thoughts. The immortal opportunity business was born in such a situation. If the Righteous Path goo immortals had the ability to explore dream realms, why would they give such huge benefits to the lone and demonic path outsiders? Thinking of the immortal opportunity business, Fang Yuan sat up from his bed. The immortal opportunity business had to exist for him, but he could not get too involved. The immortal opportunity business had many benefits. On one hand, it could bring huge benefits to the goo immortals. On the other hand, it could greatly alleviate the conflict between the Righteous Path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. If the Righteous Path goo immortals protected the giant dream realm, what would the Southern Border demonic path and lone immortals think? The Righteous Path must have obtained huge benefits, but they're not sharing it with us. In the long run, the Righteous Path will get stronger and we will get weaker. How can we survive? This concerns Great Dream Immortal Venerable's cultivation resources. Who does not want to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Why can the Righteous Path occupy it, but not us? It was just this type of thinking. This type of thinking was very dangerous. Southern Borders' Righteous Path forces were strong, but if they were forced into a corner and the lone and demonic path allied, there might be another battle of Etion Mountain or a battle like the Blood Battle Martial competition in Northern Plains. Once the immortal opportunity business started, these lone, demonic goo immortals would realize, oh, so the dream realm is very dangerous, it is nothing much. Currently, the Righteous Path goo immortals were powerless. Otherwise, why would they do this business? Why would they let us try the dream realm? The one who thought of the dream realm business was the rank 7 goo immortal of Wu clan stationed here. He was very scheming. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was stronger. He had the bloodline relationship. He pushed this rank 7 goo immortal away. Fang Yuan needed stability. The more stable, the better. He needed a stable environment to explore the dream realm here. Thus, in order to prevent the lone and demonic path from attacking this place, the immortal opportunity business had to continue. But Fang Yuan could not participate, because not all the Righteous Path clans participated in this business. This was a crucial point. Simply put, it was an uneven distribution of loot. Wu clan and the other 6 or 7 Righteous Path goo immortals obtained benefits, while the other half of the clans did not participate. This situation was very reasonable. Goo immortals were moved by the benefits. Of course, the fewer the participants, wouldn't they get more? Thus, the result was that once this immortal opportunity business was exposed, all the goo immortals involved would not be able to escape. They would definitely be punished, because this was the rule of the Righteous Path. This was a trap. Fang Yuan could not fall into it. Wu En and the rest wanted to rope him in, but Fang Yuan knew Once this scandal was exposed, even if he was the owner of the two immortal Gu, Wu Yong's brother, he would not be able to stay here. It would be very risky. Fang Yuan naturally would not take such a risk. Why did he try so hard to get in here? It was just a dream realm, especially when Wu Yong was not biased towards his brother, Wu Yihai. His attitude would depend on the specific situation. But as long as Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, and was the owner of the immortal Gu here, the possibility of Wu Yong sending him away was very small. Fang Yuan could see all of this clearly. This was thanks to his previous life of 500 years. Even though his cultivation level was not high, he had been in the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. He had incomparable life experience. This allowed him to be in the righteous path without the restrictions of Wu Yihai's lone cultivator status. He was very clear about the political situation here. He knew how a righteous path Gu Immortal should play this game of life. Thus, he recruited Lady White Rabbit. At the crucial moment, he abandoned her and said that he did not know about this. Regarding the immortal opportunity business, Fang Yuan also gave the profits to Lady White Rabbit. This was a benefit that he absolutely could not touch. He was not like the demonic path and lone cultivators who would fight and kill any heavenly materials or earthly treasures. The righteous path could not play like this. Some profits could be taken in. Some profits could not be touched. But what if he rejected? What if he rejected Lady White Rabbit and Wu Yin? That would be even more inappropriate. If Fang Yuan did this, even though he would not be in danger of being exposed, he would offend the Gu Immortals of those 6 or 7 clans. These people had vested interests. Fang Yuan would not do it. Without someone taking the lead, they would not dare to do it. These people had a very bad impression of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the Super Gu formation, but he had already offended these political allies of Wu clan. They were all offended. And those other clans that did not participate in the immortal opportunity business, like Ba clan, Tai clan, Shang clan, and others, were all eyeing Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan did this, he would be harming himself. He would be as stupid as he could be. The result now was very good. The immortal opportunity business continued. His political allies were happy. Ba clan and the others watched from the side, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who was filled with his henchmen. In the future, if this matter was exposed, Fang Yuan would sacrifice Lady White Rabbit, saying that he doted on her. But to think that she was so daring, she actually did such a thing behind his back. He was deceived. He did not know anything. All in all, Fang Yuan could advance and retreat freely. As for the profits, Fang Yuan could only give them up. He did not lack resources now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had so many cultivation resources that most rank 7 Gu Immortals would feel ashamed of themselves. Next, I will try to enter this dream realm. Fang Yuan prepared to move. At the same time in Northern Plains, the blood battle martial competition was nearing its end. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang did not appear from start to end, but their influence could be felt from start to finish. Chu Du's expression was unsightly. The situation was very disadvantageous to his side. Hao Zhan was defeated. He held his left shoulder with his right hand. His injuries were severe. His entire left arm was severed. The wound was filled with Dao marks. It was very difficult to heal. Northern Plains' righteous path has deep foundations indeed. Chu Du sighed. He fell into the awkward situation of having no one to send. Hao Zhan's expression was filled with hatred. He said, unwillingly, Lord Chu Du, I have a friend who has higher battle strength than me, but he has been cultivating in seclusion. He is not famous. Chu Du was happy and suspicious. Oh, why didn't you recommend him earlier? Hao Zhan had a difficult expression. He transmitted carefully. There is only one problem. He cultivates blood path. Chu Du's expression turned solemn. He denied without hesitation. Absolutely not. Any blood path Gu Immortal is a demonic path Gu Immortal. This blood battle martial competition is an internal conflict of our righteous path. How can we drag in a blood path demon? Once he was dragged in, the other party could easily slander Chu-Du's side and say that they were demonic path members. All of Chu-Du's previous efforts had gone up in smoke. Chapter 1233. Our Combat Immortal Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lad, since you were recommended by my senior brother, you should know the rules of our Combat Immortal Sect. It is based on battle results. In Fong Yuan's vision, a Gu master looked down at him as he continued. If you want to become an official disciple of our Combat Immortal Sect, then have a good fight. The remaining 10 out of 100 people will have the qualifications to join the sect. Combat Immortal Sect. Why is it such a dream? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not join Combat Immortal Sect when he was alive. It seems that he absorbed the souls in the door of life and death and obtained a large amount of cultivation experience. Was it created from that? Fong Yuan guessed. At this time, the Gu Master had already taken out 3 Gu worms. The first Gu worm was a caterpillar, light blue and the size of an adult's thumb. On its head, there was a sharp horn. The second Gu worm was a butterfly, bright red and giving off a warm aura. The third Gu worm was a toad. It had the texture of a rock and was gray. In the dream realm, the Gu Master continued. These 3 Gu worms are Water Arrow Gu, Fire Cloak Gu, and Spirit Saliva Gu. You are already a rank 1 Gu Master. Choose one. Can I only choose one? Fong Yuan asked. Everyone can only choose one. The Gu Master in charge replied expressionlessly. Fong Yuan nodded. He thought carefully. Water Arrow Gu is undoubtedly used for attacking, but it is not outstanding among offensive Gu worms. Fire Cloak Gu is used for defense. Forming a fire cloak, it has some effect of burning the enemy. And Spirit Saliva Gu can give the Gu Master the ability to heal injuries. It is fine if I choose all of them, but if I can only choose one, it means I have to cooperate with others for this test. The Gu Master in front of me said that there are 100 people, but only 10 spots are left. I want to explore this dream realm. I am afraid I have to follow the dream realm and obtain one of these 10 spots. I choose Fire Cloak Gu. Fong Yuan thought about it before replying. He had to make full use of every second. Exploring the dream realm was very precious. His soul would be constantly being worn away by the dream. Once his soul weakened to the point where it underwent a qualitative change, Fong Yuan's ability to think and understand would be greatly reduced. This would cause Fong Yuan to be unable to distinguish between dream and reality, and not know whether he was dreaming or not. In the end, his soul was trapped in a dream, completely destroyed. Fong Yuan only had a body left in this world. He ended up in a miserable state like those southern border Gu immortals. Exploring dreams is dangerous, especially when Fong Yuan was exploring alone. There was no one to take care of him. If something went wrong and Fong Yuan couldn't save himself, it would be terrible. But who could be trusted by Fong Yuan? Fong Yuan had no choice but to pay a price and take some risks in order to achieve a breakthrough in his realm. Of course, my word. I have my trump cards, unlike other Gu immortals who charge around blindly and rely on luck. Fong Yuan thought of this and immediately activated the Dream Path Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. Large numbers of Dream Path Mortal Gu were expended. A mystical power appeared in front of Fong Yuan. A Gu Master suddenly appeared. The previous Gu Master had a shocked expression, asking the Gu Master who appeared, "Senior brother, why are you here?" The senior brother said to the junior brother, "I am here to take a look." Junior brother, "Give Spirit Saliva Gu to this child too." "But senior brother, you are cheating like this. If we are found out," the junior brother said awkwardly. The senior brother smiled. "Don't worry, Spirit Saliva Gu is used secretly. There are no external signs. Moreover, this child chose Fire Cloak Gu. The fire cloak will cover his body. Who can see the healing process inside? The junior martial brother nodded. Since senior martial brother has said so, then I have nothing else to say. Take it. Saying so, he tossed 2 goo worms to Fang Yuan. One was fire cloak goo, and the other was spirit saliva goo. Fang Yuan had just caught them when the surrounding dream realm started to dissipate. It turned into the second scene. Unravel Dream's effect was to follow the rules and changes of the dream realm, creating a dream realm that was beneficial to the explorer. Thus, the effect of Unravel Dream would vary according to different dream realms. But when I used Unravel Dream this time, I only added 1 mortal goo to the dream. Unravel Dream is an immortal killer move. This effect is too low. Fang Yuan thought about it, even in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. When he used Unravel Dream, it had an immediate effect. For example, Unravel the Wind, Not Grass. It had the most direct effect on the exploration of the dream realm. Unlike here, when he used Unravel Dream in exchange for a mere mortal goo. After all, in the dream realm, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was still rank 2. He had limited primeval essence. The number of times he could activate goo worms was also greatly limited. Even though he obtained a second goo worm, he had to use his primeval essence carefully. It was not as effective as it looked on the surface. Is it because this dream realm is too large? The rules of the dream realm also become stronger. The effects of external forces are much weaker? In the 500 years of my previous life, there was a group of goo immortals who agreed with this theory. Regardless of what Fang Yuan was thinking, the second scene of the dream realm had already started. Fang Yuan found that he was in a hazy gray fog. The terrain below him seemed to be flat. This is the internal space of a goo formation. It can provide a place for 100 people to fight, and also allow the goo masters controlling the goo formation to observe our situation. Fang Yuan was analyzing when a young man approached him in the fog. Fang Yuan had a thought as he shouted, "Don't attack, friend. There are so many people here. Let's form an alliance first." Alliance? You offended Duke Long's son. You still want to form an alliance with others? The young man sneered as he raised his hand and shot a water arrow. Fang Yuan's body shrunk as he dodged agilely before pouncing forward. The young man saw Fang Yuan approaching and panicked, quickly shooting a second water arrow in an attempt to force Fang Yuan to retreat. But Fang Yuan was experienced. Seeing the young man raise his hand, he knew where the water arrow was going. Fang Yuan's footwork changed slightly as he charged forward even faster. The second water arrow brushed past him. The young man quickly retreated, shooting arrows as he retreated. Fang Yuan observed carefully, although he had a chance to get close. Fang Yuan purposely chose to dodge. After a while, the young man was silent. Fang Yuan smiled as he slowly walked forward. The current me can completely disqualify you. How about it? Join me. We will work together to deal with the others. I am very sincere. Humph. The young man snorted. You want the 2 of us to deal with the other 98 people. You are too naive. You offended Duke Long's son. You actually want to snatch his woman. You want to join combat Immortal Sect this time. You are dreaming. I would rather forfeit than offend Duke Long's son. Fang Yuan's heart sank. In this case, wouldn't he have to face all the other youngsters participating in the test alone? This so-called Duke Long's son was truly a scammer. No wonder Southern Border's righteous path, goo immortals, suffered huge casualties recently. The difficulty of this dream realm is extremely high. It is even harder than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan slowly retreated, because he found that he was surrounded. About 30 youngsters formed a group and surrounded him from all directions. By Xiang Grotto Heaven, I succeeded. Bai Ningbing said plainly. His gaze was still cold, his expression was plain, but his appearance was in a sorry state. His whole body was pitch black, like a mutton skewer that had been roasted on charcoal countless times. When he opened his mouth to speak, Sparks could be seen coming out of his throat. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, looked at him and nodded. You actually hid fire in your body and took away the raging wave, rising dragon fire. Do you know that this method is extremely dangerous? There is only a small chance of success. If you fail, you will be burned to ashes. No matter what, I succeeded. Bai Ningbing supported himself with all his might. When he spoke, it was extremely difficult for him to spit out each word. He had to rely entirely on his strong willpower. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, chuckled. Since you succeeded, you are the owner of this grotto heaven. This old man greets, young master. Bai Ningbing nodded. He had no strength to say anything. He felt that if he said another word, he would faint. But if he fainted, according to Ying Wu Xie's instructions, he would not be able to control the raging wave, rising dragon fire in his body. He would be burned to ashes instantly. At this time, Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, spoke again. Young master, your current situation is very dangerous. If you are careless, you will be burned to ashes. Not even your soul will remain. It would be fine if you had the blazing, glory, lightning, brilliance physique, but you have the northern dark ice soul physique. This old man has a cultivation method that is very suitable for young master's current state. This Gu refinement method uses the Gu immortal as a Gu material, using the raging wave, rising dragon fire to refine it together. It can allow young master to break away from the human race and turn into a dragon man among variant humans. Dragon man? Bai Ningbing stared with wide eyes. Feeling shocked internally, the legends of Rinzhu did not mention anything about dragon men. There is such a branch among variant humans. Even though Bai Ningbing did not speak, Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, seemed to know his doubts. The Heavenly Spirit continued. There is indeed no record of it in the legends of Rinzhu, because dragon men were created by a human great expert, Duke Long. Their original purpose was to extend lifespan. Duke Long was a Gu immortal of the Celestial Court. He had great battle strength. He was like sword immortal Bo Qing of that era. He proposed the concept of humans being dragons. He combined refinement path and transformation path to create a new variant human race, the Dragon Man. Bai Ningbing was even more shocked internally, he thought. Who is this Duke Long? Even though I have only ascended to an immortal for a short period of time, my knowledge is not lacking. I am even more knowledgeable than ordinary Gu immortals. Since Duke Long is someone like Bo Qing, why is there no record of him in the history of Gu immortals? Chapter 1234. Bai Ningbing naturally knew that land spirits and heavenly spirits were left behind by the Gu immortals' obsessions. They fused with the heavenly power of the immortal aperture to form a special existence. Because of their obsessions, land spirits and heavenly spirits had conditions to acknowledge them as their master. They could not lie. But land spirits and heavenly spirits could not lie. That did not mean they could not speak nonsense. If land spirits and heavenly spirits accepted the wrong information but believed it, they would not be lying when they said it. Bai Xiang, heavenly spirits, words were unimaginable. Bo Qing was Bo Qing because he was rarely seen in human history. What was Bo Qing's title? He split the 5 regions with a sword, a pseudo-immortal Venerable who lived for the sake of love. He was publicly recognized as someone who was second only to rank 9 Gu Venerables among all Gu immortals in history. Such a person, in the long river of history, would be like the moonlight in the night sky, eye-catching. If this so-called Duke Long was a great expert like Bo Qing, how could he not be recorded in history? Bai Ningbing was filled with doubts. But this time Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, did not answer his doubts. He said, Young master, your life is hanging by a thread. Only by using the humans alike dragons Gu refinement method and turning yourself into a dragon man can you resolve your current danger. However, this method is very dangerous. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, said this and frowned deeply. He sighed before continuing. You must know that Gu refinement has a strict requirement for Gu materials. A skilled refinement path, great expert, would even check how many Tao marks each Gu material has. As for the humans, alike dragons' Gu refinement method, it uses the Gu immortal as an immortal material to refine. But this immortal material differs from person to person. Every Gu immortal had many Tao marks, and which path they belonged to, they were all different. Thus, the success rate of this method is not high. If young master had the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance physique, or if you cultivated transformation path or refinement path, you would be more confident. But young master has the other extreme, the northern dark ice soul physique. If you use this method, the success rate is less than 1%, and during the Gu refinement process, all of the Tao marks on your body will affect the final result. Young master, all of your ice and snow Tao marks might vanish. By Ningbing's eyes lit up. Ice snow Tao marks will vanish. Doesn't that mean I have the Information Path Alliance Agreement and the Transformation Tao marks? Will it also disappear? His heart suddenly became excited. All along, what troubled him was the Transformation Tao marks. Back then, on southern borders Qingmao Mountain, because of rotation Gu, he turned from male to female. Now, if he used phantom aperture and became a Gu immortal temporarily, his transformation path Tao marks would be suppressed. From then on, he turned into a man. If he did not use the phantom aperture and turned back into a mortal, the transformation Tao mark would turn him into a female again. Of course, the information path Tao mark related to the Shadow Sex Alliance was the biggest shackle that restricted Bai Ningbing's freedom. How could he, Bai Ningbing, be willing to be under someone else? It was just that he hadn't been able to find a good way all this while. I will use this method. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She struggled and used all her strength to spit out these 4 words. Zhongzhou State Celestial Court, a female immortal. She was holding an information path Gu worm, inspecting it carefully. She wore an embroidered purple robe. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair hung down to her waist, unable to conceal her graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were shrouded in a layer of sadness. It was the wisdom path great expert who replaced Inkstone, the temporary leader of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle. She retracted her consciousness from the information path Gu worm. Her lips curled up into a smile. Love actually acknowledged Zhao Lianyan? Interesting. Fairy Myrtle was not surprised. She knew a lot of history's secrets. Love's records in history had always been unreliable. Back then, it acknowledged the Inkman Mo Yao, now that it acknowledged the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyan. What was so strange about that? Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders could not make a decision, so they threw this problem to me? They have become smarter. Fairy Myrtle sighed again. Spirit Affinity House was not having a good time recently. After the battle of Tian Mountain, even though Bo Qing died and turned into an immortal zombie, he played a very important role. In the past, it was Sword Immortal Bo Qing who was recruited by Spirit Affinity House. Bo Qing's sword light rampaged in Central Continent, causing huge damage to Central Continent, the 10 great ancient sects, and even the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. After the battle of Tian Mountain ended, Spirit Affinity House faced huge pressure, whether or not to acknowledge Zhao Lianyan as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. These supreme elders could not make up their minds. Whether to acknowledge or not was a difficult decision. He reported this problem to Fairy Ziwei. It seemed like he was trying to avoid responsibility. But Fairy Myrtle did not feel any disgust towards it, because she was originally from Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Myrtle was once a Spirit Affinity House Gu Immortal. She had outstanding aptitude and became rank 8 before Celestial Court accepted her. Even though the 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of Celestial Court, their relationship was not as simple as superiors and subordinates. Many Gu immortals who became members of Celestial Court would never forget to take care of their sections. And the descendants of these sects, if they were recruited by Celestial Court, would become the natural political allies of these Gu immortals. Thus, Fairy Myrtle was naturally biased towards Spirit Affinity House, and was willing to solve this problem for Spirit Affinity House. In fact, she and Fairy Bai Qing had some bloodline relationship, and Fairy Bai Qing was Feng Kim Huang's mother. While Feng Kim Huang was competing with Zhao Lianyun for the position of Fairy, neither was willing to give in. If Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elders approved of Zhao Lianyun, it would be the same as rejecting Feng Kim Huang. Thus, they had to report this to Fairy Myrtle and let her decide. But such a problem was not a problem for Fairy Myrtle. She was about to reply using an information path, Gu Worm, when she suddenly felt a tremor. This tremor was very small, to the point that Fairy Myrtle almost thought it was an illusion. But soon, the tremor occurred again, this time with a greater intensity than before. Fairy Myrtle stood up in shock. She could not help but be shocked, because she was currently in Celestial Court. Celestial Court was an important place that had been in operation for countless years. It had extremely tight defenses. Why would there be tremors for no reason? The tremors continued. This abnormality attracted the attention of more and more Gu immortals. Granny Sha stopped refining Gu, her face filled with shock. Wei Lingyang walked out of his hall, observing the situation. Fairy Myrtle could not sit still anymore. She also walked out of the hall. Next, she could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon amidst the tremors. The dragon roar was getting louder and louder. The intensity of the tremors in Celestial Court. It continued to rise. Under Fairy Myrtle's shocked gaze, a dragon-shaped pillar of light shot into the sky from the depths of Celestial Court. Isn't that the depths of the immortal graveyard? Did a predecessor awaken? Fairy Myrtle frowned. At this time, Granny Sha and Wei Lingyang came to her. This is happening in the depths of the immortal graveyard. I'm afraid a predecessor of Celestial Court has awakened. I just don't know which one it is. Granny Sha expressed her judgment. Wei Lingyang said, "The immortal graveyard is unfathomable. It is extremely mysterious. Even we do not know how many Gu immortals are sleeping inside. But even Celestial Court is shaking to such an extent the person who awakened this time is definitely not ordinary." Granny Sha nodded. She was also someone who had awakened from her slumber. But when she woke up, Celestial Court was quiet as usual. There were no movements at all. It was a stark contrast to the scene in front of her. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. "Won't we know if we go and take a look?" The three immortals flew to the depths of the immortal graveyard, only to see an empty grassland. A deep pit had appeared. At the bottom of the pit, there was an old man who was as dry as a stick. The old man saw the three Gu immortals. He opened his eyes with difficulty, saying weakly, "Water, water!" Fairy Myrtle quickly went forward and used her healing methods. Granny Sha and Wei Lingyang looked at each other. There was a huge commotion earlier. To think that after seeing him, this person was actually so weak. This was very surprising. My healing methods are not working. At this time, Fairy Myrtle frowned, saying suddenly, Wei Lingyang quickly went forward and used all his methods, but there was no effect on the old man. Wei Lingyang said solemnly, "Not good. This senior is very strange. My methods are not working. Senior's chances of survival are already very slim. If this goes on, I'm afraid that in 10 minutes you will completely perish." Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined as she analyzed. "Earlier, Senior said water. It must be some kind of water that can save him. Ordinary water will not work. What kind of water is it?" Granny Sha was a refinement path expert. She used her healing methods, as she said, "There are 3 fires and 3 waters in the world. They are all rank 9 immortal materials. No matter what they are, the Celestial Court has them in storage. Just take them." But the 3 waters were taken out. There was no effect. The old man's breathing was almost non-existent. He was in grave danger. The three immortals were extremely anxious. What should they do? Fairy Myrtle suddenly pointed at the old man's forehead. There are two protrusions on Senior's forehead. They look like rocks. What are they? Granny Shah got this reminder and had a flash of inspiration. I know what water it is. She quickly took out True Dragon, Heavenly Water, and poured this rank 8 immortal material into the old man's mouth. After getting this water, the old man's vitality started to flourish. His skin started to expand. Soon his Adam's apple started to move. He actually had the strength to drink the water. The effect was instant. The three immortals were overjoyed. After the old man drank 1/2 kilogram of True Dragon, Heavenly Water, he stretched out his hand and pushed Granny Shah away. Granny Shah understood. She stopped drinking True Dragon, Heavenly Water. The old man stood up shakily. He was completely different now. His loose skin was filled up. His face looked more like a human. It was no longer like a skeleton. He opened his yellow eyes and looked at the three immortals, sighing, "This is my final life. True Dragon, Heavenly Water is not useful anymore. 1/2 kilogram is enough. Any more would be a waste. I sensed someone using the humans, like dragons, Gu refinement method. I smelled the scent of destiny. I had to wake up. You are Duke Long." Fairy Myrtle stared with wide eyes, stuttering. "I am ashamed it is me." Chapter 1235. In a daze, Zhao Lianyun was brought to a small secret room. "Where is this?" She opened her eyes and looked around. This secret room was very quiet. There was a kind of tranquility that seeped into every brick and every inch of the walls of this secret room. The secret room was not bright. There was a kind of dim light that resembled candlelight. It was like silk or silk, lingering in the room. Zhao Lianyun could barely see it. "Come here." From this light, an old voice could be heard. Zhao Lianyun obeyed, walking towards the source of the voice. As she got closer, she found a person who was the same as the voice. She was also an old person. She was Spirit Affinity House's First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Lianyun with a deep gaze. She looked at the love Gu on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Her gaze was slightly moved, but she quickly calmed down. "Kneel," First Supreme Elder said. Zhao Lianyun only felt that this old lady, even though she was old, at their first meeting, she had a kind of supreme authority. Her plain tone contained a force that made people have no choice but to obey her. Thus, Zhao Lianyun lowered her head. She saw a cushion on the ground. She knelt on the cushion. Her upper body was straight as she looked at the old lady in front of her. But the old lady said, "Look ahead." Zhao Lianyun looked straight ahead, and the light in the secret room suddenly brightened. Zhao Lianyun exclaimed and couldn't help but widen her eyes, because she could clearly see that on the wall right in front of her, there were many small tablets that looked like stones and jade hung densely together. These are all life tablet Gu. Every person's name on the tablet was once a fairy of Spirit Affinity House, from the first generation until now. First Supreme Elder said slowly. Zhao Lianyun's breathing became rough. She looked at the wall in front of her. There were countless life tablets. She was dazzled. At the top left corner, there was the first life tablet. The first generation fairy's name was Shui-Ni. The second generation fairy's name was Sun-Yu. The third generation fairy's name was Hui-Xin. She also saw Mo Yao and Lian Xiang. Let her know the name. Zhao Lianyun looked at these names and found it increasingly difficult to breathe. She was like a child, looking up at the night sky, watching the twinkling stars in the sky. She knew these names. They were the stars of the Gu immortal world. Almost every generation of Spirit Affinity House's fairies were famous central continent Gu immortals. They were out of this world, outstanding and outstanding. They were like pearls that were strung together. connecting the past and the future, interweaving the countless splendor and brilliance of Spirit Affinity House's long history. Zhao Lianyun was in a daze. At this moment, First Supreme Elder suddenly spoke. From today onwards, you are my Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Your life tablet, Gu, will be hung at the last position on the wall. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's heart skipped a beat. She widened her eyes and looked at the old lady beside her. Her surprise was intertwined with countless doubts. How could this be? I'm not dreaming, am I? According to Spirit Affinity House's rules, I am not qualified. Saying so, she suddenly thought of something. She quickly shifted her gaze towards Love Gu on her shoulder. Is it because of this, Gu? First Supreme Elder nodded. This is Love Gu. You have already obtained Love Gu's recognition. Zhao Lianyun woke up from her coma. She was already in this secret room. She did not know what Love Gu looked like, but she knew that Love Gu was Spirit Affinity House's ultimate Gu. Is this Love Gu? Zhao Lianyun's body shook intensely. Her tone also changed. First Supreme Elder nodded again. Zhao Lianyun breathed heavily. Great joy descended upon her heart, and then quickly overflowed, making her feel as if she had been hit in the head by great happiness. But this happiness came too suddenly, it was too huge. She did not even show any expression of joy. Instead, she revealed a trace of fear and unease. She was afraid that this was all fake. She was afraid that this was just a dream after she fainted. Thus, she opened her eyes wide and asked First Supreme Elder nervously, why? There were too many questions in this why. Why did Love Gu choose her? Why did she become Spirit Affinity House's fairy? What was the reason for all of this? The First Supreme Elder did not reply directly. Instead, he let out a long sigh and said leisurely, You must have read the legends of Renzu as well. In one of the chapters it says so. Renzu obtained love, courage, and betrayal. He was no longer unable to move forward because of fear. He continued to walk forward. On this day, while he was walking, he heard a voice behind him. Oh, Renzu, I finally found you. Slow down, wait for me. Renzu stopped. He turned around and saw a snowman running in front of him. What do you want, snowman? Renzu asked curiously. The snowman panted. Oh, Renzu, I finally found you. I am the strongest snowman in my tribe. Snowmen are afraid of fire, but I want to prove that this is not the case. I have traveled the world. I have already conquered the bright, light, glorious ring fire in the sky, the azure divine stone cauldron fire in the ground, and the raging wave rising dragon fire in the sea. But I recently heard that there is a fourth type of fire in this world. It is called the fire of love. Once it burns, it can burn all life forms in the world to ashes. I don't believe it. I heard that you just obtained Love Gu, so I wanted to give it a try. Fire of love? Renzu was curious. This was the first time he had heard of it. Thus he summoned Love Gu and asked, Oh Gu, can you use the fire of love? Love Gu answered, I can, but I cannot. Renzu and the snowman were curious. They asked, What do you mean by you can, but you cannot? Love Gu explained, I can because I need to use the fire of love. I cannot do it without me. I cannot because I alone cannot do it. I need at least 2 hearts. 2 hearts? The snowman was a little worried. She took out her heart from her chest. This heart was huge and firm. It gave off a strong pressure. The snowman said, This is my heart of conquest, but I only have 1 heart. Renzu said, It is fine. I have a heart too. Renzu originally had a heart, but he gave it to the Hope Gu. Afterwards, he had a heart of loneliness. Self Gu was residing in it. He still had a heart of unwillingness. Thus, this time he took out the heart of unwillingness. The heart of unwillingness was shriveled. It was thin and small, because this heart's blood and effort were almost all gone. Renzu had once used almost all of his heart's blood and effort in ordinary abyss to grow the plants of achievement. Love Gu flew into the heart of unwillingness and flew out again. It flew into the heart of conquest and flew out again. It flew into the air and said, "All right, if you want the fire of love, use two hearts to collide." The snowman and Renzu held the heart of conquest and the heart of unwillingness as they collided. With a loud sound, sparks were created. The sparks grew in the air, burning into flames. The fire of love. The fire of love burned Renzu's heart of unwillingness, burning it into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Renzu was stunned. Love Gu said, "Love has its own price. I am willing to do it." The snowman laughed loudly. "Oh, Renzu, thankfully you have two hearts. Otherwise, without a heart, you would have died." Next, the snowman looked at the heart of conquest in her hand. The fire of love shrouded this heart, making it shine even brighter. The snowman did not care. This fire of love is only superficial. It does not have the heat of bright, light, glorious ring fire. It does not have the weight of azure divine stone cauldron fire. It does not have the chaos of raging wave, rising dragon fire. As she spoke, she placed the heart of conquest in her chest. But next, her body burst into flames, like a snowflake under sunlight. It started to melt rapidly. She was shocked. She quickly waved her hand, trying to extinguish the fire of love. But the fire of love could not be extinguished. Eventually, the snowman completely melted. Only a heart was left. It was burning with a huge fire. Renzu was very shocked. He could sense the strength of this snowman, but he did not expect her to vanish like this. The fire of love is so terrifying. Renzu sighed. Love Gu said, "The result of love varies according to the heart. The snowman's heart is the heart of conquest, while your heart is the heart of unwillingness, and it was burned into nothingness. That is why this result happened. Actually, when the fire of love burns, there are good results as well. The results of love vary, and every love is an adventure." Renzu suddenly thought of something. He said excitedly, "Love Gu, you said earlier that love can make people willing to do it. This is great. I want to fall in love with the feathermen. I want them to fly for me willingly. I want to save my daughter from ordinary abyss." At this time a voice could be heard. "Father, father." From the fire on the heart of conquest, a boy jumped out. He was Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance went into Renzu's embrace, calling out, "Father, father, so I have a sister. I support you. Let's go save her together." Renzu was overjoyed. He rubbed Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's head. "My son, you are so obedient and sensible." Renzu brought Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and set off again. Not long after, they returned to the gathering place of the feathermen. Renzu took out his heart of loneliness. He asked the feathermen, "Do you all have hearts?" The feathermen replied, "We all have hearts of freedom." Renzu smiled. "Then let us love each other. I also have hearts. I also have love Gu." The feathermen shook their heads. The heart of freedom will be burned by the fire of love. The process of pursuing love was the process of losing freedom. Renzu insisted. The result of love varies according to the heart. Don't just look at one heart. I have the heart of loneliness. But no matter how Renzu persuaded, the feathermen did not agree. Chapter 1236. Renzu was helpless. He could only ask for love Gu. "Oh Gu! Oh Gu! They do not want to love me. You have to help me. Ignite the flame of love in our hearts." Love Gu sighed. "This is beyond my ability. I cannot force others to love. No matter which heart it is, it has to be the one to collide with." Renzu shook his head. No, this is a great chance to save my daughter. I cannot give up like this. Self-Gu, it is up to you. Self-Gu nodded, using its strength. It had once swallowed a mouthful of strength-Gu. Now Renzu had his own strength. Thus, these feathermen were captured by Renzu. Their hearts were dug out for Renzu to collide with. But no matter how they collided, no two hearts could collide with the spark of love. Love-Gu sighed. Oh, Renzu, you cannot force others to love. It will only attract hatred. It had just said that when a Gu worm appeared in front of Renzu. Renzu took a look. It was indeed Hatred-Gu. Hatred-Gu caused all the feathermen to have a common enemy. They shouted, "Oh, Renzu, you are too much, bullying us like this. We will make you pay the price." Thus, these feathermen flew together. Many light fireflies flew out of their bodies. They were all wild Freedom-Gu. Freedom-Gu merged into one, forming an incomparably huge Freedom-Gu. This Freedom-Gu easily snatched away Renzu's Love-Gu. From now on, love is free. This huge Freedom-Gu said. Renzu's Self-Gu quickly attacked, wanting to snatch it, but it could not match Freedom-Gu. It could only bite Love-Gu. Self-Gu said angrily, "Love is also one's own." Zhao Lianyun listened to First Supreme Elder's narration. She was still in a daze. The legends of Renzu was a fable, although it was widely spread in this world. Zhao Lianyun had seen it many times in her childhood. She only treated it as a pure story. To speak the truth, she had not expected that this dignified granny would talk about the legends of Renzu in such a solemn atmosphere. Spirit Affinity House's First Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Lianyun's expression. He knew that she had never placed any importance on the legends of Renzu. Thus, First Supreme Elder said, "The Love-Gu on your shoulder might be rank 9, but it has a huge flaw." "What drawbacks?" Zhao Lianyun hurriedly asked. "That is, it can never be refined." The First Supreme Elder said solemnly, "What do you mean? Even Gu immortals cannot do it?" Zhao Lianyun asked. First Supreme Elder smiled. "Forget about Gu immortals. Even rank 9 venerables cannot do it. In history, many venerables had tried. Giant Sun Immortal even tried to refine this Gu for 3 years, day and night, but he still failed miserably." Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this secret. So, in this world, there are things that even the Celestial Supremes and Demon Supremes can't do. She couldn't help but sigh. The Venerables of history can only be said to have the strongest battle strength. They are invincible in the world, but they are not omnipotent. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had to seek long-hair ancestors, helping Gu refinement. From this, it can be seen. First Supreme Elder's tone was still calm. Thus, Love-Gu cannot be controlled. It is free, and no one can control it. Supreme Great Elder concluded. "But why?" Zhao Lianyun wanted to say something, but stopped. She looked at Love-Gu on her shoulder. In her vision, Love-Gu was still as dazzling as before. It was a dazzling sight. First Supreme Elder said, "This is Love-Gu taking the initiative to acknowledge you. Even though this is rare, it has happened many times in the history of our sect. The most recent time was Fairy Mo Yao. Why would it acknowledge me?" Zhao Lianyun was curious. First Supreme Elder shook her head. "I am not sure. But there are 2 points in the experience of our sect. Firstly, someone needs to believe in love to gain its acknowledgement. This is the foundation. Secondly, someone already has love in their heart. Furthermore, the stronger the love, the higher the chance of gaining Love-Gu's acknowledgement. Is that so?" Zhao Lianyun blinked as she listened. She then realized that it was because she loved Ma Hongyun deeply and was even willing to give up her life for Ma Hongyun. This attracted Love-Gu and obtained Love-Gu's acknowledgement. As for Feng Kim Hong, why couldn't she? It was simple. She did not have anyone she loved. Love was not familial love or friendship. First Supreme Elder continued. Precisely because love Gu cannot be controlled. To use love, you need to gain love Gu's acknowledgement first. Thus, ever since our sect was created, there has been a rule. That is, anyone who gains love Gu's acknowledgement, be it male or female, will be our sect's fairy of this generation. Zhao Lianyun blinked. Why are there males among the fairies? The First Supreme Elder smiled and said, Our sect has many women, but there are also many men. How can there be none? Look at the middle token. It has Shan Yushan's name. And look at the bottom right one. It has Qian Yuanliang's name. They're all famous, infatuated men in our sect's history. Actually, Love Gu has many wondrous things. For example, Love Gu has a different image in different people's eyes. Tell me, what are you looking at now? Zhao Lianyun answered honestly. Myriad rays of light, dazzling and dazzling. First Supreme Elder nodded. In my eyes it is gray and dull, like a pebble on the side of the road. How can that be? First Supreme Elder chuckled, but her gaze was filled with vicissitudes. I have stopped believing in love long ago. Love Gu has such an image in my eyes. Among the past fairies, Love Gu's image is also different. Some see clear water, some see a peach blossom. There are all sorts of images. There's no end to them. Also, the effect of love is also different. Please give me some pointers, Lord. Zhao Lianyun said. First Supreme Elder continued. Normally speaking, a Gu worm, be it mortal or immortal, has a fixed effect of one type. For example, water arrow Gu. From start to finish, it only uses water arrows. But love Gu is different. It can be said to be omnipotent. It has endless effects. It can fire, heal, and provide protection. Zhao Lianyun became more and more joyful as he listened. He shouted, Amazing! First Supreme Elder shook his head. Love Gu is a rank 9 Gu. It is naturally not ordinary. It has endless effects, but it cannot be controlled. If you want it to attack, it will take you away. If you want protection, it will heal you. Many times, if you want it to do its job, it will remain silent. If you don't want it to do its job, it will jump around and display its power. Oh, Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel dejected, but he quickly regained his spirits. Even so, it is a rank 9 immortal Gu. As long as any of its effects are displayed, it will definitely be extraordinary. First Supreme Elder, you are right. But you forgot one thing. No power comes out of nowhere. There is a price to pay for it. Every time Love Gu shows its power, it will take away something from you. Zhao Lianyun became nervous. What kind of thing? The most common is immortal essence. But you are not a Gu immortal yet. It will take away your beauty, your vision, and even your lifespan. First Supreme Elder said solemnly. Zhao Lianyun's expression turned pale. She could not help but look at Love Gu on her shoulder again. But at this moment, her gaze became very different from before. Who knows? This immortal Gu might become my death warrant. If that is the case, I need to make use of my time. Zhao Lianyun had a realization. She gathered her spirits and said to First Supreme Elder, Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will save Ma Hongyan. Lord, if I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, can I use the sex power to return to Northern Plains? First Supreme Elder did not immediately reply to Zhao Lianyun this time. She had a complex expression on her face. Some time ago, when the Celestial Court's Duke Long woke up, the news spread and the 10 great ancient sects were shaken. Duke Long was strong. He was on the same level as Bo Qing. Furthermore, he had created a brand new race, the Dragon Men, all by himself. In other words, he was the ancestor of the Dragon Man race. He was a legend, but he was not famous. He was hidden in the river of history. Even among the 10 great ancient sects, not everyone knew about him. Duke Long's seniority was unimaginably high. After he woke up, Fairy Myrtle immediately gave up her leadership position and handed it over to Duke Long. The other celestial court's Gu immortals were not convinced. Duke Long used information path methods and learned of the changes. He personally gave the order to make Zhao Lianyun the current generation fairy of spirit affinity house. Not only that, Duke Long even gave Zhao Lianyun a phantom aperture, allowing her to become a Gu immortal. Even more exaggerated was that he ordered the 10 great ancient sects to cooperate with Zhao Lianyun and form a rescue team, preparing to go to northern plains to save Ma Hongyun after some time. The 10 great ancient sects were in an uproar, but no one was convinced. Because of historical reasons, no one dared to question Duke Long's arrangements for Love Gu. This information was not something that Zhao Lianyun could know. First Supreme Elder also did not want her to know these things. Zhao Lianyun was kneeling in front of her now. She had been unconscious for many days. She definitely didn't know that with her at the center, the entire 10 great ancient sects were stirring up a turbulent and unpredictable undercurrent storm. Zhao Lianyun saw that First Supreme Elder was not replying to her. She became even more nervous. She was afraid that First Supreme Elder would say something like impossible. But First Supreme Elder said, "Zhao Lianyun, you are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained a thieving heaven true inheritance. Perhaps you will be the most special generation fairy of spirit affinity house. Maybe it is because of this uniqueness of yours. Don't worry, your matter has alerted the celestial court. The 10 great ancient sects will help. With you as the core, they will form an elite team and go to northern plains to save your lover, Ma Hongyun." Chapter 1237. Broadcast. Pay attention to Qi Dian reading. Get first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who did not get any red packets after the new year can now show off their skills. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Ba Quan Feng looked at Wu Clan's direction, saying unwillingly, "What is going on? This Wu Yihai is actually so patient, cultivating here and not going out at all." He felt that it was unbelievable. Wu Clan's people had always been domineering. They would look for trouble every now and then. Wu Yihai was Wu Yong's half-brother. His status in Wu Clan was quite high. He chose to cultivate in seclusion without saying a word. He rarely interacted with other Gu immortals. Ba De shook his head slowly. He said solemnly, "It seems that this Wu Yihai is not simple. In fact, he is even harder to deal with than the rank 7 Wu Clan immortal who was sent away." Ba Quan Feng smiled. "How can that be?" "He is just an Eastern Sea Lone cultivator." Old Treeman Bada looked at Ba Quan Feng. "If he is just an ordinary lone cultivator, how can he manage the immortal opportunity business so well? Even if we use this to cause trouble, we cannot touch Wu Yihai. These last days we have prepared many moves, but this person did not respond to any of them. Facing such provocations, he did not make a sound, he endured all of them. Such a person is more dangerous than the other Wu Clan Gu immortals." Ba Quan Feng was moved, he breathed in deeply. Even Lord Treeman thinks so of him. It seems that this person is truly outstanding. Why don't we make a move and destroy this immortal opportunity business, forcing him to take action? Ba De shook his head. "Impossible, he will not make a move. If we expose this matter and gain the upper hand, the immortal opportunity business will collapse. But not only will we not harm Wu Yihai, we will also offend the other 6 clans. Their hatred will be shifted to us. By then, Wu Yihai will benefit from it and unite them. His political force will be even more united." Ba Quan Feng stared with wide eyes, shouting, "Then what should we do?" Wait for an opportunity." Old Treeman Ba De said slowly, "The opportunity we create is not big. The effect is not obvious. Then we can only wait for a better opportunity to appear." Ba Quan Feng gritted his teeth. "Aren't we just going to sit back and watch as the Wu Clan rides on our heads? How long do we have to wait for this opportunity?" "It might be an eternity, my lord." Old Treeman Bard's face turned cold, and he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Ba Quan Fong quietly. Ba Quan Fong felt an incomparable pressure from his gaze. He took 3 steps back and lowered his head. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Sir, you're too impatient, Fong. His mentality hasn't been right these past few days, Bard said slowly. Yes, my lord. It's Little Feng's fault. Ba Quan Fong obediently admitted his mistake with a sincere expression on his face. Wu clan indeed lost a rank 8 Gu immortal, but the Wu family was still a big family with a huge business. The other clans are all staring at the Wu clan, but no one dares to be the first to make a move, because we still haven't investigated the Wu clan's actual situation clearly. If our Ba clan is the first to jump out and encounter the Wu clan's iron fist, we will be the ones suffering while the other clans will be the ones benefiting. Do you understand? Yes, Little Fong will definitely keep your words in mind, sir. You will be confined. If that Wu Yi Hai does not come out, you will not need to move around. Bard said expressionlessly. Yes, Lord. Master. Ba Quan Feng's face was bitter. He bowed in acknowledgement and slowly retreated. Fang Yuan was still in the dream realm. The Gu immortals in the outside world thought that he was cultivating in seclusion. Most of the Gu immortals felt that. This was the habit of Wu Yi Hai's Eastern Sea lone cultivators. He had not adjusted to it yet. Lone and secluded cultivators like to cultivate in seclusion. A small portion, like Bard, thought that Fang Yuan was doing this on purpose to deal with their political methods. Nobody thought of it. Fang Yuan was actually secretly exploring the dream realm. In the dream realm, it was a crucial moment. Young Master Long had already gained the upper hand in the battle. He laughed heartily at Fang Yuan. You no longer have any chance. There is no hope of victory. If you surrender now, you can save your face. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries. He breathed roughly as he gritted his teeth, not speaking. This dream realm was already at the 7th scene. Fang Yuan's cultivation level in the dream realm had also risen to rank 5. But Duke Long's son had higher cultivation level in him. He was at rank 5 peak stage. Not just that, Duke Long had many outstanding Gu worms, and his Dragon Man physique, be it the defensive strength of his dragon scales or the recovery speed of his dragon blood, they were comparable to ordinary rank 5 Gu. This advantage was too huge, be it cultivation level, Gu worms, or his human physique. Fang Yuan was suppressed by Duke Long. The fact that the two could fight until now had already shocked the spectators in the dream realm. In their opinion, even though Fang Yuan's spirit was worthy of praise and praise, the result of this battle was already decided. Right now, you only have less than 5% of your primeval essence left. Let's see how you block my attacks. Duke Long shouted as he pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state, his gaze was still clear. He was calculating the time in his mind. After his previous failures, he already knew that this scene did not require Fang Yuan to defeat Duke Long's son, but to stall for enough time. Once the time was up, there would be a change. 7 breaths of time left. This time I have to stake it all. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. Slap. The imposing Duke Long's son was taking large strides towards Fang Yuan, but he suddenly tripped on a rock and fell flat on his face. The whole place went silent. Those female Gu masters who had been cheering for Duke Long's son since the start of the battle also shut their mouths. How could I make such a mistake? Duke Long's face was as smooth as jade, but now it was flushed red. He was extremely embarrassed and furious. He quickly got up and shouted as he charged towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan could only barely support his body. His injuries were too severe. He was simply waiting for death. The whole place went into an uproar again. Countless people cheered for Duke Long's son. Go, Duke Long's son! Defeat this challenger who doesn't know his place. Oh my! I will engrave this scene in my heart. Duke Long's son is so heroic. If I could stand beside him, how good would that be? If he could speak a few words with me, I would be satisfied in this life. The male Gu-masters were shouting, while the female Gu-masters were holding their chests or holding their chests. They were screaming continuously. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan could only use this method again, because with his current battle state in the dream realm, he had no chance of resisting. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed. Duke Long's movement stopped. He had been taking big steps, preparing to reap the fruits of victory. But now a small mishap occurred. Maybe it was because his steps were too big, or maybe it was because of the battle earlier. His clothes were already damaged, but this time his entire crotch was torn. A gust of wind blew. Duke Long's crotch felt very cool. The whole place was silent. Even Fang Yuan was surprised, thinking, "This time Unravel Dream's effect is quite unique." Ah! Suddenly, a female Gu-master screamed. The whole place went into an uproar. How can this be? Ha 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 ha. Duke Long's crotch was torn. Duke Long's son does not wear underwear, the male Gu-masters whispered to each other, while the female Gu-masters covered their faces with their hands, peeking through the gaps between their fingers. Seeing this, they were somewhat disappointed. So Duke Long's crotch is so small. Duke Long's son, his whole body was shaking intensely. His face looked like it was painted red. Veins were popping out of his forehead. His expression was extremely sinister and terrifying. "Ah, I will kill you." The anger and humiliation in his heart almost drove Duke Long's son crazy. He pounced towards Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan showed a smile of victory. At the next moment, 7 breaths of time was up. Bam! With a soft sound, Duke Long's whole body strangely self-detonated. His dragon blood splattered on Fang Yuan's face. The whole place screamed again. Long! Duke Long's son! How can this be? Many female Gu-masters fainted on the spot. Did Duke Long's son commit suicide out of humiliation? It must be him. A Gu-master pointed at Fang Yuan. He must have used an evil method to kill Duke Long's son. He must be a blood path demon. Bam, bam, bam. At the next moment, the dragon men spectating the battle, all of them self-destructed one after another. At once, the whole place was filled with blood and flesh. The surviving Gu-masters were in chaos. Fang Yuan blinked, just as he was worried that he would be implicated by the chaotic crowd. The dream realm suddenly changed, a new scene appeared. Huff! This 7th scene is finally over. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He had been stuck in this 7th scene for 3 days. According to the characteristics of this dream realm, as long as he passed each scene, he could continue exploring it. There was no need to repeat it. A moment later, Fang Yuan failed in the 8th scene. He exited the dream realm. After regaining his senses, he first recovered from his injuries. Dream realms dealt heavy damage to the soul. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was outstanding. With Guts Gu, these soul injuries were negligible. More than 10 breaths of time later, Fang Yuan's soul recovered to its original state. Next, he checked his gains. Not bad. My water path attainment level has risen to quasi-grandmaster. Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was very ordinary. He could not even be considered a master. But the main character of this dream realm was a water path cultivator. After Fang Yuan passed the 7 scenes of the dream, his water path attainment level rose from ordinary to master. Now that he had passed the 7th scene, he was close to grandmaster. It seems that the main character of this dream realm has high attainment. He is definitely not a rank 6 Gu immortal. With water path attainment level, I can take most of the blessed lands in Eastern Sea cities well. Amazing, amazing. Chapter 1238. Broadcast Pay attention to Chidian reading. You have obtained first-hand news of the 515 red packet. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show off their skills. However, the mortal goo used for Unravel Dream expends a lot. Right now, Unravel Dream can only be used less than 10 times. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but frown. This was a problem. Unravel Dream was very powerful, but it expended a lot of Dream Path mortal goo. Moreover, these Dream Path mortal goo were refined by Fang Yuan alone. He could not increase the production. Leak these Dream Path goo recipes to Langya's sect and let the hairy man goo immortals refine them? Fang Yuan had never considered this. At this time, the value of these Dream Path mortal goo recipes was even higher than immortal goo. Of course, Fang Yuan believed that Land Spirit of Langya could afford this price. But there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. If it was leaked, the impact would be too great. Fang Yuan was at the top of the 5 regions in terms of dream realm exploration. Once these Dream Path mortal goo recipes were known by others, his advantage would vanish. This was a situation that Fang Yuan did not want to see. Thus, he would rather refine them himself. Even if the efficiency was low, he had to strictly control the source. As long as he did not leak it, who would know? I can't find others to help me, but I can use external objects like the Spring Dream Fruit Tree to raise my efficiency in refining Dream Path mortal goo. Fang Yuan placed his attention on the Spring Dream Fruit Tree again. The Spring Dream Fruit Tree was a very special plant. It existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. Fang Yuan knew of a Spring Dream Fruit Tree. It was located at the foot of a nameless volcano in central continent. This volcano would erupt once every few hundred years, creating fertile soil. After some time, people would live at the foot of the volcano. Fang Yuan had once plucked the fruits of this Spring Dream Fruit Tree. These fruits helped him a lot. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not have the method to transplant the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. The Spring Dream Fruit Tree at the foot of the volcano. It was attached to a 1,000-year-old fire date tree. If Fang Yuan were to move the fire date tree, it would cause the Spring Dream Fruit Tree to be destroyed. However, for Fang Yuan, the central continent was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. He couldn't go there at all. Deja vu can provide a disguise, but he could not avoid the deductions of Wisdom Path goo immortals. Dark Limit Immortal Goo could help Fang Yuan in this aspect, but Dark Limit Immortal Goo was only rank 6. It was not enough. This question, for the time being, Fang Yuan had no solution. It was beyond his ability. He didn't have the means to find a second Spring Dream Fruit Tree, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the dream world. Fang Yuan still needed to calculate the 8th scene of the dream. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. He could deduce some things that could help him explore the dream realm. This was his advantage, and he had to make use of it. But in Wisdom Path, what he lacked was not attainment level. It was an immortal goo. Unraveled Mystery Immortal Goo was his only Wisdom Path immortal goo. There was only one, and it did not have any accompanying Wisdom Path killer moves. So Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was not very useful. Currently, Fang Yuan could be considered to be barely sufficient. Wisdom Path was not his current focus, so Fang Yuan chose to maintain the current situation. The deductions were not only about the dream realm, but also about Fang Yuan's current environment. As I expected, the Ba family is my greatest enemy. They have been finding trouble with me several times, but I resolved them. It seems they want to stop now. Ba clan was not alive and kicking. Fang Yuan was rather wary of them. After all, if the other party did not make a move, Fang Yuan would not know what they were planning. They were plotting something. If he made a move, he would be able to see the other party's plans and deal with them calmly. All in all, the external environment is not bad. Using the identity of Wu Yi Hai is really useful. Originally, the immortal opportunity business was my weakness. But after my previous actions, it is no longer a problem. It has instead become a trap for me. Who knows? I might be able to trick some stupid Gu-immortals. After all, Wisdom Path Gu-immortals were few in number. Even Wisdom Path Gu-immortals might not be Righteous Path Gu-immortals. They could not be ignorant of the rules of the Righteous Path. As for Wu and Wu Liao, they were doing their own things. Fang Yuan did not have to worry about them. Some time ago, Wu Liao had taken the initiative to report some matters. But Fang Yuan was determined to not do anything. After scolding him, he warned him not to trouble him if it was not a big matter. Wu Liao was very disappointed. He felt that Fang Yuan was the same as the previous rank 7. His attitude towards Fang Yuan gradually turned cold. Fang Yuan acutely sensed this, but did not care. This giant dream realm was slowly expanding at every moment. Fang Yuan secretly explored the dream realm. It would cause the dream realm to shrink, but compared to the entire dream realm, it was a very small portion. It would only slow down the dream realm's expansion. This could be concealed. Those demonic path and lone immortals who entered the dream realm through the immortal opportunity business were the best disguise for Fang Yuan. Although these people were all stuck in the dream realm, there would occasionally be one or two who, even though they could not explore it, could bring out some dream path Gu materials from the dream realm. These dream path Gu materials could naturally be used to refine dream path Gu worms. These Gu immortals felt like they had obtained priceless treasures. Even though only a few of them had such gains, it still stimulated the enthusiasm of other Gu immortals. Meanwhile, the Righteous Path clans also secretly purchased dream path Gu materials from these Gu immortals. Wu clan was no exception. However, among the Gu immortals who had dream path Gu materials, very few would choose to sell them. They would keep them for themselves. Wu clan had only bought a dozen or so Gu materials. Fang Yuan did not dare to touch these dream path Gu materials. Wu clan was keeping a close eye on them. After resting, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm. But it was not a giant dream realm, it was his own dream. To obtain dream path Gu materials, one's own dream realm was the best and safest. Unfortunately, those Gu immortals did not know this. Southern Border by Xiang Grotto Heaven. At the center of a huge Gu formation, Bai Ningbing sat down with difficulty. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit looked down from above, controlling the entire Gu formation. The Gu formation was operating silently. From time to time, there would be flowing lights of unknown colors. At times, they would gather into streams, flowing like streams. At times, they would scatter like flowers, dancing in the wind. Bai Ningbing's expression was pale, but his aura was much more stable than before. This was because when the Gu formation was active, he took a lot of pressure off Bai Ningbing. He used his body to store the raging wave, rising dragon fire. It was truly reckless. He was walking on a tightrope with his life on the line. Next, the most important step is to attack the raging wave, rising dragon fire in your body. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit had a solemn expression. Young master, you need to persevere. You cannot slack off. You need to coordinate with the Gu formation at all times to suppress the raging wave, rising dragon fire. The entire process will take at least 49 days. During this period, you will not get any rest. As long as I do not tell you to stop, it will not end. Even if you slack off at the last moment, all our efforts will be in vain, and we will die. Bai Ningbing was seeing stars. He felt dizzy. He could not sit still. In this situation, not to mention 49 days, he might not even be able to hold on for half a day. At the moment of danger, his lips curled up, he was smiling. This is fun. According to my current situation, that's impossible. This is a good way to test my tolerance. Even if I die like this, it will be interesting. His body was very tired, but his mind was very excited. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ningbing spoke softly. He said to Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you start?" Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, chuckled. thinking, I have waited for so many years. This master is not bad. He is not afraid of death. Thinking of this, Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, activated the entire Gu formation. Boom! At the next moment, a bright light burst out of the Gu formation, spreading to the entire world. Ah! Bai Ningbing raised his head and screamed. A large amount of fire burst out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The scorching flames instantly enveloped his entire body, burning Bai Ningbing into a human-shaped torch. Pain, pain, pain. Bai Ningbing was a person who would not frown even if he was heavily injured. But at this moment he had no composure. He raised his head and screamed. Because the pain was too intense, he had no choice but to do this to vent it. Bai Ningbing had expected the pain from the burning flames, but in reality it was not so. While screaming, he suddenly realized something. This humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method was not only targeting raging wave, rising dragon fire, it was also targeting Bai Ningbing. Be it his body, his soul, or the Tao marks on his body, they were all being disassembled and melted by the humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method. This was like treating Bai Ningbing like an immortal material. The pain was intense. It could not be described with words. Hold on, hold on. Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, shouted anxiously. Bai Ningbing's eyes had already rolled back. The intense pain forced him into a desperate situation. He was about to fall unconscious. Once he fainted, he would be burned to ashes by the entire rising dragon fire. Northern Plains, the peak of Snowy Mountain. Ma Hongyan was also screaming. Ah! The veins on his neck were bulging. Intense lightning bolts were jumping on his body, entangling him. Ma Hongyan's body was shaking intensely. It was like he was suffering from epilepsy, or like he was dancing wildly. A moment later, the lightning bolts faded. Ma Hongyan was panting. He was sweating profusely. He had no strength left in his body. Still not succeeding. Lady Wan Shou frowned. She was a little angry. Ma Hongyan had been refined by lightning many times. Even though he was in a sorry state each time, he had never lost an arm or a leg. He was still intact. Moreover, his cultivation level had unknowingly risen to rank 5 peak stage. This made Lady Wan Shou speechless. Chapter 1239. Latest news, tomorrow was 515, Qidian's anniversary. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets had to be looked at. There was no reason not to snatch them. Set the alarm clock, Central Continent. In a certain mountain village. Rumble. A huge explosion reverberated in the mountains. Countless mudslides rolled down from the mountain like avalanches, majestically and majestically. Run for your life. I am going to die. I am going to die. Father, where are you? Don't leave me behind. Seeing that the natural disaster was about to befall them, the originally quiet and peaceful small mountain village was now in a complete uproar and chaos. Countless people fled in all directions. Some were paralyzed on the ground. Children were crying as they were tightly hugged by their mothers. Many people had already given up resisting. When no one was paying attention, a figure appeared in the sky. This was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He wore a blue silk robe. His long hair trailed over his shoulders. His body was not muscular, but rather looked weak. At this moment, he frowned as he looked at the mudslide in front of him, muttering, "This mudslide is very strange." Normally speaking, there would be a rare rainstorm before a mudslide, but recently it had been sunny and sunny. In fact, the surrounding tens of thousands of li of environment here was secretly controlled by this rank 7 Gu Immortal. It could be said that the weather was good and there were good harvests every year. Bam! Suddenly, rocks flew everywhere, and a huge brass shell emerged from the mountain. The rank 7 blue-robed Gu Immortal floated in the air. It was very obvious. His slightly frowned brows relaxed at this moment. I was wondering how it was? So it is a swamp crab. The swamp crab was a desolate beast. It had a huge body like a mountain. It had no eyes, or rather, its eyes had completely degenerated. Its whole body was covered in a shell. There were no loopholes in its defense. It was the king of the swamp among desolate beasts. Its 10 pairs of pincers were extremely tough, especially the first pair. They were very thick, with a light clamp. They could break mountain rocks and cut flood dragons. The other 18 pincers, even though they were thin and slender, but in fact they were thicker than a 100-year-old tree. The rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal's eyes brightened when he saw this swamp crab. He was overjoyed. He was a water path Guamortal, and this swamp crab had 2 types of Dao marks. It had earth path and water path Dao marks. Killing this swamp crab was a huge amount of immortal materials for the rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal. However, the swamp crab is only a desolate beast. If it is carefully nurtured, it might grow into an ancient desolate beast swamp crab. Above swamp crab, there is swamp crab with mud coat. Swamp crab is an immemorial level desolate beast, swamp crab. Swamp crab with mud coat is an immemorial level desolate beast. I can't have such. My immortal aperture, blessed land, can't nurture it. Thinking of this, the rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal made his move. From the wide cuffs of his sleeves, he stretched out his arm. His skin was very white, and his 10 fingers were slender and long. His 10 fingers began to sway like a blooming lotus, stirring up layers of multicolored light and shadow. Goo, 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 and goo! Soon, the auras of countless goo worms rose from his body. There were mortal goo auras and immortal goo auras. The auras overlapped with each other, forming a complex aura field that spread everywhere. The swamp crab had no eyes, but with its wild beast intuition, it sensed the threat in the air. The swamp crab started to retreat into the mountain. Soon, half of the huge brass carapace disappeared. But at this time, the rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal had finished preparing. The immortal killer move was activated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! A surging blue wave appeared out of thin air and swept towards the mud crab majestically. The swamp crab was huge. It could not dodge in time and was swept away by the wave. But the swamp crab did not budge. Its body was too heavy. The rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal's lips curled up into a smile of victory. His 10 fingers moved even faster. The afterimages of his fingers lingered in the air. It was a dazzling sight. His immortal killer move was not ordinary. As red date immortal essence was expended, the light blue wave turned azure blue. The wave was vast. It was 3 times larger than before. Under the control of the rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal, the wave turned into a huge whirlpool. The swamp crab was at the center of the blue tide's whirlpool. It could not resist it and was swept away. Swish, swish, swish! The swamp crab's huge and heavy body spun faster and faster in the whirlpool. It was like duckweed. It could not control itself. The rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal suddenly clenched his fists. The countless finger shadows in the air dissipated. The wave suddenly surged up, forming a tsunami. Boom! With a loud sound, the tsunami formed from tens of thousands of tons of water slammed onto the swamp crab's back. The swamp crab's shell was very hard, but after being hit by the tsunami, a huge part of its shell caved in. The swamp crab did not move. It fainted on the spot. The rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal laughed heartily. He opened his right hand and raised his index finger from bottom to top. Immediately, the waves that calmed down surged up like a fountain. The swamp crab's huge body slowly flew into the sky, towards the rank 7 blue-robed Guamortal. The Guamortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and stored this swamp crab inside. Immortal! It's an immortal! Thank you, immortal! You saved the lives of our village. This immortal even defeated the crab demon in the mountain. Such a huge battle scene had already shocked the mortals in the mountain village. Only after the battle ended did they react. They shouted in joy or bowed down in worship. The rank 7 blue-robed Gu Immortal closed his immortal aperture's entrance and looked at the people below with an indifferent gaze. He smiled lightly. It turned out that when he fought with the swamp crab, he had split a portion of his mind to manipulate the waves and sweep away all the falling mud and rocks. As expected of the famous water path Gu Immortal of Central Continent, Mu Linglan, at this time a voice came from the clouds in the sky. The rank 7 blue-robed Gu Immortal Mu Linglan's 10 fingers moved as he collected all the overflowing water. Next, he flew into the sky and saw another Gu Immortal. This immortal wore a white robe. He had a square face and thick eyebrows. He had a tall nose bridge and a righteous aura, giving off an inviolable aura. Mu Linglan smiled and bowed. So it is Senior Shurgu. Shurgu returned the greeting. I have just arrived. I did not expect to see such a good thing. I saw Mu Linglan's method of easily taking down the swamp crab. Mu Linglan waved his hand, saying modestly, my methods are only a minor skill in front of Senior. They are not worth mentioning. I heard that Senior Shurgu. I have also received orders from the Celestial Court to participate in the Battle of Northern Plains. Shurgu nodded, that's right. Mu Linglan, you are also on the list. Why don't we travel together? Mu Linglan had a joyful expression. It is Junior's honor to travel with Senior. Thus, the two immortals left together. The mortals who were left behind looked at the sky for a long time, sighing. Mu Linglan and Shurgu talked along the way. They did not seem lonely. The two immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, but Shurgu had been famous for a long time and had already passed 2 grand tribulations. But Mu Linglan had not even passed one. Thus, it was mainly Mu Linglan asking for guidance and Shurgu giving him pointers. After traveling for a while, Shurgu suddenly descended from the cloud and slowly stopped in the sky. Mu Linglan did not understand. This was not the gathering point. Shurgu smiled. I am ashamed. I have a son named Jing-yi. He has just passed his tribulation and became a Gu Immortal. But he lacks experience and is still childish. In this trip to Northern Plains, I plan to bring him along and temper him. So that's it. Mu Linglan realized he followed Shurji's gaze and looked down. Below the cloud layer, there was a small city. There were many houses in the city, and in one of the restaurants a storyteller was telling a story about chivalry and helping the weak. Good kill. Among the guests there was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His gaze was filled with innocence. He was dressed like a farmer. Right now, when he heard the main character of the story killing the rich to help the poor, he slapped the table and cheered. His shout was abrupt and loud, causing the window frame to tremble slightly. The storyteller was startled and stopped. The surrounding guests shouted in dissatisfaction. What are you shouting for? A sudden shout is going to scare people to death. What are you shouting for? Listen to the story quietly, or we will chase you away, you little bumpkin. The young man's face was flushed red. He scratched his head and bowed in embarrassment. Sorry everyone. The guests saw that he immediately admitted his mistake with a humble attitude. Their voices became much quieter. They did not bother with him anymore. The young man sat down awkwardly, but his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and pushed the table and stool to the side, causing an even louder commotion. What are you doing, you lad? Rascal, you are asking for a beating. The guests attacked him together. Suddenly, the young man's body shone with light. He shot out of the window like an arrow and flew into the sky. The restaurant immediately went into a commotion. Countless people screamed and shouted. It was a huge commotion. The young man arrived in front of Shurgu and Mu Linglan, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. He was Shurji's son, Shurjang-yi. The three immortals continued their journey. A few days later, they arrived at a mountain range. An immortal goo house was already floating here. It was a small and exquisite pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beam. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal goo house, Canary Pavilion. Sure, Gus saw this and nodded. I have already heard rumors that an immortal goo house will be deployed to attack Northern Plains. To think that it is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion. This pavilion specializes in flying beasts and has extremely fast movement speed. It is indeed the best choice. Mu Ling Lan added, Heavenly Lotus Sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has the most immortal goo houses for. It's reasonable for the Heavenly Lotus Sect to send one here. Sure, Zheng Yi asked in confusion. Heavenly Lotus Sect has Canary Pavilion, Yuyang Palace, and Heavenly Pool. Why is there a fourth immortal goo house? Mu Linglan smiled. Little you might not know, but recently Heavenly Lotus Sect has already created a fourth immortal goo house. It is just that they are keeping it a secret. Sure, Zheng Yi nodded, thinking. Senior Mu Linglan comes from Spirit Butterfly Valley. This sect is most proficient in information path methods. It is not strange that he knows some secrets. Just Heavenly Lotus Sect alone has 4 immortal goo houses. This is truly scary. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.